Oh, yes, Potter!
Oh! See ya! Go boy!
Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village vs Pro with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going. Scott, can I have middle please?
Yep, spot on.
Thanks very much. Right, Village vs Pro, episode 2. Let's take on Scott Borthwick, Durham captain, leg spinner. Oh, I run. Well bowled.
Just say that alright, one in the covers. Have one or a dot?
It's a dot.
Alright. If I'm a point, it's definitely one.
More Stokes fireworks as Durham edge day 1. For all Ben Stokes and Sean Dixon's record-breaking ballistics against Worcestershire last week, they stalled at the line, held back by the pairs. The same couldn't be said for this week's opponents Glamorgan, who brushed aside Leicestershire with ease back in Cardiff. Could they repeat that performance at the Riverside, with top spot in the division a real target? If Dixon wanted another lightning ton, it'd have to wait until the second innings. 5 his score when Nisa found an edge, and North East took the simple catch in the slips to see the country's leading run maker depart. But Durham weren't derailed by the loss of their opener. England's Alex Lees now joined by Keegan Peterson, and the pair were quickly hunting down 50, brought up with a lovely shot down the ground. They were in the foothills of 3 figures when Glamorgan had the wicket they were after, Lees chopping Lloyd on for 44. Borthwick stuck with Peterson through what remained all the way through to the break, a fairly even session at an end, with the score 94 for 2. The Durham skipper didn't last too long after lunch, the score still yet to breach 3 figures when he chipped Hogan to Carlson. Beddingham's first act was to tick the score beyond 100 with 3 pushed down the ground, and he would watch on, as at the other end, Peterson went to back-to-back half-centuries with a hard run 3 off the bowling of Nisa. Durham were pegged back though, Beddingham trapped in front for 11, a decision even the camera seemed to agree with. That was the cue for Ben Stokes to enter the fray. A characteristic cover drive from the England captain took Durham to 150 runs. But Peterson had to go. Looking to be a bit too cute to Lloyd, he fell on 78, handing a simple catch to Labuschagne. Stokes batted on in typical style, racing his way into the 40s and taking Durham beyond 200 in the process. And he was just 1 away from his half-century at tea. The score 224 for 5. The match still anyone's. He and Eckersley's 6th wicket stand was worth...
Oh, yes, Potter!
Oh! See ya! Go boy!
Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village vs Pro with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going. Scott, can I have middle please?
Yep, spot on.
Thanks very much. Right, Village vs Pro, episode 2. Let's take on Scott Borthwick, Durham captain, leg spinner. Oh, I run.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability is a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job. We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machine here to make sure that it's absolutely right and does the job.
More Stokes fireworks as Durham edged day one. For all Ben Stokes and Sean Dixon's record-breaking ballistics against Worcestershire last week, they stalled at the line, held back by the pairs. The same couldn't be said for this week's opponents, Glamorgan, who brushed aside less More Stokes fireworks as Durham edged day one. For all Ben Stokes and Sean Dixon's record-breaking ballistics against Worcestershire last week, they stalled at the line, held back by the pairs. The same couldn't be said for this week's opponents, Glamorgan, who brushed aside Leicestershire with ease back in Cardiff. Could they repeat that performance at the Riverside, with top spot in the division a real target? If Dixon wanted another lightning ton, it'd have to wait until the second innings. 5 his score when Nisa found an edge, and North East took the simple catch in the slips to see the country's leading run maker depart. But Durham weren't derailed by the loss of their opener. England's Alex Lees now joined by Keegan Peterson, and the pair were quickly hunting down 50, brought up with a lovely shot down the ground. They were in the foothills of 3 figures when Glamorgan had the wicket they were after, Lees chopping Lloyd on for 44. Borthwick stuck with Peterson through what remained all the way through to the break, a fairly even session at an end, with the score 94 for 2. The Durham skipper didn't last too long after lunch, the score still yet to breach 3 figures when he chipped Hogan to Carlson. Beddingham's first act was to tick the score beyond 100 with 3 pushed down the ground, and he would watch on as at the other end, Peterson went to back-to-back half-centuries with a hard run 3 off the bowling of Nisa. Durham were pegged back though. Beddingham trapped in front for 11, a decision even the camera seemed to agree with. That was the cue for Ben Stokes to enter the fray. A characteristic cover drive from the England captain took Durham to 150 runs. But Peterson had to go. Looking to be a bit too cute to Lloyd, he fell on 78, handing a simple catch to Labuschagne. Stokes batted on in typical style, racing his way into the 40s and taking Durham beyond 200 in the process. And he was just 1 away from his half-century at tea. The score 224 for 5. The match still anyone's. He and Eckersley's 6th wicket stand was worth 50 after the break with 4 from the keeper's bat. And then Stokes waltzed his way to a 50 all of his own, scored off 74 balls. A misfield left Salter frustrated. But Glamorgan had their hosts 6 down soon after. Eckersley out LBW for 21 to Nisa. Stokes had a score to settle, hit in the box earlier by Labuschagne, and with memories of England's Ashes defeat still relatively fresh, he pumped the Aussie over the leg side to take Durham to 250 runs. It wouldn't be for the last time either. Another slog sweep to Labuschagne resulted in 6 more runs, and soon he and Rain had put on 50, the partnership up to the mark when Stokes reversed the Aussie to the fine leg boundary. Salter separated them. Rain bowled through the gate for 31. Stokes was up to 81 when he had to go, surprised by the bounce from Hogan, caught behind, and another attractive innings was at an end. Potts fell 2 balls later, unable to get off the mark before he was pinned in front. Durham weren't to be denied 300 runs. Bryden Cast back in the Durham side for the first time and making his mark already, even if it was via an edge. They'd get as far as 311 when Cast fell for 8, caught behind looking for a 6. The Durham innings at an end, had they fallen a bit short. Stokes had been their star once again, top scorer with 82, and it looked like he'd recognised there were runs to be had out there. But Hogan with 4 for 67 had held them back, the match evenly poised heading into Glamorgan's first innings, which didn't get off to the best of starts. Salter out for 4, caught by Dixon off the bowling of Potts. And a second in quick succession, Gorvin out LBW for a 2-ball duck. There would be no further damage. Marnus Labuschagne took his adopted side to the close with the score 31 for 2. Tons of quality on display in this Division 2 match. Hopefully some more fun to be had between the Australian number 3 and the England captain on day 2.
Keegan, another half century for you today for Durham. I think you're probably hoping to get onto 100 there.
Yeah, finally kind of got the feel of these conditions. I would have loved to score 100 today, but clearly it wasn't for me.
What happened? What was with the dismissal?
I don't know really, I kind of got roped into that. They dropped the point out there and I kind of set me up with that and I fell for it. Bit of a weak moment, but yeah, so be it.
Right, and what's the pitch playing like? Because it seems like a good batting track, but at times it seems like the ball is not coming through to the batsman as you'd imagine it would. It's either holding up in the wicket or just a little bit slow.
Yeah, it's a good wicket, a good batting wicket for most of it. Just feel like never in on the wicket. The bowlers always have a good spell in them, and at the show today, there were periods where they bowled well at us, so the bowlers always in the game. So as a batter, you got to be focused for most of all your innings. But yeah, hopefully we can do the same tomorrow.
I think it's as green as anything I've seen in Durham, to be honest with you, but probably the reason why Glamorgan put you in, but it didn't quite play like the green top I think a few people imagined it would.
Yeah, I think all the wickets look green to me over here. Yeah, from the look of it, looks like it was going to see him around. It wasn't doing as much at the time, but yeah.
Some decent partnerships, but not the massive partnerships that we saw last week. Where do you think Durham stand as far as 311's concerned? Do you think that's a decent score, or do you think you've left a few runs out there?
I think we've definitely left a few runs out there, but with us getting 2 wickets tonight at 310 or whatever it is, might seem a lot. Hopefully we can make it feel like a lot tomorrow and bowl well and see where it goes.
And from your point of view, you in the groove now here, you've got used to the conditions, 50 last week and 78 today?
Yeah, I don't really want to jinx it and say that. Might get a first bowler next week, but yeah, finally got a feel for the conditions. Hopefully I can continue it.
And what's it like at the other end watching Ben Stokes in action?
I can just say that I envy that. I wish I could hit the ball like that. Yeah, but he's something else. He's just a good player. It's not much else you can say about it.
And has he given the team a real lift the last couple of weeks?
Definitely. I think his presence alone in the training rooms gives the team a bit of a lift. He's a big character, as we all know. Hopefully it rubs off well for the team in the future.
And credit to Matty Potts, the leading wicket taker in the country. I think he now has 26 dismissals, and he was right at Glamorgan this evening, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think his tail has been up the whole all the games I've played so far. He's bowling really well, and hopefully that continues and can bowl a couple more sides out.
More Stokes fireworks as Durham edge day one. For all Ben Stokes and Sean Dixon's record-breaking ballistics against Worcestershire last week, they stalled at the line, held back by the pairs. The same couldn't be said for this week's opponents, Glamorgan, who brushed aside Leicestershire with ease back in Cardiff. Could they repeat that performance at the Riverside, with top spot in the division a real target? If Dixon wanted another lightning ton, it'd have to wait until the second innings. 5 his score when Nisa found an edge, and North East took the simple catch in the slips to see the country's leading run maker depart. But Durham weren't derailed by the loss of their opener. England's Alex Lees now joined by Keegan Peterson, and the pair were quickly hunting down 50, brought up with a lovely shot down the ground. They were in the foothills of 3 figures when Glamorgan had the wicket they were after, Lees chopping Lloyd on for 44. Borthwick stuck with Peterson through what remained all the way through to the break, a fairly even session at an end, with the score 94 for 2. The Durham skipper didn't last too long after lunch, the score still yet to breach 3 figures when he chipped Hogan to Carlson. Beddingham's first act was to tick the score beyond 100 with 3 pushed down the ground, and he would watch on as at the other end, Peterson went to back-to-back half-centuries with a hard run 3 off the bowling of Nisa. Durham were pegged back though. Beddingham trapped in front for 11, a decision even the camera seemed to agree with. That was the cue for Ben Stokes to enter the fray. A characteristic cover drive from the England captain took Durham to 150 runs. But Peterson had to go. Looking to be a bit too cute to Lloyd, he fell on 78, handing a simple catch to Labuschagne. Stokes batted on in typical style, racing his way into the 40s and taking Durham beyond 200 in the process. And he was just 1 away from his half-century at tea. The score 224 for 5. The match still anyone's. He and Eckersley's 6th wicket stand was worth 50 after the break with 4 from the keeper's bat. And then Stokes waltzed his way to a 50 all of his own, scored off 74 balls. A misfield left Salter frustrated. But Glamorgan had their hosts 6 down soon after. Eckersley out LBW for 21 to Nisa. Stokes had a score to settle, hit in the box earlier by Labuschagne, and with memories of England's Ashes defeat still relatively fresh, he pumped the Aussie over the leg side to take Durham to 250 runs. It wouldn't be for the last time either. Another slog sweep to Labuschagne resulted in 6 more runs, and soon he and Rain had put on 50, the partnership up to the mark when Stokes reversed the Aussie to the fine leg boundary. Salter separated them. Rain bowled through the gate for 31. Stokes was up to 81 when he had to go, surprised by the bounce from Hogan, caught behind, and another attractive innings was at an end. Potts fell 2 balls later, unable to get off the mark before he was pinned in front. Durham weren't to be denied 300 runs. Bryden Cast back in the Durham side for the first time and making his mark already, even if it was via an edge. They'd get as far as 311 when Cast fell for 8, caught behind looking for a 6. The Durham innings at an end, had they fallen a bit short. Stokes had been their star once again, top scorer with 82, and it had looked like he'd recognised there were runs to be had out there. But Hogan with 4 for 67 had held them back, the match evenly poised heading into Glamorgan's first innings, which didn't get off to the best of starts. Salter out for 4, caught by Dixon off the bowling of Potts. And a second in quick succession, Gorvin out LBW for a 2-ball duck. There would be no further damage. Marnus Labuschagne took his adopted side to the close with the score 31 for 2. Tons of quality on display in this Division 2 match. Hopefully some more fun to be had between the Australian number 3 and the England captain on day 2.
Well, Keegan, another half century for you today for Durham. I think you're probably hoping to get onto 100 there.
Yeah, finally kind of got the feel of these conditions. I would have loved to score 100 today, but clearly wasn't for me.
What happened? What was with the dismissal?
I don't know really, I kind of got roped into that. They dropped a point out there and I kind of set me up with that and I fell for it. Bit of a weak moment, but yeah, so be it.
Right, and what's the pitch playing like? Because it seems like a good batting track, but at times it seems like the ball is not coming through to the batsman as you'd imagine it would. It's either holding up in the wicket or it's just a little bit slow.
Yeah, it's a good wicket, a good batting wicket for most of it. Just feel like you're never in on the wicket. The bowlers always have a good spell in them, and at that show today, there were periods where they bowled well at us, so the bowlers always in the game. So as a batter, you got to be focused for all your innings. But yeah, hopefully we can do the same tomorrow.
I think it's as green as anything I've seen in Durham, to be honest with you. But probably the reason why Glamorgan put you in, but it didn't quite play like the green top. I think a few people imagined it would.
Yeah, I think all the wickets look green to me over here. But yeah, from the look of it, it looks like it was going to see him around. It wasn't doing as much at the time, but yeah.
Some decent partnerships, but not the massive partnerships that we saw last week. Where do you think Durham stand as far as 311's concerned? Do you think that's a decent score, or do you think you've left a few runs out there?
I think we've definitely left a few runs out there, but with us getting 2 wickets tonight at 310 or whatever it is, might seem a lot. Hopefully we can make it feel like a lot tomorrow and bowl well and see where it goes.
And from your point of view, you in the groove now here, you've got used to the conditions, 50 last week and 78 today?
Yeah, I don't really want to jinx it and say that. Might get a first bowler next week, but yeah, finally got a feel for the conditions. Hopefully I can continue it.
And what's it like at the other end watching Ben Stokes in action?
I can just say that I envy that. I wish I could hit the ball like that. Yeah, but he's something else. He's just a good player. It's not much else you can say about it.
And has he given the team a real lift the last couple of weeks?
Definitely. I think his presence alone in the training rooms gives the team a bit of a lift. He's a big character, as we all know. Hopefully it rubs off well for the team in the future.
And credit to Matty Potts, the leading wicket taker in the country. I think he now has 26 dismissals, and he was right at Glamorgan this evening, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think with his tail has been up the whole of all the games I've played so far. He's bowling really well, and hopefully that continues and can bowl a couple more sides out.
As 311's concerned, do you think that's a decent score, or do you think you've left a few runs out there?
I think we've definitely left a few runs out there, but with us getting 2 wickets tonight at 310 or whatever it is, might seem a lot. Hopefully we can make it feel like a lot tomorrow and bowl well and see where it goes.
And from your point of view, you in the groove now here, you've got used to the conditions, 50 last week and 78 today?
Yeah, I don't really want to jinx it and say that. Might get a first bowler next week, but yeah, finally got a feel for the conditions. Hopefully I can continue it.
And what's it like at the other end watching Ben Stokes in action?
I can just say that I envy that. I wish I could hit the ball like that. Yeah, but he's something else. He's just a good player. It's not much else you can say about it.
And has he given the team a real lift the last couple of weeks?
Definitely. I think his presence alone in the training rooms gives the team a bit of a lift. He's a big character, as we all know. Hopefully it rubs off well for the team in the future.
And credit to Matty Potts, the leading wicket taker in the country. I think he now has 26 dismissals, and he was right at Glamorgan this evening, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think with his tail has been up the whole of all the games I've played so far. He's bowling really well, and hopefully that continues and can bowl a couple more sides out.
So that was Keegan Peterson, who I had a chat to last night, and while I was talking to him, Nick Webb from Radio Wales was talking to Michael Hogan.
311 plays 31 for 2. How do you see the day's play?
Nice to get the wickets towards the end. Obviously we were happy to bowl them out after putting them in, but yeah, probably a few more than we would have liked. But yeah, nice to obviously be batting tomorrow. Hopefully the weather's nice and we can put on a few runs.
Yes, international guys like Peterson and Ben Stokes showing your class, but you've got Stokes eventually.
Yeah, I mean, quality players. Obviously, they're you know, when the ball was old, it was looking quite ominous there for a while. But yeah, the wicket was a little bit sort of up and down with the second new ball. Mine probably bounced a little bit more, and yeah, lucky enough to take the glove. But yeah, good to test yourself against these players as well. So,
how did you see 311 as a total? Was it below par, around par, or what?
I would say, yeah, sort of where we sit. I think we would have liked a few more wickets early this morning, but the wicket actually played quite nice. There were a few that stayed low and a few that sort of bounced a little bit, but all in all, I think it's probably par. You'd be happy with the score.
Strange, really, wasn't it? Because you looked down and saw a green top, you looked up and saw clouds, yet, as you say, it didn't give you that much help for some of the day.
Yeah, it felt a little bit slow, or maybe it was that we were just sort of a little bit low on energy. It's been a long drive up after a long game last week as well. So we'll, yeah, the wicket did look, and obviously with the cloud cover, it was probably looked like it was a bowl first wicket, and yeah, like I said, we're happy to bowl them out, but the wicket looks okay.
You've got plenty of batting left to come with the extra batter played this week in Billy Root, though. Fancy a chance of getting a first innings lead, do you think?
No, you've got to back yourself, I suppose. But yeah, again, quality bowling lineup as well. So yeah, it'll be a challenge. But I think with Marnus, he looked quite good tonight. So hopefully he can put on a few. And with Dave, and obviously we've got a few more left in the hut that can score runs too. So we'd be confident. We've got to back ourselves to bat big and see where we are.
The views of Glamorgan bowler Michael Hogan there. Well, we're about to get underway on day 2 of Durham against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 31 for 2 in reply to 311 all out from the home side. David Lloyd is on strike on 8 not out. And it will be Matty Potts, who claimed those 2 wickets last night, to bowl the first ball to David Lloyd, who plays it out on the offside, and there's no run. So the man out last night, the stand-in opener Andrew Salter, who's really holding the fort until Eddie Byram is fit again. But the worry on that front is that Byram has suffered a hip injury while fielding for the second 11. So that could be something of a problem. The next championship game isn't for a few weeks, so they may be able to delay that one. Here's Potts then to bowl to David Lloyd, who is hitting that one down into the ground and up to point. There's no run. So Salter went for 4, lobbing a catch into the gully off the bowling of Potts, and then Andrew Gorvin, the night watchman, the stand-in night watchman with Tim van der Hoogten injured. He was leg before second ball. So a reasonable amount of batting to come for Glamorgan. Northeast, Carlson, Cook, Root, Nisa, an all-rounder. As Lloyd gets that one off the shoulder of the bat, flying wide of gully. Down to third man, wasn't entirely of control of that one. Looked as though it reared up a little bit. First run of the morning. And Marnus Labuschagne touches the bails for good luck. Takes his guard from umpire Middlebrook, who's at this near end. As a shaft of sunshine comes across the riverside ground, the clouds are scudding across quite fast today. It is bright and breezy, and winds are meant to be around 40 miles an hour for much of the day. So that might make some of the bowling interesting.
You can see the trees just beyond the ground blowing around, can't you? The leaves are catching that breeze in full leaf now, they are.
Here's Potts then to Marnus Labuschagne, and he defends this one on the leg side. A few arms up in the air as if they thought they'd squared him up, but defended up to Ben Rain at mid-on.
It's warm though, because it was quite chilly yesterday in this wind, but it's warmer today.
Yes, not sure if I'd fancy sitting out in it for too long. Labuschagne averaging 47 this season so far. A highest score of 130. Potts is in, bowls, and Labuschagne plays on the offside. Down to Peterson in the gully. And there's no run. So this the final championship game that Labuschagne will play in this section of his time with Glamorgan. I think it's unlikely that he'll return to the county following Australia's tour of Sri Lanka. Always provided, of course, that goes ahead with the political unrest there at the moment. Potts bowls outside off stump, goes through low to Eckersley. So a little bit of up and down bounce that Michael Hogan referred to, but mostly a good batting wicket. Glamorgan 31 for 2, 32 for 2 surely, with Lloyd singling that over. Doesn't appear to have registered on the board. Anyway,
yeah, it was the third delivery.
Bit of early morning itis. Friday the 13th.
Is it?
Unfortunately. Not that should mean anything really.
If you believe that kind of thing.
Yeah. Let's choose not to.
But if you're normal. Can't hear anything in my headphones from the news booth, which is not good. Oh, there we are. Now I can. Chris Rushworth, right arm over. Oh, edged on, a great catch at second slip by Scott Borthwick. That's the end of Lloyd. A thick edge off Rushworth. Borthwick diving across to his right, took it two-handed. Lloyd has gone for 8. Glamorgan 32 for 3.
Well, David Lloyd does tend to go fairly hard at the ball and didn't quite get there on that occasion, and that is downfall really, because he got a thickish edge, well snapped up. 32 for 3. It's not a great start. It's a first bonus point for Durham's bowlers already. Lloyd has gone for 9 as Durham's fielders congregate to celebrate their dismissal.
The amount of times I've had to correct my scorecard this game because runs haven't been added on to batsmen.
So new man will be Sam Northeast, 412 runs at 45s this season, highest score of 85. In fact, he's reached the 80s 3 times at Nottingham, at Derby, and last week at home to Leicester. Hadn't quite been able to convert, but has looked a pretty good signing so far. Labuschagne is on 16. Northeast is about to join him, and this really is a crucial partnership for Glamorgan if they're going to get up to parity in this game.
It is very breezy here, and we were wondering what impact that might have on the bowlers, but so far so good, because at the start of his first over of the day, Chris Rushworth has got a wicket with his first ball. David Lloyd, the Glamorgan opener, edging to Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, taking a great diving catch, two-handed, diving off to his right at second slip. So Glamorgan are 32 for 3. Sam Northeast, their recent signing, is out in the middle now to join the Australian Marnus Labuschagne. Yesterday, Durham bowled out for 311, with Michael Hogan taking 4 for 67, and then they reduced Glamorgan last night to 31 for 2. There's commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. $200 million people tuning in for Eurovision tomorrow. They've not got anything better to do.
Europe's a big place, as long as you don't take it too
doesn't
seriously.
Australia take part as well these days? Rushworth, second ball of the morning, and this is turned by Northeast out through mid-wicket nicely for 4 towards the TV screen. It's being chased all the way by Dixon, but he's not going to win the race. The ball does.
Nice timing from Northeast. Nice batsman to watch. At his best. Pretty fluent.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? Mentioned yesterday, made his debut against Durham in 2007. For Kent in Canterbury.
Yeah, I was just a little concerned the way he bounced around a bit last season. Left Hampshire, a couple of games for Notts, a couple of games for Yorkshire. I thought, what's going on? But so far, all good with Glamorgan. And hopefully in all forms of cricket as well. There's the usual hold-up with a few people in the car park.
People drifting around. Absolutely not. What are you doing?
Need a wider side screen there.
The problem is there's a gap underneath the side screen, so you can see legs going past. Can't see anything else, just legs. Anyway, they're moving now. And Northeast's ready to face this ball from Rushworth. This is out past square leg. Was a bit too leg-sidey, that delivery. He'll get 2.
Yeah, things are liable to happen reasonably quickly in this Glamorgan innings. Labuschagne, player who likes to take it to the bowling. Kieran Carlson next in, a particularly attacking player. Almost from the start.
He's a good batsman, isn't he? He's impressive in the cup final last year as well. Although it was Salter who got man of the match. Rushworth in, and played by Northeast off the back foot, out into the covers, being chased by Lees, and 1 run.
Just a little hesitation there as they thought Lees was about to pick it up, but it went fair
way past him in the end. So bright start from Sam Northeast, picking up 7 off his first 3 deliveries. Yeah, Salter will have those happier times to cling on to, because he's, apart from that spell with the ball against Durham, he's had a bit of a torrid time in an unfamiliar role, which has lasted probably longer than he would have hoped.
Rush within an edge from Northeast. It doesn't carry to Keegan Peterson at third slip. It bounced about a yard in front of him.
Yeah, Labuschagne playing there with just softer hands compared to the Lloyd dismissal earlier in the over, so it went down into the ground and didn't offer another chance. One slip catch in an over is quite enough for Durham to anticipate.
First email of the day has come from Paul Bennett. Good morning, Marty. Nice and bright in Darlow this morning, but a little windy, he says. Bright and windy here in Chester Street as well. That's gone down the leg side from Labuschagne. Keeper takes it. End of the over. 39 for 3 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales.
Ian Evans, we desperately need a partnership. This pair are arguably our best batters. Come on, Glamorgan. Play at Pompey. Does anyone know why Andrew Salter is still opening the batting? I think no one else wants to, is probably the answer to that. Apart from Joe Cook, who hasn't scored until this week many runs for the seconds.
I think you mentioned yesterday in passing that Ukraine would probably win the Eurovision this year, didn't you?
That's the seems to be the way the bookies are going, doesn't it?
That's what Paul also thinks. He says it's been nailed on for weeks. There is a judging panel to convince as well, of course.
Here's Potts then, running away from us and bowling to Northeast. Makes him hop there. May have struck him on the glove, but no discernible reaction from the former Kent and Hampshire man. Martin Clark asked, is Tim van der Hoogten likely to be able to return to the match? We'll expect him to bat, but not to bowl. And if Kieran Carlson is out, expect Kieran Carlson to act as runner, because he's the probably the speediest between the wickets in the team. Or the most willing. He did it last time anyway. Here's Potts to Northeast. 3 slips as Northeast is struck on the thigh pad. Howl from behind, nothing from the bowler. John Hughes said yesterday was a riveting day's cricket, and posts a picture of him watching on his video screen with Viscount Tenby.
Is that a dog?
It's a dog. Well guessed.
It's a thoroughbred. That's probably its Croft's name.
As that's turned away on the leg side by Northeast for a single. 40 for 3. Dexter the Frenchie. There we go. There's the real name of Viscount Tenby. Philip Richards says, so surely the experiment of using Salter as an opener should be well and truly over by now. Glammy podcast. Michael Hogan doesn't deserve a testimonial, he deserves a knighthood for services to Glamorgan cricket. Thank you for your comments. At NickWebb2017, at Marty Cricket. If you want to email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk, because Marty can read better than I can. Potts in to bowl to Labuschagne. Leaves that go through outside the off stump. We can actually have 10-15 minutes of sunshine by the look of it. Big blue expanse above us. Although, as I say, the clouds are really whisking over pretty quickly. But the good news is that they're high and no rain is expected today. There's a vague possibility of a little rain on Sunday, but it shouldn't be enough to put the match off course. Potts bowls and Labuschagne defends back to the bowler. And there is no run. Stokes wearing the same sun hat. Well, I presume it's the same one, or a similar one anyway. The one he was sporting last night in the gloom under the floodlights. His innings of 82, just underlining his form with the bat, at this level anyway. As Potts is in and Labuschagne's working that on the leg side. Yet to get his personal account underway this morning. David Lloyd scored a single before being caught at slip off Chris Rushworth. Some North-Easters moved on swiftly to 8 not out. And Glamorgan are 40 for 3. And the first target, I suppose, is the follow-on, 162. Which they should be able to make. But after this start, who knows? Because batting looks mostly all right once you're in. Maybe one or two have stuck in the pitch. The bounce hasn't been entirely consistent, but it's been largely fairly friendly to people who are able to get stuck in, or indeed play like Ben Stokes does.
Rushworth, 3 slips in place from the Lumley end, running in towards us. Ball's here to northeast forward. Defends on off stump. The ball rolls out towards mid-off and is picked up by Ben Stokes, who's tipped for a bright future. Young lad just coming through the ranks. Got his wide-brimmed hat on. I'm wondering how well that'll stay in place today in this breeze. And Carse is wearing a wide-brimmed hat at mid-on as well, as is David Beddingham at first slip, but everybody else has gone down the cap route. Rushworth again, comes in and bowls. Cut by Northeast to Lees at point, no run.
Yeah, you'd think there's a day for avoiding the wide-brimmed sun hat, wouldn't you? Because they're more likely to take off. The cap firmly jammed on would seem to make more sense. Yeah, well, the lad Stokes is going to have to work with the lad McCullum, new coach for England.
Rushworth comes in and bowls, defended.
Interesting on reflection that they've appointed someone with vast international experience as a player, but none as a coach. Smashed the interview, allegedly. Which is one criterion.
Smashed the interview.
Yeah. It's one criterion. Not necessarily the only criterion. And Gary Kirsten messed up last time because he couldn't do a PowerPoint, apparently.
It's just what you need on a cricket pitch. Rushworth in. Played by Northeast, just backwards of point for 1. I don't think I've ever done a PowerPoint. No. So that rules me out as well. Have you?
No.
We're all falling by the wayside here at a rapid rate of knots.
Couldn't tell you about the theory of much really in our profession.
No.
Just say, well, this is what I've done, really.
I do wonder if I ever applied for my own job, if I get it these days. I could probably hold a laser pen pointed at a wall.
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah. Glamorgan 41 for 3. The keeper's taking a helmet and is standing up to the stumps to try and keep Labuschagne in his place. Rushworth's coming in. 3 slips as well. Right arm over from the Lumley end. Labuschagne plays it short on the leg side. No run there.
Yeah, Labuschagne does like to bat out of his crease. It's something that's got him in trouble with umpires for damaging the facilities on a couple of occasions in the UK. And the fact that Eckersley is breathing down his neck just obviously restricting his freedom of footwork a little.
Rushworth in again. Ooh, and it's left by Labuschagne. Bounces out the keeper's gloves. That's the end of the over. Ned Eckersley's already jogging up the other end, and Labuschagne's gone for another set of gloves.
Yeah, didn't like those. There's always something happening with Labuschagne.
Saw a great band in the pub last night. I think it was their first gig as a band. They were excellent. The Paul Wilson Quartet, doing a bit of blues and jazz. So if anybody sees them knocking around the northeast in the near future, well worth going to see. They've got a raucous ovation in the Harbour View. And on Twitter last night, the conversation moved on to another band called Hard-Fi.
There's Potts bowls and forward pushes northeast, bat and pad together. Is there any rational explanation, asked Tim Fry on Twitter, for Billy Root, who opened the batting and got a massive unbeaten 100 for the seconds, being listed to come in at 7, now 8, and Salter continuing to open.
See our previous answers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Root has an ideal technique for being an opener.
And you said yesterday the game he got the runs in the seconds was against most players you hadn't heard of.
Yep, as North East plays out on the offside, and Worcestershire batted through yesterday with the loss of only 1 wicket to save the match. 280 odd for 1 at the close, so it was a bit of a bore draw at Newport. The Spitty Park Road, from the sound of it. Not wanting to denigrate Root's efforts, because you still have to score them, but I think he had 1 previous half-century for the seconds, or maybe a couple. Potts bowls and worked away by North East down towards fine leg. They'll take a single. 42 for 3 Glamorgan, if you are just joining us a few minutes late. Chris Rushworth struck with his first ball of the morning, inducing David Lloyd to edge to Borthwick at slip. For 9, that was 32 for 3. It's now 42 for 3, and North East has got all 10 of those runs. Marnus Labuschagne yet to get going this morning, but has another chance now. 3 balls of the over from Potts left. As this one is allowed to go through. Lowish outside off stump and good taken leave by Eckersley around ankle high.
Yeah, somebody said something to me last night which reminded me of a song by Hardfire. I don't know if you remember them. They had a big album in 2005 called Stars of CCTV. A really good album. They had a few hits around at the same time as well. Get ready for the weekend and things like that.
Oh yeah, remember that one. There's Potts to Labuschagne, who drives on the bounce, but only as far as Stokes B, and there's no run.
Anyway, a few people tweeted last night about them. Kev Roxburgh said, I saw them support Green Day at Milton Keynes Bowl in 2005. At the time, I'd never heard of them. So that was when they brought that album out. And somebody else pointed out last night they've reformed recently, and they're about to do a gig in London later this year, in October, I think.
As Potts is in to bowl, and Labuschagne plays it hard down into ground, bounces up to Potts. No run, end of the over. Labuschagne remains scoreless for the morning. He's on 16, North East is 10, and it's 42 for 3. Most bands seem to reform these days, don't they?
Yeah, well, I think, because I saw Metronomy a few weeks ago in Newcastle, and they hadn't really been around for a while. And I think what's happening is quite a few have started projects again during lockdown, and it's sort of focused their minds and their concentration. So Dubstar have brought a new album out in the last few weeks, so they're about to tour again.
Are they?
Yeah.
I was listening to that album last night.
The new one?
Yeah, it's very decent.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Played off the back foot by North East, out through the covers. Should get 2. Being chased by Dixon and Stokes, and he will get 2. Yeah, have you seen the album cover?
It's sort of rather monotone thing, isn't it? Some big black and white building.
It is the Get Carter car park from Gateshead.
Ah, right. I hadn't looked at particularly what it was, but
yes.
There we are.
In the film Get Carter with Michael Caine, where he dangles somebody off the top. It was a brutalist construction of concrete in the 60s. It's not there anymore now, though. Rushworth in bowls, pushed away out towards the covers. So, is Sarah Blackwood the lead singer of Dubstar?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of their songs was played by Radcliffe and Marconi on Six Music a few weeks ago on a Saturday morning, and I hadn't heard it for ages, and just tweeted, just listen to this by Dubstar, and she popped up on Twitter to like it and had a little bit of a discussion about them reforming and the new album coming out.
Yeah, lovely.
I was listening to it the other day on the way back from Worcester. Quite a nice listen. Rushworth in bowls. This is turned way past square leg and out through deep mid-wicket. 4-4. Potter's trying to cut it off, coming around from fine leg, but he can't get there. The ball rests on the tarpaulin in front of the pavilion. And Half Man, Half Biscuit have brought out a new album called The Voltarol Years, which I can empathise with. Other anti-inflammatories and painkillers are available. Daz Hickey, whose son used to play for Durham, spin bowler. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. Ooh, off the pad. No appeal at all from the bowler, which is telling. It all came from the slip cordon. So Adam Hickey, who's a spin bowler, played for Durham and was at the crease in a cracking match against Lancashire in Southport in 2016 with Ben Stokes at the other end. A really nervy game that somebody else walking past the side screen now. There's people coming out of the health club, I think. It's delayed things. Yeah, Durham won in the final session of a cracking match in Southport 2016, and Adam was at the crease with Ben, playing off towards point. And Daz says, hard to beat by hard fight. Going to the cash machine when you want to live for the weekend. Great song. And it was Brett Redmayne who said they're back together doing a gig in London. So I looked it up last night, and Hardfire playing a gig in October. Bowler comes in and turned by northeast behind square leg for 1. Doesn't come back for a second. Interesting question from Paul. To your knowledge, has ash dieback detrimentally affected stump makers? Do they still use ash? I don't know what they use.
They look...
They're blue. That's all I know.
Yeah, they look a bit more plasticky these days.
Yeah. The odd one does snap every now and then.
Ian Evans chips in. Current favourites, public service broadcasting and idols.
I like public service broadcasting. Saw them at the Six Music Festival in Gateshead a few years ago.
Potts is into bowl to northeast, who noodles that one away between slips and gully. There is no third man. It's the vacant third man position, our commentator's favourite hostelry. And northeast picks up 4 more to gallop on to 21, brings up the Glamorgan 50, and Labuschagne still remains scoreless at the other end. Ian Evans also says the guy who was dangled off the car park, the one in Gateshead on the cover of the Dub Star.
Coronation year, isn't he?
Alf Robertson Corrie.
Yes, he was. Yeah, I think he wasn't just dangled. I think he
thrown.
I think so. Yeah.
Potts to northeast, who defends on the leg side, and there's no run.
50 for 3, 15.1 overs. Yeah, Get Carter. They filmed it all around Tyneside, so the West End of Newcastle. Gritty drama, wasn't it? And then the final scene, he gets chased, or he chases a man from Dunstan Staithes, which are way up the Tyne, and onto the beach at Blackwall, which is about 35 miles away. So some fine running there.
Potts comes bouncing in and bowls to northeast, who shoulders arms through outside the off stump. Well, that's the thing with watching a programme like Torchwood, which is filmed around Cardiff, and someone runs down one street and appears round the corner somewhere else entirely, and think, hang on, that's 10 miles away.
Yeah. Well, like we were saying yesterday, the tricks of TV, the Hovers Hill in Shaftesbury. It's tiny.
We just tilted the photo.
Yeah. I think they did a remake of Get Carter with Sylvester Stallone a few years ago.
Blimey. Potts, right arm over, bowls, northeast drives, Stokes fields at mid-off, no run.
It's just good to be back seeing gigs as well. Went to see China Crisis in Sunderland a few weeks ago. That was a cracking night. I think it's their 40th anniversary tour again.
Gosh.
I've seen them about 5 times now.
Yeah, I've got engagement with the Pet Shop Boys in Cardiff later this month. Their Potts is in bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by northeast, shoulders, arms.
One of them lives on a farm in Walsingham in County Durham.
All right.
Or he did. Where are they at?
They're at the Cardiff, whatever it's called, arena. But I bought the tickets for about 2 years ago. I've make sure I put everything on the electronic diary these days, having missed a gig a year ago that we'd forgotten about. Potts bowls and forward comes northeast.
I think we've sort of made a decision recently to try and watch more bands, because obviously after 2 years of lockdown, nothing going on. So we went to see the Charlatans in Newcastle just before Christmas. That was a really good gig. And then Metronomy a couple of weeks ago, China Crisis. Florence and the Machine are touring again, so saw them in Newcastle a few years ago. That'd be worth seeing.
Yeah, I think my daughter's off to see them. Nearly got to see Florence and the Machine, but discovered we'd double booked with another gig.
Who was that?
We went to see Deacon Blue on the same night, and Deacon Blue were in Cardiff and Florence and the Machine were in London, so we're feeling a little short of energy, so we opted for the local one.
Rushworth at the start of a new over, defended by Labuschagne, who's on 16. What was he on last night?
16.
So he hasn't got a run today.
No.
Yeah, he was on 16. When young Rushworth retires, brackets, no! Unhappy face, close brackets. Who did Durham have to take his place, says Stuart? Do they see Matty Potts as next in line as a reliable, deadly, clever replacement? Yeah, but I think Potts is on the next rank for England as well, as Rushworth comes in. Labuschagne trying to play across the line there, the ball dies at his feet. Obviously Bryden Course, if they can keep him injury free, he's been on the England radar, played in the one day side and toured with the Lions. Matty Potts has had a bit of England recognition in that they're I think they've invited him to some training setups in Loughborough and whatnot. He's an exciting prospect. He's only 23. Rushy's 34, I think now, 35. Comes in and bowls. Oh, wraps off the glove of Labuschagne in the bottom hand, and he pulls it away and waves his hand with the pain. Where are we? Chris Rushworth, 35 years old. Still fit though. Looks after himself well. John Hutchison's been on. He said, "Morning, Sonner. Hard fire, hard to beat." Clever. I see what you did there. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Defended by Labuschagne. Ball bounces back to the bowler.
Wouldn't fancy being Ned Exley standing up to the stumps to an opening bowler.
Yeah, you can end up with a few damaged fingers.
I understand why he's specifically doing it, because of Labuschagne's preference for batting out of his crease. Wonder when we'll see Stokes in the attack and how many overs he'll be allowed to bowl today.
He bowled a few last week, but didn't get a wicket. Rushworth in, bowls, bounces out the gloves. I think you'll have Cast coming into the attack shortly. There's rain as well.
Yeah, so Stokes something of a luxury option, I suppose. This is our fifth seamer, by the way, he's the England skipper.
Rushworth in again. Oh, it's a shortish one, which Labuschagne does well in the end to get his bat out the road off, because it nearly followed the blade there. That's an over. Off dot balls, it's a maiden from Rushworth, so he's taken 1 for 27, 9 overs, 2 maidens. George from the pub has written on Facebook, if Paul Wilson, who was in the band last night, lived in London, he'd be a heavily in-demand session musician. That's apart from any projects he might be involved in, but he plays in a number of local bands, including Just Weller and the Revolutionaires.
Jest Weller.
Yeah.
Was that a tribute act?
I would imagine so. I don't know who they would be in tribute to, though.
Bruce Foxton.
Yeah, probably.
Potts continuing to northeast. No shot played. Hugh Knight says Bell and Sebastian back with a new album and tour.
Oh, their new song's cracking.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've got that
go
one.
around that, yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant. I've got it on my playlist on a certain streaming site.
Nostalgia's a thing in the past. Nostalgia ain't what it used to be.
What is the new song called?
Don't know, I'm
well
going
worth
around
a
to it.
listen. It's on Six Music's playlist now.
On a more cricketing note, Johnny Gaffer asks us to the injury status of Mark Wood, which you can tell us after this delivery from Potts to northeast, who defends on the offside Stokes fields. Mark Wood.
He had an elbow up because there was some floating debris in his elbow. Unnecessary Dream, Bell and Sebastian. That's a new one. Great tune. I don't know when he's coming back. We haven't heard anything else. He's being monitored by England, apparently.
Yeah, there we are. You won't hear much then.
Yeah. Bernard says he prefers the original Get Carter to any new version of it. I haven't seen the remake. There is a Get Carter Appreciation Society in the Northeast as well.
Potts bowls and northeast drives pleasantly through mid-off. I don't think Stokes is going to get back to this one, as his hat does indeed blow off and the ball eventually trickles over the line. Stokes was more cover than wide mid-off anyway. And northeast so far is looking good as he moves on to 25, while Labuschagne remains on his overnight 16.
Alan Cunningham has tweeted, he says there seems to be a lot of flat tracks around this season. I'm not sure this is the best way to find test batsmen, but the bowlers must be hacked off as well. Hard work, isn't it, to get the... I mean, Glamorgan have won 2 games, so they obviously have bowled teams out twice. Durham haven't managed it yet this year.
As Potts is in to bowl, northeast plays to Stokes at cover, and there's no run. On that very point, my former colleague Lawrence tweeted me or messaged me a line from the cricket statisticians. Championship matches to the same date last year, average runs per wicket 31.5, this year 36.5.
That's interesting, that.
So 5 runs per wicket more.
Yeah, because when Rushworth started bowling last night...
Potts into northeast. There's an appeal for caught behind. That looked a bit unconvincing. It probably hit something on the way through, but they went up in instalments.
Chris Rushworth's average per wicket this year 37, Ben Rain 36. So they're about in line then.
Yep, it's all gone up by 5, which is no bad thing considering some of the April and May periods that we've had in the past where sides have been bowled out for 150 consistently. Next delivery from Potts is worked down to point by northeast, but there is no run. The one scoring shot in that over then was the straight driven boundary, and Glamorgan, in reply to 311 all out from Durham, are 57 for 3. Lloyd caught Borthwick bowled Rushworth for 9. Labuschagne has not added to his overnight 16, during which time northeast has made 25.
Elon Musk has reported on Twitter today that his bid to buy Twitter is on hold.
All right.
How do, Marty, says Paul Wilson. Marty and Nick, says Paul Wilson. Greetings from a fairly sunny but breezy Costadale Hartlepool. Fairly even game at the moment. Should be with you until around 2 before going to North Tees Hospital to visit my ill dad, but should get back for the last hour or so of the game. Have fun. Well, we send your dad our best wishes. Hope he's
indeed
not too bad. And we're going to see a change of bowler now, and it is Ben Rain. And then we might see... Will we see Cars first or Stokes first? That's the interesting one.
Rain with 3 for 35 against Glamorgan in Cardiff in the first innings, and added 1 wicket in the second innings when Glamorgan were batting out for the draw.
Ben Rain then right arm over, coming in from the Lumley end, driven by Labuschagne. Dot ball out into the covers, collected by Bryden Carse. Rain sat out the game at Worcester last week. And Bernard's emailed, and I heard this, Bernard, last night, and it was a really hard question. On Total Sport every Thursday, we have Guess with Graham. So Graham is a local quizmaster, and used to be a regular caller to ring up to talk about football, and then started setting the odd question at the end of his calls, and now it's become a regular feature for years now, Guess with Graham. As Rain comes in, and the ball is lobbed up towards mid-on via the ground, played into the ground and then loops up into the air. No run. And Graham's question last night was, name the last 12 FA Cup finals which did not feature a London club. And he said I think he said it went back 32 years. Bernard says after 2000 I can't remember the finals any more than I could before it, as Rain comes in and bowls, defended. So it got me thinking. So in 1992 Sunderland played Liverpool. Liverpool played Everton, I think around about that same era. I remember the year that Wigan won it, because there was a lot of Wigan fans in our hotel when we were in London. Durham were playing Surrey 9 years ago this week, actually, at the Oval, and the Wigan fans were in, and it was 2013. Wigan won the FA Cup. I think they beat Man City, didn't they? And then they got relegated the same week at Arsenal. Rain in bowls, driven up towards wide mid-off. It's a run for Labuschagne.
Hey.
He's off the mark today. He gets one, and a hat's blown off as well.
Cardiff City Portsmouth 2008.
Oh yeah.
I've just looked up the date. I remembered the match vaguely, but I wasn't sure the year.
I went to 2 FA Cup finals at the Millennium Stadium, and saw Arsenal beat Southampton in 2003, and either the year after that or a couple of years later it was Man U Arsenal, and it was 0-0. It was the first time a penalty shootout went to first time an FA Cup final went to a penalty shootout. Rain bowls, that's gone down the leg side, but obviously on those occasions Arsenal were a London team, so they don't count. So it's quite a tricky one, isn't it?
You'd have thought there'd been a few Liverpool against Man United or Man City
against somebody
along the way, but not too many of them, obviously. Borthwick was a bit caught out there because he was so busy appealing for a non-existent catch down the leg side. He didn't see Eckersley flicking the ball back at him.
59 for 3, Glamorgan. 1 wicket today. Lloyd caught in the slips by Borthwick for 9 off Rushworth. Start the second over of the day. Rain bowling here, and breezy conditions in Chester Street. This is turned by northeast to long leg for 1. He moves on to 26. So he's come in and he's gone way past Labuschagne. Labuschagne's only on 19. Labuschagne scored 3 now today. There's a bit of grey cloud above us, but there's spots of blue sky, so we have bright sunshine one moment and then the sun goes in another. I can't think anymore. I don't want people cheating and looking it up online, but if anyone can add any off the top of your head, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, Nick Webb 2017, or you can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. But as Bernard says, I can remember every FA Cup final I watched as a kid right through to into the 90s and up to the early 2000s, and I haven't got a clue. Is it somebody who's in it this year?
Chelsea and Liverpool.
Chelsea and Liverpool, is it? It is Carse who is next off the rank. So we will wait to see. Stokes.
Yeah, so Carse bowling his first championship spell since July last year, and his first ball will be to northeast, who drives it. Doesn't quite time it through mid-wicket, but it'll pick up a couple of runs. There's a bit of a run round for Lees from square leg. 2 comfortable runs, 59 for 3.
He's had a lot of injury problems over the years, Bryden Carse, with his feet, knees, and Durham really had to re-evaluate his workload, particularly net sessions and things like that, and have a real rethink about how much work he was doing.
Carse in, balls. Northeast plays it to Gully, no run.
He had a couple of fractures of the foot, then there was, I think it was a knee issue that kept him out for much of a season. He's 26 years old, but this is only his 34th first-class game, so that tells you the story. And he was with the England Lions in the winter, might have been with the full England squad in Australia. I think England played England Lions in a warm-up game on the Gold Coast or somewhere, didn't they? And
didn't it rain a lot?
He tore his knee.
As Cast bowls, that's forced past point by Northeast. Has to run round Cast to get the non-striker's end, which prevents any chance of coming back for a second. 62 for 3. Northeast onto 29.
He suffered a tear in the knee and had to have an operation, so came home. But he, 2 or 3 years ago, I think they sent him to see a Harley Street specialist, and this specialist said they need to change the way he prepares for games and how he trains. He's a big lad as well.
As Cass is in, bowls, and that's through Labuschagne. Played forward, well beaten by that, through to the keeper. Just looking at the stats, I think on a rough count, Labuschagne faced 25 balls last night, so that means he's faced a further 23 for his 1 run this morning. So, quiet start from the Australian maestro, but can he dig in? As he drives Cast to Stokes at wide cover, no run.
Bernard's asking if I know which loam they've used on the square. I haven't got a clue. Gardening is not my thing. I am entrusted to cut the grass, but even then I am watched closely in case I actually veer in towards the flower beds and decapitate some flowers, so I have no idea about loam.
Cast is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who allows that one to go through. No run, and the over, 62 for 3. In the Roses match, Lancashire are still proceeding profitably. They're 322 for 3, with Keaton Jennings 173 not out.
I think that's his 20th first-class century. Broke the record for the most centuries in a season at Durham, and in 2016 the Player of the Year at Cricket Writers Association. First Durham player to end as the leading run maker in the country. That was what got him on that England tour of India that winter. Rain, ball in hand, coming in to bowl. Got a short mid-wicket in here, 2 slips. As he bowls to Northeast. Northeast forward, defends this one, plays it up to mid-on.
At Edgbaston, where Warwickshire inserted the visitors Northants, they're now 405 for 4. That's something of a comeback from Warwickshire, because it was 287 for the first wicket between Vasconcelos and Will Young.
What is it now?
405 for 4.
Struggling now then, aren't they?
A lad called McAndrew has got 3. Who I think is a new recruit.
In comes the bowler, and it's played by Northeast up towards mid-off. Is it Gareth McAndrew, is he called?
Let's see. Nathan McAndrew. Not aware of his previous work.
I don't think I am either then in that case.
Let's have a butcher's. He must be new. He's not in play for.
Rain again, turned away by Sam Northeast to deep square leg, 1 run.
In fact, there's some pretty big scores building all round in the first division. Surrey,
it's going to be another week of high scoring draws.
Surrey 361 for 5 against Kent at Beckenham, and Somerset 346 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Bristol.
Well, Beckenham's a road, and the other thing about Beckenham, that was where Sean Dixon got his massive score for Kent.
Nathan McAndrews, Australian.
Is he? Rain bowls to Labuschagne. He's appealing LBW. He played across the line and he's gone. Alex Wharf eventually raises his left hand, finger in the air. Labuschagne's found the going difficult today. He's gone for 17 now. At one point he had 19 on the ball. He's lost 2 runs somewhere between then and now. He's out, and that is a big wicket. And Rain was convinced the moment he started to appeal there. I thought that wasn't going to be given, but after a second or two, Alex Wharf raised his hand. Well, 63 for 4.
Yep, huge wicket for Glamorgan to lose and Durham to take. Labuschagne playing across the line. I think it would have probably hit 3/4 of the way up leg stump. Looking back at the replay. But strange morning for Marnus Labuschagne, who's scratched around and scratched around. Never got going at all, just a single to his name, and that in the space of 1¾ of an hour. So Glamorgan in the mire now at 63 for 4, I think it's fair to say, and that follow on of 162 is actually a significant factor now. As Kieran Carson comes to the wicket, albeit these Glamorgan batters are one play slower than they would be normally because of the night watchman. Kieran Carson in at 6, Chris Cook at 7, Billy Root will presumably now come in as 8, even though he's being played for his batting. But Glamorgan will need all they can get to scramble clear of this situation, with Lloyd and Labuschagne gone within the first hour.
How many balls did Labuschagne face today? Did you say 26 balls?
I think it was 25 overnight and 52. Probably need to check that back. So just skimming through the commentary, but I think it's 27 balls for 1 run this morning.
Well, Rain taking a wicket with the 4th ball of his 2nd over. Comes in here now to bowl to the new batsman Kieran Carlson, who leaves the first delivery. Carlson got a decent knock, didn't he, in the final against Durham last year? What was it?
82. It was in the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah, 82.
Yep.
This year he got 61 in the opening game in Cardiff. He also got 91 last week against Leicestershire, so he's a decent batsman.
Yeah, he's got a pair though in the defeat against Middlesex. So
was that a freebie?
I'll tell you. Neither was a freebie. No.
Rain in. Carlson drives at that one. It's along the floor behind point and drifts down towards the County Durham stand, just on our right hand side. 2 runs off the mark.
Dismissed against Middlesex by Toby Rowland-Jones, caught behind. Rowland-Jones had a pretty decent match. And then the seam of Martin Anderson, leg before wicket. It's clouded over it a little bit now. It's not as bright as it was. A little bit of blue sky still around. And still this very stiff breeze that's meant to be around 40 miles an hour for large chunks of the day. The applause for Ben Rain for his dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne in that over. So Lloyd for 9, Labuschagne for 17. Wicket apiece to Rushworth and Rain today. Glamorgan need a further 97 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, as Carr's bowls a short delivery that North East just gets out the way of. Balloons through to Eckersley. Let's give you the Division 2 scores at Derby. Worcestershire 349 for 8. Haynes, who scored that century last week against Durham, has made 133 in the end. But 4 for 99 now for Sam Connors as Derbyshire fight back slightly. At Leicestershire bowled out for 210 on the first day, lowest score in the round. as that is forced through the offside by Northeast. He may get 4, it may be held to 2. Yeah, it's picked up just inside the pavilion ropes, and they'll settle for 2. And Glamorgan on the Northeast end of things are ticking along quite nicely. He's moved to 32, Glamorgan to 67 for 4 though. Sussex, in reply to Leicestershire's 210, are 96 for 2. Tom Haynes made a half century, exactly 50. He was out off 45 deliveries. There's that one from Cars is driven to mid-on by Northeast, and there's no run.
Craig Porritt emailed about the FA Cup finalists.
All right.
Should have remembered this one.
Yeah.
Newcastle United against Manchester United in 1999 when Man U went on to do the treble. He says it was a nice question from Guess with Graham.
67 for 4 then, as Cars runs away from us and bowls to Northeast, who tries to cut at what is then called a no ball, but I don't think he was reacting to the call from umpire Middlebrook, unless he's got exceptionally fast reflexes.
Did you ever go to the Millennium Dome?
No.
During the year of 2000. Me and my wife went, and I remember having paid a fortune to get in. One woman telling us, "Move along, there's nothing to see here." It's like, there better be, the money we've spent. But one of the exhibitions was about teamwork, and it was Man U's second goal against Newcastle in that cup final.
Cars bowls and played rather hurriedly by Northeast. Was had to chop down on that one, played it out to point, no run.
It was the flow of the players in this computer graphics showing how they moved as a team.
Right.
The only other things I can really remember about the Millennium Dome from that exhibition was there was this the exhibition where we were told to move on was it you went inside the human body, and we were in the heart chamber when we were told there was nothing to look at with this beating heart.
Cars to bowl to Northeast, who drives, fielded well by the bowler in his follow through, no run.
The only other thing I remember was this huge picture collage from right across Britain, different pictures of different scenes, and one of them featured a crane hire company from Gateshead. And that was about it. Can't remember anything else.
Could have seen that in Gateshead.
Yeah. And the next day, I think we went on the Millennium Wheel, which was far more entertaining.
As Cars is in. Bowls, Northeast dabs it down, not past gully. There's a scrambling stop, and it's a dot ball. 69 for 4 at the end of the over. Northeast 32. Carlson is 2.
Not raining, is it? No.
Millennium Wheel, is that the thing that's now called the London Eye?
That's the same thing, yes. It goes around at a mile an hour. I've been on it 2 or 3 times. It's good. It's nice. Paul says, you've just read out the scores. He says, looking at the scores, Surrey and Leicestershire were the only sides choosing to bat. Other than Surrey, all toss decisions are looking dodgy now.
Oh, what do they know? County captains, eh? Yeah. Notts 347 for 8 at Lords against Middlesex. Roland Jones, who I just mentioned, 30 overs, 3 for 57.
Ben Rain starting his 3rd over. He's taken 1 4 5. Carlson is on strike. Carlson plays the ball up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, Carlson can be a scratchy starter. Most at risk early on.
Scratchy starter, was that the follow-up single to Firestarter? In comes Rain and bowls to Carlson, turned to mid-wicket, no run.
It'd have to be the 12-inch version that they could scratch it.
Yeah, somebody's trying to watch the Yorkshire stream has just tweeted, "I'm not saying the Yorkshire stream is lagging, but Boycott has just been dismissed for 36 by Statham after being trapped in front."
Very good. Like that.
Yeah, it's the War of the Roses this week. Rain in bowls, played by Carlson. to mid-wicket again. Potts is lingering in there and snatches it.
Shame Labuschagne didn't hang around a bit longer, so we could have had another confrontation with Stokes, because Stokes definitely won yesterday, hitting for him for a couple of sixes.
Anyway, FA Cup finalists not from London in the last 32 years. We've only answered about 3 or 4, haven't we? So get your answers in. I think there's 12 in all. Rain balls. And guess where the ball's gone? It's gone to Potts at short mid-wicket. Bernard says the IPL usually shows a diagram of the distance to the boundaries from one set of stumps to the others. Do the counties ever produce a clock face as the basic diagram? The actual distances from 12 o'clock? No, they don't. On occasion, when I sometimes go out, if there's a boundary particularly small, I might ask the groundsman what the distances are, but we can generally work it out because the pitch is cut with wide sort of dark strips going in one direction and lighter strips coming in the other, and each section's 12 metres wide, so you can generally work it out from that how far the boundary rope is away. There's rain balls again, and this is down to fine leg from Carlson, and I can't see around the corner, I don't think there's anyone there.
4
for 4.
Yeah, a fine leg was pretty square, more like backward square, so not much chance of cutting that one off.
Jen's doing the weather tomorrow, the better day of the weekend. Dry, bit of cloud coming and going, feeling warm, light winds, 18 to 20 degrees tomorrow.
That'll do.
It's too hot, that. I'll be melting. Sunday a bit cooler and the wind coming from the east, so rain in. This is defended. It's this time of year, you see, if you get easterly winds, the North Sea's still a giant fridge and it brings a lot of cool air with it. End of the over, 73 for 4.
Durham's first hour, really.
Yeah.
From 31 for 2.
Morning.
Overnight. 2 wickets for 42 runs and 2 pretty useful wickets in the shape of Lloyd for 9, Labuschagne for 17.
James Middlebrook, the umpire, looks absolutely weighted down with jumpers and hats and varying other things, and for the last 2 years, of course, the umpires weren't allowed to take any kit off the players because of COVID, and they're now looking at the ball again, and this isn't going to be another ball change. This is the 3rd or 4th ball change in this game.
At least the 3rd.
3rd. James Middlebrook and Alex Wharf, the umpires, have decided the ball's gone wonky, so they're going to replace it. So this ball has lasted 23 overs. What's going on with the balls again this year?
Well, they're meant to have less prominent seams, aren't they? But
I did write to Dukes once a few years back when they would seem to be changing the ball 3 or 4 times a day. The company said they hadn't altered their production techniques and couldn't understand what was going on. It was nothing they had done, they said. 73 for 4 ball change. Ball changes normally bring wickets, so we always write them in our notepad.
Ian Evans, Man City Stoke, Man City Watford.
Stoke.
Fran Perlo, Man United Liverpool 95, Spice Boy final. Man City
yeah.
Man City Watford, assuming Watford aren't counted as London. Are Watford counted as London or not?
Oh, well, they're outside the M25.
He reckons can
you get the tube to Watford or not?
Don't think so.
Get the train, can't you?
Man United Newcastle, early 2000s, says Fran.
99, wasn't it?
So we're getting that in a rather ramshackle
I don't know
quiz.
if Watford. I don't think Watford's London, is it?
Oh, it's oof.
I used to wonder why Watford Gap was so far away from Watford on the M1, but then I discovered Watford Gap is named after the little country village of Watford in Northamptonshire.
All right. I did a European rugby quarter-final at Watford when Saracens are playing there. As Cars is in to bowl, finally, to North East, who turns that one on the leg side.
Ooh.
And there's a shy at the stumps. It's a dot ball.
It's got really gloomy looking out there. There's a car coming in with its lights on. The car park, very prominent. A low grey cloud just above us at the moment. Hopefully it'll push on in this stiff southwesterly breeze.
The match at Watford enabled me to commentate in the build-up on the clearance of snow and the mascot,
by the way, yeah.
which was a camel going on a dinghy in the snow. As that is hooked by North East for a couple of runs out towards mid-wicket. They were clearing the snow and there was a camel being propelled on some sort of dinghy around the ground. I'm not quite sure why the camel was being propelled on a dinghy, but it was, and was probably wearing the fez as well. Saracens supporters used to wear the fez at that time. I think it's culturally inappropriate these days. But yeah, snow, camel, dinghy. You couldn't make it up. 75 for 4. Cars into northeast to forces again through mid-wicket, and we'll pick up at least another couple of runs here. They may think about the third. Carlson turns, northeast turns likewise, and they're through for 3 runs this time. 78 for 4. Northeast moves on to 37, and now after the exit of Labuschagne, he is Glamorgan's main hope of a big innings, I guess. With all due respect to Carlson and Cook, are reasonably capable of that themselves. Carlson taking guard.
It is a very windy day here in Chesney Street. We've got some pretty thick dark cloud over us at the moment as well, but the lights aren't on, and Glamorgan in their first innings are 82 for 4. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. David Lloyd, the opener, was caught by Scott Borthwick's second slip, diving across to his right to take a two-handed cat following an edge from Chris Rushworth. He went for 9, and then Marnus Labuschagne, a dangerous player, the Australian, scratching around this morning. He faced 27 balls, we believe, for just the 1 run before Ben Rain got him LBW 417 in Rain's second over of the day. Glamorgan now 82 for 4, trailed Durham's first innings total by 229. Cast bowls. Ball's gone off towards mid-wicket for a single for Carlson. And James Middlebrooks dropped a wide-brimmed hat, one of the many he's carrying, and that's drifted off across the square. The umpire retrieves it and clips it to a little holder on his belt. He does look quite weighed down by all the gear he's holding at the moment.
I'd be tempted to say, hold it yourself, mate. So, 83 for 4. As the cars in to bowl, a short delivery that Northeast ducks underneath. It is the end of the over. As the video stream in front of me flicked off for a moment there. 83 for 4, Northeast 37, Carlson is 11.
Apparently Elon Musk, they've just said in our news bulletin there, has put this Twitter purchase on hold because he wants to work out how many fake and spam accounts there are on Twitter and wants them down to less than 5%. All the bot accounts and whatnot.
You'll have to ask Musky Elon about that.
Yeah. Well, anybody with a number in their profile and lots of flags is generally a clue, isn't it? Rain into bowl here to Carlson, who plays the ball back to him. Also in the news, good news for the Roca Riviera, because the blue flags have been awarded to 6 beaches in our neck of the woods in Tynemweir, and the twin resorts of Seaburn and Roca are on there for the quality of their bathing water. And the gannets returned yesterday out the back of our house, which is a good sign. Means there's plenty of fish out there at the minute as well. As Rain comes in and bowls from the Lumley end, that's gone down the leg side, and the pods of dolphins have been photographed regularly off the pier in the last few days as well. Summer's on the way.
Glammy podcast, Everton against Manchester United 95,
Yeah,
Liverpool Man United 96. James Evans says Watford is within the M25 and it is on the tube, is it? It happens.
I thought it was on the tube. In comes the bowler, and that's cut down towards third man by Carlson on one knee for 4. Nice shot. Looked lovely.
Yep, stylish. Carlson at his best, dispatching that through the gap backward of point.
Watford's outside the M25, isn't it?
James Evans reckons it is inside.
No, I don't think so.
Nicholas Brill gives us Manchester City Wigan 2013.
Yeah, I mentioned that one.
Yeah, Everton Man United we've had, and also going back to the 70s, but I think that, didn't you say in the last 30 years?
It was 32 years. Watford is just inside.
Is it?
Yeah. I stayed near there last year when Durham played at Radlett against Middlesex, and I was in a hotel in Radlett village, right on the edge of the village. Ooh, playing a miss from Carlson. That one just beating the outside edge of the bat beyond the off stump. And the M25 basically ended the grounds that this hotel was in. It was an old watermill, but the M25 running across the back of the watermill.
All right. Yeah, Glamorgan are in Radlett in a few weeks' time, Sunday fixture. It's part of their mini tour of the southeast of England.
It's quite a nice little ground, actually. It's rain balls. We did have a bit of rain at one point. Took me about 3 hours 45 minutes to get home that night. We joined the M25 near Luton, but there's loads of roadworks down there at the minute, about 35 miles worth.
When isn't there roadworks in the UK network?
Paul and Alison came yesterday to watch the cricket, but today Paul is watching from home while Alison is at a class, so they're watching the live stream and listening to us as rain balls played by Carlson into the covers. Paul.
Stephen Moss says, I don't want to doom North East, but he's playing quite beautifully. When he started playing for Kent, a friend of mine who follows the game closely said he was nailed on to play for England. Wonder what happened. Looks every inch a Test player. Oh well, he'll be out next over now. You've done him, Stephen. Yeah, he's been the sort of next cab on the rank at times, hasn't he? But hasn't quite got off the rank. 32. Probably a bit too late, but stranger things have happened, I guess.
Well, you've got a new director of cricket from Kent now, haven't you? And Rob Key, who knows?
So, Cars to continue. Be bowling to North East. Cars has had a discussion with Ben Stokes, who is yet to bowl. He presumably will be the next luxury cab off the rank as far as Durham's attack is concerned. Passes into North East, who defends on the offside. Ball rolls gently to Stokes, no run. So if you're just joining us, Glamorgan losing the wickets of David Lloyd, caught it slip off the first ball delivered by Chris Rushworth, which was the second over of the day. Added just a single to his overnight, so he was out for 9. And Labuschagne added just a single to his overnight as well, but took around 46 minutes to add that single before being leg before to Ben Rain for 17. Bryden Carr's bowls down leg side. North East tries to deflect it away towards fine leg, but doesn't get any bat on it.
What does the rain radar say?
Looks it might be threatening a brief shower, but on the other hand it's blowing so fast overhead, then it probably won't last long anyway. Cast into North East, another short ball, ducks underneath, through it goes to Eckersley, so trying to disrupt North East's momentum. But so far he's looked alright.
It's Friday today, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's not got any rain forecast on here.
Yeah, at least we know roughly what day of the week it is, with these opening block all being Thursday to Sunday. As North East looks to turn on the leg side, and the ball off something of a leading edge rolls out to Stokes at cover. And there's no run. So Cass is hurrying northeast, certainly. See that wind blowing the bowlers' flannels around.
When Stuart Manger emailed earlier, he was asking who would Chris Rushworth's replacement be when Rushworth eventually retires. He also said the wind here is fierce. We've got a southwesterly with a hint of drizzle. Wonders if it's coming our way. He's in Sedbergh.
Cars into northeast, who's again hurried by a shorter delivery and just about fends it off his chest down on the leg side. Peterson with a nice piece of keepy uppy.
Talking of Sedbergh, which is over in the Cumbrian Fells, in the Howgill Fells. Durham played Lancashire there in the county championship 3 years ago. It was a Lancashire home game with a lot of Lanky fans complaining it was in Yorkshire. Not even in...
that's sacrilegious, isn't it? Cars into northeast, beats him outside off stump. Eckersley rather spoils the effect by dropping it. So that was a fine over by Bryden Cars to Sam Northeast. It was a maiden over and bowled to a batsman who was well set, forced him to hurry a couple of times, pinged a couple around his ear holes and then beat him outside off stump for good measure. So Northeast having to work hard. He's still there, 37, Carlson 15, 87 for 4, 162 the follow on.
Yeah, the Lancashire fans were complaining that Sedbergh used to be in North Yorkshire. It's Cumbria now, but beautiful location, and the matches were played in the grounds of Sedbergh School, which is where Martin Spate, the former Durham wicketkeeper, is the cricket coach. Change of bowling now, as we going to see Rushworth coming back in to replace Rain. And he was getting very excited about some of the young lads coming through the ranks at Sedbergh School in recent years, as Rushworth comes into bowl here. Start of a new spell for him. All that pops up off the shoulder of Kieran Carlson's bat. He fends it away one-handed down towards third man for 1. Borthwick chases it from the slip cordon, and Ben Stokes' hat's just blown off his head over at mid-off. I said it wouldn't be long before one of them lost the hat. Anyway, I got sent a message the other day. Stu Rayner, a friend of mine who used to work for the Journal in Newcastle's now a writer on the Yorkshire Post, and the Yorkshire Post have done an interview with Harry Brooke and some of the other young Yorkshire batsmen who've come through the ranks at Sedbergh School about how much Martin Spate had helped the development of their careers. There's a car now going past the side screen at the far end, which has put Sam Northeast off. Rushworth then from the Lumley end, right arm over to Northeast. Northeast places into the covers, no run there.
Irene says, have you mentioned 1992?
I did, yeah. Sunderland lost to Liverpool.
Lost to
I was
Liverpool.
there.
Yeah.
Played well in the first half, and John Byrne missed an open goal. Scored in every round, got to the final, ball went through his legs, and then start of the second half, most people hadn't even got back in their seats, and I think Ian Rush and Michael Thomas scored, and that was that. Rushworth comes in, right arm over and bowls. That's driven down the ground and away, 4-4 by Sam Northeast, so he moves on to 41 and is looking in decent nick again today.
Slightly over pitch maybe from Rushworth, just leant on it gently, persuaded it back past the bowler. And the beauty of watching Northeast batting when he is in full flow, which I don't think wouldn't say he's in full flow at the moment, but not much seems to be happening. It's not a huge degree of discernible physical effort going in there.
He's got a fairly open stance here as Rushworth comes in and drives this one beautifully through the covers for 4. Now that was over pitched by Rushworth, and it was outside of off stump as well, and meat and veg to a batsman like him, and that's away for 4 up the far end of the ground. Joe Barrow's emailed. He says, despite being within the M25 and having a tube, Watford is a town in Hertfordshire and very much not in London. Well, Middlesex stretches out a long way but is classed as London. Surrey goes miles but it's part of London.
Well, parts of Surrey are London, aren't they?
Yeah.
Goes a long way south.
Well, Beckenham, where Kent are playing, that's not far off the River Thames. Near, not too far from Greenwich. Rush within. That's 4 more. This is off the back foot, punched away past point for 4. What's going on here? The batsman is making the bowler look rather ordinary in this over.
It's very un-Rushworth, isn't it? But
100 runs up as well.
Certainly it's peak northeast. And it's all about the timing. He's not the biggest of guys, and doesn't seem to be putting full meat into it, but it's all about the timing. Just flowing at the moment in this over.
I was a little bit surprised to see Rushworth back in the attack, because I didn't think Rain was doing too badly. How will the bowler respond? Here he comes. Defended by Northeast on the off stump. What's Rain's figures? He's only bowled 4 overs, 1 for 13.
That's quite a
So I
short
wonder if he's
spell,
switching
isn't it?
ends.
Quite a short spell.
Where is he?
Well, Carter's giving
Carter's
Northeast the hurry up in the last over, so wouldn't take him off after 4 overs necessarily, unless there is a plan to bowl Carson short spells on his return to action, or return to championship action, but he's going into a 5th over, so it's not an immediate switch of ends for Rain.
This is a 37-run partnership as well from these two now, off 39 balls.
So Car's running away from us, shortish mid-wicket, 2 slips, and he's really hurrying Northeast to Carlson rather. Northeast was hurried in the last over, Carlson hurried in this over as that one went flying through to the keeper, and Peterson has been pushed in there in almost in a catching position at short mid-wickets for the one off the gloves, because Cars is bowling quickly and he's getting probably more bounce than anyone else in this game. Carson bowls and Carlson stretches, pushes it out into the covers. They scamper through for a quick single. There's just a little bit of hesitation there between the 2 batters as Sean Dixon made a diving stop at point, but he was so far extended to make the stop that he couldn't throw in the same motion, and they did get safely home as Carlson wanders halfway down the pitch, maybe to offer a little thought as to how the call might have been more decisive, maybe. 101 for 4. Carlson 17. Oh, what's this now? It's a helmet. Had plenty of interruptions in this game. Durham's over rate is level. Have to check what Glamorgan finished on. They were -1 at one point.
Amir Khan is retiring.
All right.
The boxer.
Yeah. Cars 2 slips and now a short leg in as forward comes Northeast. Hits that one hard down into the ground, bounces up to the bowler.
And some good news for TV and radio viewers and listeners in this region. There was I was coming back up the A19 after a game last summer. I think it might have been after Radlett, and the Billsdale television and radio mast on the North Yorkshire Moors had burnt down that day, and massive fire, and had to be, I think they blew it up in the end because it was dangerous, so they're now going to erect a new transmitter up there.
Carson, right arm over, bowls a short delivery that's gone way over the batter's head. It's gone over the keeper's head as well, and it's gone for 4 byes.
I was waiting for that to be no ball there on height. That was a ridiculous delivery. And the keeper was at full stretch off the ground there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it actually went over his hand or past his hand, but he was at full stretch, leaping. Didn't quite get the line right, but Cars is looking threatening, but
That bounced as high as the transmitter they're replacing.
105 for 4. Cars in to bowl to Northeast, who turns that one neatly through mid-wicket. They'll run 1 and they'll easily be able to come back for a second run as it's picked up by Potts, and that is Sam Northeast's half century. It's come off just 65 balls. It's included 7 boundaries, 64 balls, 7 boundaries, and it has looked pretty elegant.
That is, and that's worked this out, 60, 80, the 85th time he's got the 50 in his first class career. Now he did.
Cars is in to bowl to Northeast, another short delivery that he ducks underneath. This time it's a more controlled delivery through to Eckersley. 107 for 4 at the end of the over.
He's had an 85 this season against Notts, 81 against Derbyshire and 84 against Leicestershire. He does have centuries to his name against Durham in Matty Potts' debut game at Canterbury in 2017. General election day that year. He scored 109 not out and then 110. And twice that season Durham had the last Kent pair at the crease for the final few overs of a championship game, down there and here, and couldn't get them out, and both matches ended in a draw. So Northeast 51 in 65 balls. And how many 4s has he hit?
7.
7 4s. So his 4th half century of the season.
Will he repeat the pattern of the previous 3 and make it to the 80s?
Rushworth bowling to Carlson. Carlson plays that off the back foot past point and out towards the castle boundary. You'll get 2 here. Oh, they're coming back for a 3rd. They're going 1 for the throw. Good running. He was called through by Northeast.
Well, if Northeast calls a 3rd, then you'd assume that Carlson is pretty likely to make it, being the nippier of the pair.
Next ball from Rushworth is defended by Northeast and trickles out on the offside.
Disappointing news from the world of cycling. Wales's Owain Doull has just abandoned the Giro d'Italia because of illness.
One of the TV commentators has just tweeted, if you're not watching the Giro now, you should be. Rushworth bowls. Northeast plays this short on the leg side. Where's Doull from? Do you know?
No, should do. It's a Welsh speaker, I know that.
I've been watching it each night at home. There was a nice little touch last night as well. Deficit's currently 201, by the way, for Glamorgan. In comes the bowler. Oh, he's got him! Edged it, and he's gone. Northeast is out for 51, and Rushworth gets his man. Northeast has been on top, certainly in the previous over, with a few boundaries, but Eckersley takes the catch. Northeast is out, and Glamorgan are now 110 for 5. Northeast goes for 51, and the deficit is 201. Good wicket from a Durham point of view, a bad one from a Glamorgan point of view.
Yeah, Northeast had looked very stylish. I'd been hurried a little by cars at the other end, but hadn't previously looked in any difficulty at this end. But that a regulation dismissal, just pushing forward, edge through to Eckersley. Everyone went up, and I don't think much doubt about that one. So Glamorgan still a long way in arrears as Chris Cook, the former captain, will join Kieran Carlson at the wicket. Billy Root still to come, starting to run out of numbers. Michael Neser, we presume the injured Tim van der Hoogten will bat, and Michael Hogan. But this has not been one of Glamorgan's better batting performances on, as we've been saying, looks like a wicket that should produce plenty of runs. But don't think the pitch particularly responsible for any of this morning's dismissals. Yeah, Owen Doull is a Cardiff boy. Oscar Glantav and Llandaff. You mentioned earlier a brutalist building that's been knocked down. I thought you were talking about the old BBC Wales headquarters then.
The new ones look nice, right in the centre of Cardiff. Do you not like it? No car parking, I bet you're going to see.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. Where were the old ones?
At Llandaff on the outskirts of town, bags of car parking. Yes, I know we need to reduce our dependency on the car and all that.
Rushworth in to bowl to Chris Cook. Oh, he's got him first ball, has he? There's a massive appeal. I don't know if they're appealing for a caught behind or LBW here. It was a very obscure looking shot. He looks to try and pad up, and then at the last second looks like he's going to have to try and play at it instead, and it's gone between bat and pad. Everybody went up there. That was a strange looking shot.
I would guess that there was a little flick off the pad. And he was playing some sort of shot at the last minute and hit outside the off stump. That would be my best reconstruction of events there.
In comes the bowler again. Cook defends. Peter Miller had just tweeted a fourth 50 of the season for Sam North East, who is now averaging over 50. I'm looking forward to a first Glamorgan 100 against Durham. And then he tweeted a few moments later, I've done it again. So
110 for 5 then. Glamorgan at the end of that Rushworth over. So, a bit of Ben Stokes for you. So the England captain in fabulous form with the bat. 161 and 82 in his 2 innings back. Now looking to add his first championship wickets of the season as he comes on from our commentary end. Ben Stokes then. How did he look with the ball last week? I mean,
he didn't take a wicket.
No.
It was well, hardly anybody did they? I mean,
yeah.
Second innings, there was only 1 wicket fell on the final day. It was hard work for the bowlers on a flat track.
Decent sort of rhythm.
Yeah, he looks fit. I mean, he does look fit, you know. So there were worries over his knee, weren't there? But
here is Ben Stokes then. First delivery will be bowled to Kieran Carlson, who works it on the leg side, just wide of Peterson, but there isn't a single to be had. Now, Peterson, the little South African, is mooching around. Is now in a shortish mid-wicket position, having earlier been in at short leg for Cars, who was bowling with considerable venom, as Stokes' second attempt to deliver is held up because the bail had blown off at the non-striker's end. Umpire's hat nearly went with it. 110 for 5 then. Glamorgan in trouble, still 201 behind. Stokes in, bowls, and Carlson defends. Up to Potts at mid-on. There's no run. Looks pretty breezy out there at the moment. Flags absolutely blowing out sideways on top of the pavilion, away to our left. Stokes too late into the attack for a little joust with Marnus Labuschagne. In comes Stokes, past umpire Middlebrook, bowls to Carlson, who works that wide of Peterson, and this time there is a single available. Glamorgan move on to Nelson. 111 for 5, a mere 200 runs in arrears. It's interesting, Michael Hogan in his interview last night referred to a little bit of fatigue in Glamorgan ranks, or low energy anyway, on the back of the drive the previous day, and a game that went into the final session against Leicestershire on Sunday. Stokes in to Cook, who pushes and runs on the offside, and it's a well-directed single because Cars doesn't make any attempt to throw down the stumps, so Chris Cook has pinched a cheeky one to get off the mark. It's 112 for 5. 52 avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on here at Chester Street, where there's very little blue sky now visible, just a couple of very small faint patches. Cloud whitish grey as Carlson drives on the offsides. Point has got half a hand to it, and Dixon's might have saved one or two runs there. They've gone through for 2 nonetheless. Carlson moves to 23 and Glamorgan to 114 for 5. You're on BBC Sport Online, also available via the county's websites, and since we've had fewer no remarks on it, I trust the picture quality is okay today. Stokes bowls a short delivery that Carlson gets down comfortably underneath. Practices a pull shot afterwards, but didn't actually play it. So 4 runs off Ben Stokes' first over of the match, and Glamorgan are 114 for 5 in reply to Durham's 311 all out. And there have been more wickets in this match than anywhere else in the Championship so far. In fact, only one other match is into a second innings, Leicester against Sussex.
Rushworth to bowl here to Cook. No run there, played back to him.
So in 6 of the 8 matches, we're still in the first innings, so Worcestershire just been dismissed for 368 by Derbyshire. But in all the first division matches, there are 3, 4 or 5 wickets down. Deep into the 4th session of the game.
Rushworth in to Cook defended. Cook's number 46 on the back of his shirt in bright red numerals, looking pretty prominent at the moment. In grey conditions here in Durham. Overcast grey conditions, so you'd think decent conditions for the bowlers.
Yeah, Cook a gritty half-century in the first innings against Leicestershire, and boy, could Glamorgan do with another one here today.
Rushworth bowls. Turned off towards square leg for 1 by Cook.
And it was former captain who led Glamorgan's efforts in securing the draw in the first match against Durham, with 85 not out in the second innings after a 50 in the first.
Is Watford in London or not? That's the question we had earlier, and Craig's been on. He says, if Watford had an airport, I bet it would be called London Watford Airport. It is also the home of Harry Potter World, isn't it, on a big aerodrome there. Rushworth in, bowls, defended. My wife took my oldest daughter there about 3 years ago, and then she was about to take the middle one when lockdown came, so that is still on the back burner somewhere in the future.
Yeah, I mean, airports generally tend to stick the name of the capital city or the nearest big city in, even if they're miles away, don't they?
Yeah.
And Cardiff, Wales is enough hassle to get to, and that's only about 10 miles outside Cardiff.
It's along the M4, isn't it? So Rushworth comes in and bowls. Is it the M4? Yeah.
Well, yes and no. There are lots of country roads between the M4 and the airport.
Bristol's a pain in the
yeah, it is, isn't it?
posterior. That's right up on the hills.
Yeah, similar sort of situation to Cardiff, isn't it? You have to negotiate some country roads outside the city, which is not great.
Bernard sent another War and Peace. Bernard, I can't read these. I haven't got time. We've got to trim them down. Rushworth in, balls. That's gone behind point and down towards third man for Carlson. He'll get 2 runs here. Chased by Dixon, who's got a big muddy patch on the back of his left leg and on his knee. 2 runs there. Score moves on to 117 for 5. Carlson has 25 of those. You're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales. End of the over, and the deficit's 194. Right, what does Bernard write this time?
We've only got 22 minutes to lunch.
As someone who was given tuition in work study or time and motion studies many years ago, I tried to assess how often you can speak and for how long.
How often?
What on earth, Bernard?
What?
Using 4 minutes per over, you have 93 end of over periods of 480 instances between deliveries in each session.
Is this a veiled critique of our wandering off the point, do you think, occasionally?
If 32 overs.
Banging on about our favourite bands.
You've lost me, Bernard. Totally lost me now.
Ben Stokes bowls, and Chris Cook will take a run. Just the one through the covers, playing it between 2 fielders.
Right, he goes on talking about the time. Depends on whether a session runs to time or not. He said, you and your colleagues like Nick have your own internal mechanism when you switch from commentating on the balls bowled to making other remarks like contributions from listeners.
Yep.
He then says, in my opinion, you both have it down to a fine art which makes the game enjoyable and the day go so quickly.
Thank you, sir. There we are. We'll read out emails like that any day.
Yes.
118 for 5. Ben Stokes moves his offside field slightly, sending man squarer at point. Stokes in to bowl to Carlson, who's beaten by that one. A bit of bounce and pace outside off stump. And Carlson, in the end, just swayed. Well, no, he was beaten by it. He swayed back rather too late. Played at it.
He goes on to say, I did look back at Ben Stokes' innings at Worcester, and his fastest scoring rate was 53 runs in 11 deliveries, going from 63 to 110 with a 6, a 1, a dot ball, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 6, 6. There you are.
Stokes with the ball in hand, bowls to Carlson, who cuts, and that one is more or less under control. It has raced down to the vacant third man position, and Carlson picks up 4 runs. He's on 25, 29 as the ball changes, 122 for 5. Thomas Cooper's been in touch with on the Eurovision. I reckon Ukraine could enter Mary Had a Little Lamb and still win it. With sympathy for people of Ukraine, we have to draw the line somewhere. Should Wales or Scotland hand them a place in the Football World Cup? Stokes bowls, and Carlson flicks that one late off his legs. There was a bit of bat involved. It went very fine down to fine leg. And another boundary. Carlson to 33. Glamorgan on to 126 for 5. 36 needed to avoid the possibility of a follow-on. Ukraine plays Scotland on June the 1st, and then the winner of that plays Wales on June the 5th for a place in the Football World Cup. On a cricketing point, we keep banging the drum about fair play and the spirit of the game, and you can't substitute an injured player. Is that fair? As Stokes is in to bowl, and that's again guided away by Carlson. He may get 4 more. There's a chase down towards the wide third man boundary. The ball's just flicked back inside the ropes, and they're back for 3 runs this time. And an expensive over from Stokes. It's gone for 12 already, and he's about to bowl the last ball to Chris Cook. Should we have more injury substitutions in cricket? It's concussion substitutions and presume COVID substitutions are still allowed.
Don't know.
As Stokes in to finish his over, bowls, and there'll be more runs for Chris Cook as he just turns the bat, steers it down through third slip, and that one's run away for 4 runs. So there have been 16 runs off that Stokes over. He has figures of 2 overs, 0 for 20. Glamorgan 133 for 5. And virtually all those runs have come behind square. So he may usefully employ a third man in the next over.
Bernard's also sent a link to a feature on Cricinfo, the website. Osman Samiuddin has written a feature at a time when the country's very existence is at stake. A few hardy souls are making a pitch for association membership for the ICC in Ukraine, where they're still playing cricket. Rushworth from the Lumley end comes in and bowls. Inside edge onto the front pad there from Carlson, no run.
I didn't know there had been cricket in Ukraine, to be honest.
Was it not the Ukrainian bowler who... It was some qualification tournament last year, and the guy with the strange action.
Romanian?
Was he Romanian? Was he? I thought they were...
The guy who went viral?
Yeah.
I think he was Romanian.
You're Romanian, was he?
133 for 5. Got various invitations to various cricket events around the world.
In comes Rushworth, bowls, cut down towards third man by Carlson. Third man is vacant. And Liam Travaskis is on as a 12th man. He chases it, fields it, just in front of the County Durham stand to our right. 2 runs.
Edward Bevan will be fuming in his living room in Trebanos with the absence of a third man.
Yeah.
Mind you, Glamorgan profiting from it, yes.
He'll not be bothered at all.
So, is that being filled now? Is it rearrangement of the Durham field? Yes, we are finally going to have a third man.
It's Sunday, the day after the Lord Mayor's show. Rushworth bowls to Carlson. Carlson, a nice shot. He's absolutely thumped that off the back foot, cut it past point and away for 4 to the Castle stand.
Well, there we are. Plug a gap behind square, and gap opens up in front of square, but that was an absolutely genuine shot from Carlson. Nice little back foot punch, and he's speeding along at better than a run a ball at the moment. 42 off just 35 deliveries. And like North East, fun to watch when he gets going.
Rushworth bowling to Carlson, who's on 42. He bowls, and that is defended. It runs up to mid-on, no run. I don't know if you've been following a certain libel trial in London at all in your spare time.
Life's too short, really, isn't it?
Well, it is, but one of the media reporters for one of the national papers has been running a thread on it on Twitter. I was reading some of it last night. It's quite an interesting read. Rushworth comes in, bowls, cut by Carlson, and Travaskis, who is down at third man, runs across to try and cut it off. He slides in and stops it just in front of the ropes, bounces away from him as his foot just goes over the rope, but the ball is not in his hands. 2 runs.
141 for 5. 21 to avoid the follow-on. You get like this after years watching Glamorgan.
Mike Duncan says, I'm in Santa Ponza and heard about Bernard's work study calculation, which is based on the standard assessment of 100. In comes Rushworth, defended by Carlson. He said, however, the out would change if the ratings were either 90 or 110. Mike, you've totally and utterly I really do not understand what any of that's about. I was struggling to understand what Bernard's email was, to be honest with you, until it included a bit of flattery at the end. But,
just cut the rest of it and send the flattery next time.
I'm just a daft village lad. This is all over my head, all of this stuff.
And a few balls over the batsman's head from Bryden Cars earlier on, but his spell was rapid and I thought promising, but when you've got the England captain wanting a trundle, hey, here he is, Ben Stokes, rather more than trundling, but his last over was dispatched, as that one may well be as well. No, it's a scrambling stop at point, and
Travaskis again.
The subfielder,
it's been busy,
saving 4 runs for Stokes as Cook leant into a slightly over-pitched delivery, drove it into the offside. Umpire Wharf is at point.
We were discussing playoff football earlier before the day's play. Sunderland are in the final next week against Wickham. It was on this day in 1990 they beat Newcastle 2-0 in the semi-final at St James's Park, as one of the photographers pointed out upstairs. Stu.
Here comes Stokes to Cook, who cuts and will get just a single because there is a third man now. So third man, so he saved 2 runs at this end and 3 runs at the batting at the far end. 142 for 5 Glamorgan. Cook onto 8 not out. Glamorgan scoring at a healthy rate, as they so often do, but losing far too many wickets for the liking of Welsh supporters. Stokes in to bowl, hurries Carlson a little as he turns it on the leg side. Lees is in to field, and there's no run.
Tom Abel's got a century for Somerset, his 10th first-class 100. 428 for 5 against Gloucestershire. They're in Bristol, I think.
They're in Bristol. Yeah.
And the Cider Derby.
They'll be back until Sunday.
Yeah.
As Stokes races in and bowls, and that's punched on the back foot through the offside by Carlson. Nicely timed. It reaches the ropes now in front of the pavilion. And Ben Stokes is proving somewhat expensive. 0 for 25, and this is third over. Carlson races on to 48 not out. Could be the second half-centurion of the morning. Sam Northeast got there, but could go no further. His 51 came off 68 balls, included 7 fours. Next delivery, again punched to point and fielded. No run. Carlson on 48.
Notts are still batting against Middlesex. 405 for 9 now. Luke Fletcher's on 43. Stuart Broad on 10. So they've put on 53.
Well, Broad's usually there for a good time rather than a long time these days, isn't he? 146 for 5. Stokes in to bowl to Carlson, who noodles one past point and will pick up a couple of runs. In fact, he'll pick up 4 because this is past the man at third man. I think it's Ben Rain trying to sprint round that third man boundary, and that is Kieran Carlson's half century. It's cut off just 42 balls, and it's included 8 fours, and Ben Stokes is taking a bit of a tonking at the moment.
150 runs for Glamorgan as well. 150 for 5 in 34 overs.
So that's what, about 4.5 runs and over? Is he trying to do it off the top of my head? 150 for 5. These two have added 40 in no time at all. Came together in the 29th over. So 40 in just over 5 overs.
Rain back into the attack to replace Rushworth. Stokes, none for 29 in 3 overs. Wow.
Rubbish, sack him. Joking.
In comes Rain. This is defended by Cook. No run. Runs out into the offside.
Well, it's been an action-packed morning, hasn't it?
There's been quite a lot going on.
Oh, there are 31 for 2 overnight, 119 runs and 3 wickets.
In comes the bowler again, defended. I'm just wondering, because in the Cricket Info scorecards, they used to have a statistics section where you could see how much a batsman had got off a particular bowler. Can you? Carlson. When Stokes moves back to the top again, it will tell you. In comes Rain, played off towards mid-wicket to short mid-wicket to Keegan Peterson.
Well, Stokes' overs have conceded 4, 16 and 9 so far.
4, 8.
Most of them
12.
to Carlson.
15, 19, 23. Rain in and bowls. Played short on the leg side again towards Peterson. No run there. 23, 25, 26.
Might have gone to Carlson of the runs off Stokes. 26 out of 29.
Rain in, bowls, turned away towards the backward square leg for 1.
Maybe just getting towards the stage where Glamorgan will have an eye on the lunch interval. Although Carlson isn't usually that sort of bat anyway. So he checks his guard with umpire Wharf. Former Glamorgan favourite. Got his England honours after moving to Glamorgan. It's usually the other way round. Third man is being repositioned. Sean Dixon just told to go a bit squarer. And point is brought in to a semi-catching position. Oh, a few yards forward, please, Maddie.
Rain to Carlson. Oh, off the pad, inside edge, all under the pad. End of the over. Where are we? What's the time? 5 to 1. So maybe 2 more overs, and then how's your father?
We're going to see an over of spin from Borthwick, I wonder. Traditional, not much point. The way the seamers are largely been threatening, but Stokes has got a bit to claw back in terms of his figures. 3 overs, 0 for 29 so far.
If he gets a wicket now, he'll not mind.
Oh, certainly. He's bowling to Cook, who's been less severe on him so far. There's Stokes in to bowl to Chris Cook, who defends on the offside. No run as Peterson runs round the field. Shaft of sunlight coming through. Mostly dark-ish grey clouds, but quite high, and no real expectation of rain.
Other than the bowler.
As that is hammered through the offside by Chris Cook, and Stokes turns and is furious with himself. That's raced away for 4, and Glamorgan racing along now as Cook moves up to 13, 155 for 5. And the ill treatment of Ben Stokes continues.
How many boundaries has he conceded now?
As Stokes is in to bowl outside off stump, and this time Cook shoulders arms. I think I'm going to have to
6
metaphorically shoulder arms and pass the rest of the commentary over to Martin while I prepare to update radio listeners in BBC Radio Wales.
Nick will be back after lunch, so lunch in 1 o'clock, and then play resumes at 20 to 2. So Stokes has gone for 6 boundaries in 3.2 overs as he bowls here, defended on a length. Comes the bowler, that's gone down the leg side as a waft from Cook, but they're playing a miss. And the breeze, the wind has suddenly got up. Just wondering if maybe the wind is affecting Stokes a little bit. He's not looked the part with the ball today, but he's running in, he's got this really stiff breeze on his back. Suddenly we can hear the wind hitting the advertising hoardings down below us. Gusty afternoon. Stokes in, that's defended. So having gone for 6 boundaries in 3.2 overs, he follows up with 4 dot balls and looks the part there. End of the over. Stephen Hedges says, watching the last 4 or 5 overs, you wouldn't think Glamorgan are 5 down. Yes. It's a good drying day, although you'd need super strength pegs, I think, on a day like this, but get the washing in there and get it on the line this afternoon. 1 minute to 1, so we will squeeze in one final over here. It's rain before lunch. Bowling here to Carlson, who plays that off through mid-wicket for 1 run. Carlson got 82 in the final against Durham at Nottingham last year. So he's now gone past 50 in first class cricket. 19 times. Got 928 runs last year, including 300s and 550s. Rain bowls. Cook plays us to point, no run there. He got 61 in the opener against Durham in Cardiff this year, and he got 91 against Leicestershire last week, so this is his 3rd half century of the season. He's currently on 53 from 44, but he is now at the non-striker's end. Cook is on 13 from 22, and importantly, his partnership is nearly at 50, 46 from 45 balls. Rain to Cook, he bowls, it's defended. So far in this match we've had 1, 2, 3, only 3 partnerships worth more than 50. Lees and Peterson. Lees and Borthwick, sorry. And Eckersley and Stokes. Rain and Stokes. Delivered by Rain, played off towards the covers by Cook. Partnerships for Durham yesterday: 15, 62, 20, 33, 42, 54, 61, 3, 0, 21. For Glamorgan last night, 8 and 0, and then today 24, 31 and 47 and 46. The current partnership. 1 run at the start of this over, followed by 3 dot balls, 2 balls left to go to lunch. It's fish and chips today. It's a Friday as the bowler bowls, nips back in low, kept out late by Cook. 1 delivery left of this morning's session, which began with Glamorgan 31 for 2. They lost Lloyd for 9, Labuschagne for 17, Northeast for 51. They're 156 for 5. It's 2 minutes past the hour. $125 runs scored this morning. That is a dot ball as well. Back up to the bowler's end. That is lunch. 156 for 5. So Cook has 13, Carlson 53, 37 overs gone, 68 remaining in the day. Not a bad morning for Durham, 3 wickets in it. 125 runs conceded. They trail by 155 at 156, so they're only just at the halfway stage. But 5 more runs on the board and the follow-on is avoided. Right then, so we will see you at about 1:43:44.
Oh, yes, spot that.
Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village versus Pro, with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going. Scott, can I have middle please?
Yep, spot on.
Thanks very much. Right, Village vs Pro, episode 2. Let's take on Scott Borthwick, Durham captain, leg spinner. Oh. Run. Well,
is that alright? One in the covers? Have one or a dot?
It's a dot.
Right. If I'm a point, it's definitely one.
Giving me one. Okay, give me one.
Oh, yeah. Hey, well, you're not watching it on the rack, you can't. Favourite shot.
That's a hell of a
It
shot.
was a full toss.
Yeah, but he made it full toss.
Absolutely middled it as well. Gonna spin when it doesn't bounce, mate.
Right, third ball, 5 runs on the board.
Oh.
One.
Oh. 4, because we've got everyone up. Everyone up. You need to swing harder than that, like. Understand. Give it to him.
Oh!
Dot ball, yeah.
That's a dot.
Yeah. Oh, well done, mate. Got a shot in. Just going to dot. Get out your over. Brand new scoreboard. It's never been hit before yet. Get loose. Point up, badge.
Oh! Oh, toe. That's out. Oh, failures. Good. Yeah, well played.
Thanks very much.
Very well played. Great reverse sweep shot that. It screws that as well, doesn't it?
Not too bad.
Got it on full toss. Beautiful.
What have I got next?
Now you got Matthew Potts, opening bowler, quite quick. Open your eyes, watch the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, stay relaxed. Good luck, eh?
First over, what start?
First over, that was alright. I towed that last one, I'm disappointed because I got to it on full. But
I think we might have to give it out for that one.
I think it was probably caught mid wicket. It was a horrible hike. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Borthwick, great lad. Now the pace battle begins. This lad is rapid. He just told me he bowls 86 miles an hour, but on a good day with wind, he's bowling 90. Fingers crossed.
Right, first one. Take 2.
Sharp.
It's a rock, that. Get past that, Potty. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, that is so rude.
Oh, yes, spot that.
All stayed out of the way, Toby. Good.
Yes, well played, Toby.
I don't think you enjoyed my attempt at the ramp. No, okay. Come on, Toby. Come on, watch the ball, watch the ball. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball.
Oh,
That's one. Top bowled.
so is this the fastest you've ever faced?
Yeah, by about 50 miles an hour.
Oh, on the glove.
I'm alright.
Down on it.
Still there, mate. You're still there.
Just rock him up a little bit now. Right, last ball against Messi Plus. I have survived over. Still very nervous. Last ball.
Oh,
Hey,
love
well
that.
done.
Hey, have some of that. Good stuff, Toby.
That's 6.
Right, survived the nerve from Matty Pot. Now it's time for Durham's greatest ever wicket taker, Chris Rushworth. Always wanted to face him. Let's give it a go.
Oh,
Let's slip in, Rushy.
Go for 4, go for 4, go for 4, go for 4. Yes.
Hey, Rush.
surely, surely.
No, cold hands and slips this time of year. 14 for 1. It's a very generous scoring, but I'll take it.
Oh. Yeah. She might not take hand like that. Maybe bumper in here. Yeah. Maybe. Just keep on his toes. Oh.
Well, that might be a different player if it was a newer ball.
Good stop ball.
Okay, good to go. 2 balls left from Chris Rushworth. I've only got out once to these boys. This will be the time. Come on, watch ball, watch ball. Oh. That is quite a good delivery from the Durham legend. Last ball from Chris Rushworth. Come on, Toby, you've got to hit 6.
Oh.
Alright, that was amazing fun. I reckon they took it very easy on me, otherwise they would have probably broken some ribs or something, but thanks to the boys. Time for Jack to have a bat.
I know.
I'm not going to have a guard at that village. What are you giving that?
You did.
No.
That's close, I reckon.
Oh. We'll hit in slow motion now.
I told you balls are wrong on first ball.
Terrible, terrible start.
Oh! Beat 45.
Yeah, it's gone past 45, it's gone for 4.
Nah, 2.
Even 2 for that.
2 there.
Oh, ball. Ball. Play, Jack.
Feels really quick.
That's a hell of a shot.
It's gone a very, very long way. We'll be taking that.
Oh! Play, Jack.
Oh, hello.
Oh, top ball.
Well done. Jack's second over here against Matty Potts, mid-80s. Let's see what happens.
Very, very nervous.
Oh, runs!
That is so quick.
Oh, well left, Jack.
Oh, that is so
How
out.
was that?
How many slips do you have?
2 in the gully. Nah, wide. Not out.
Oh, bold.
All we've got to do here is just stay in. But he's just so quick.
Oh, what a take from the keeper.
A nice of a potty.
Get over this.
Oh,
Runs.
another 4. It's a good bat over.
I just can't see it. Rapid. Absolutely rapid.
What did you make of that, Jack? Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just not happy with my slip fields there, I don't think. Slip fields have cost me a few diving over them, letting them go for 4.
It's early April, their hands are cold.
Early April, but I'll give them a scolding when we get the change rooms.
Oh,
Well played,
that's
Jack.
quick as well.
Third man, productive. I'll just do one then.
But I think I'm going to try and hit him away on here. Come on, got this.
Oh!
Oh, shot.
Just short mid-off.
Top ball.
As a proper village cricket swing.
Swing harder.
Oh, played. Well played. Oh, well played. Oh! How was that missed? Last ball of Village versus Pro. With thanks to Canterbury at Durham.
Chris Rushworth, County Championship legend, bowling at village cricketer Jack Meacher. Last ball.
Last one, nowhere near as many runs as Toby. He did incredibly well, but just, I want these stumps intact, actually. I want these stumps intact, please.
Oh! Little stump out the ground. That is a beauty from Rushworth.
Thank you very much for that. Enjoyed it a lot.
What a way to finish Village versus Pro. These guys have been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much to Canterbury for sorting out today. It's been amazing. Looking forward to the next one. See you next time.
Hey, I'm Chris Hughes and I'm here in the beautiful Northeast in a place I absolutely adore. And today I'm with Virtue Motors and I'm going to be joined by 6 first-rate athletes at the very top of their game, and I'm going to be putting them through their paces. So let's go see what today's got in store. So this is where we're going to be putting our 6 athletes to the test. The Beacon Elite, home of Sunderland AFC's Foundation Elite charity. It's an amazing complex, so let's go show you around. For Newcastle Eagles, Marina Fernandez. She's known as Captain Fantastic, leading her team to a British Basketball League Cup final this season. And Darius Defoe, the most decorated player in British basketball history. Mr 27, a true North East sporting legend. For Durham Cricket, we've got Rachel Hopkins, a key figure in the Northern Diamonds team, a coach and a proper all-rounder. And Chris Rushworth, Durham's leading wicket taker in their history. This guy knows how to perform at the highest level. And for Sunderland, we've got Patrick Roberts, one of the most exciting Sunderland signings this season, and Jermaine Defoe. This guy needs no introduction, a proper true Sunderland and England legend, part of the Premier League's 100 club. So we're here on the 4G pitch. This is on the roof of the Beacon Elite, and this is where we'll be having the football challenge. Over there, we've got the speed cage to show you how it's done. Let's see if they got that in the locker. 43, that's not bad. That's a good strike as well. Yes, 47. Ooh, 42. Yes, 51, now we're talking. Nice, technique that. Nice, 54.5. Oh, okay, got a game on here, 51.9. Oh. No, that was your number. Nice, 58.6. Strong. Nice, 58.1. So the cricketing challenge is up next. It's very simple. The ball will be fed out and the players have to retrieve the ball from each of the 3 stations and aim to hit wickets with the ball. If they do that correctly, the team who hits it the most times will win the challenge.
One. Deep point. Oh. 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 Yeah! Nice! Oh!
You need 4 to tie. Yes, nice. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. So they're all warming up in the background. You can see them behind me. We're going to be throwing 3 free throws each and 3 3-pointers. Let's see who comes out on top. Nothing but net. behind the arc. You can actually choose anywhere from behind the arc. If you feel a bit more comfortable from the side, which for me personally being a profound 3-point shooter, I like to take it from the edge there. Oh, not bad. Nice form, nice form. Oh, nice, that was nice. Don't mind the good technique. Oh, yeah. So that concludes the Virtue Motors Cross Sport Challenge, and we have the results. In last place, Newcastle Eagles. It was a good effort. In second place, we have Durham Cricket. But the winners on home soil and taking away the trophy is Team Sunderland. Congratulations, guys. Well done, lads. Deserve that. Fantastic. Fantastic.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. The washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
between Durham and Glamorgan, where Glamorgan resume on 156 for 5 in reply to Durham's 311 all out. They added a further 125 runs in the course of the morning session for the loss of 3 wickets, and that in 28 overs. So Durham's over rate is lagging a little bit, but we've had a bright day's cricket as Matty Potts turns and bowls the first ball of the afternoon session, and he's bowled Kieran Carlson. He goes for 53, and Durham make the best possible start as Carlson prodded forward uncertainly to that. Potts celebrating, and that is a big wicket, a big loss for Glamorgan, as Matty Potts claims his third and adds to his very healthy tally this season. Just beat him for speed, basically. Carlson a little too late on his defensive shot, and it hit the top of middle and off. He's gone for 53 off 45 balls. Glamorgan are 156 for 6.
Interestingly, North East getting to 51, Carlson to 53, and then both getting themselves out. He just went slightly back in his crease there, Carlson, instead of going forward to that one, and the ball just kept low under the bat. But what a start from a Durham point of view.
Well, they must have high hopes of a first innings lead now. Glamorgan have still Chris Cook at the wicket, and Billy Root playing his first team match of the season, and bizarrely batting at 8.
They've come out 2 minutes early here. They didn't go off the field till 4 minutes past 1.
Kieran Carlson left wishing that they had come out a couple of minutes later. So Root will be on strike, and Durham will have to deal with a left-hand batter for the only time in the Glamorgan innings, with James Wheel being unwell and not making the 11. I suspect he may well have played otherwise. And Potts has got 3 for 29.
The trail by 155. Interesting.
Halfway there, Ben Bon Jovi time. As Potts is in to bowl down leg side, 4 runs.
151, so the follow-on's nearly disappeared now.
Just a little bat involved, and Root is up and running with a boundary first ball. 160 for 6 are Glamorgan. But that's a really big loss. The ball after lunch, if you're just settling back in after taking your own lunch at home or wherever you are in the office. And Carlson's gone already after a very entertaining 53. 45 deliveries. Potts in to bowl to Root, who's forward, pushing it out on the off side. Many Glamorgan followers I know have been surprised that Root didn't come into the reckoning earlier on. Ian Evans, it was on Twitter, who jinxed Carlson by saying that Carlson's display against Stokes couldn't have harmed England chances. Well, he's got a long way to go, Kieran Carlson, I think, to get more consistency into his game. As Potts bowls and Root defends out on the offside, Stokes fields, and there is no run. Freddie Jones was wondering whether a few people sitting near the effects microphone had been on the amber nectar. It's a bit too chilly for that. Sounded a bit boisterous earlier on, apparently. Didn't notice it myself.
Well, the only thing I noticed outside was somebody who's reading the yearbook.
Here's Potts into Billy Root, leaves that one go outside off stump through to Eckersley. Morgan have got to rebuild again. Chris Cook hit a couple of nice shots in the morning session. He's 13 off 26 deliveries. Glamorgan rapidly running out of batsmen.
Just trying to remember how many wickets Potts got last year. May already have broken that now. 23 last year in 7 games.
This next delivery is allowed to go through outside off stump by Billy Root, so the eventful nature of today's game continues with a wicket and a boundary in the first 2 balls after lunch. Glamorgan are 160 for 6, needing a further 2 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Not a morning session for the headline acts. Marnus Labuschagne 1 run off 27 deliveries. Ben Stokes 0 for 33 and 4. Half centuries for North East and Carlson. Wickets for Potts, Rushworth and Rain.
Ben Rain to come in and bowl from the Lumley end to Cook, who plays that short to Peterson on the leg side.
So the run rate is still over 4 runs and over. Glamorgan don't have that many wickets left. Michael Neser next in. Tim van der Hoogten and Michael Hogan.
Comes in and bowls, defended. Wind's getting up again there, isn't it, outside?
It's been pretty breezy all day, looking at the trees surrounding this picturesque ground. Not sure if it's enough to affect the bowlers out in the middle, but maybe.
Rain in, turned away down towards long leg by Cook for 1. He moves on to 14.
So Glamorgan would have certainly have ambitions of much more than this, even starting today on the back foot, but losing Lloyd with Rushworth's first ball and Labuschagne a couple of breezy half centuries since then, but could have done with something more substantial.
Reina's going to come around the wicket now. And ball. Defended by Root. Plays that short on the offside. Well, it's by far Potter's best year. This 27 wickets this season. He got 14 in his debut season in 2017. Didn't play too much in the next 2 or 3 years, and got 23 last year. 27 this year. What a prospect. In comes Rain, balls. Pushed up towards mid-on, no run there.
So Glamorgan not able to put together the big partnerships. Durham didn't really have anything more than 60 odd.
In comes Rain, defended, runs up to mid-off, bounces off Ben Stokes at mid-off, end of the over. 161 for 6.
So how many more can Glamorgan garner for these last few wickets? Night watchman Andy Gorvin went up the order. Neser, respectable bat, but hasn't really come off this season. His top score 29. And Root playing his first match of the year in the first team, albeit a pretty experienced character. So a lot on Chris Cook's shoulders potentially as Potts bowls, and Cook edges one down to third man. Will turn and come back for the second, and will get there fairly comfortably. A well judged second run. And Billy Root has been something of an enigma for Glamorgan. Has had spells of real excellence and then some rather fallow spells in between as Potts bowls and Cook works that one to point. There's no run. Root last season played 11 of the 14 championship matches. 442 runs as an average of 27.6. One unbeaten century, but not really the sort of consistency that you'd expect from someone looking to hold down a top order place in the county side. Potts bowls and Cook pushes forward back to the bowler, who feigns to throw back at the stumps. Cook quickly made sure that his back foot was in place. 163 for 6 Glamorgan, so past the danger of being asked to follow on, though few sides seem to enforce it these days in the county championship, with those couple of runs from Cook, who's on 16. Potts into bowl, down leg side, they claim a catch behind and it's given. Caught behind, down leg side, and Cook goes, turned, looked away. Whether that was guilt, I'm not sure. But up went the finger from umpire Middlebrook, and Glamorgan in real trouble now at 163 for 7. And Potts has 4.
Well, 3 times this season he has gone on to take 6-fers. He's filled out a lot over the winter. He looks a bit quicker this year. He's a bit bigger, and he's doing a job for Durham.
2 wickets have gone since lunch then, and this Glamorgan innings falling away badly really. Looked to be making good progress when North East and Carlson were in full flow, but it's all too brief. And Cook wanders back looking really disconsolate. He's gone for 16.
Well, they've avoided the follow-on. Whether it would have been enforced or not remains to be seen. It doesn't seem the fashion these days. It's just an edge behind. I was just busy looking at something on my computer.
Down leg side.
Down the leg side.
As Michael Nisa will stride out into the combat zone, making his way down the pavilion steps. And Glamorgan need something substantial from him. They're still 37 runs away from even one batting bonus point. And it has been a slump again for Glamorgan, who've turned in 2 decent performances in the last 2 weeks. They played really well up at Nottingham, then slumped at home to Middlesex. Played well at Derby to get within 20 odd runs of victory. Eventually saw off Leicestershire in Cardiff, not the greatest side in the division, but they would have hoped for a stronger performance than we've seen so far, even though there may be a few weary bodies among their bowlers. So Michael Nisa, wearing 30, makes his way to the crease, scratches away, takes guard. 163 for 7. Potts 4 for 35. He's got 2 balls left of his 11th over, and there are 3 slips in waiting, as well as a third man. A lot of runs went down to third man in the morning session, as Nisa's forwards meeting that with a firm defensive bat, playing it back to the bowler.
Chris Sharp said he was cycling from York to Malton and listening to the Roses match, but as he went to push on towards Pickering, he switched over to us because he said there's a limit to how many Jennings runs I can stomach. Keaton Jennings, a former Durham man, had 200 at lunch, I think.
Here is Potts into bowl to Nisa, allows that to go through to Ned Eckersley. The applause once more for a successful over by Matty Potts, who really is leading the way in this particular game for his side. 4 for 35, including the 2 last night, and now 2 quickly after lunch. The wickets in the morning session falling to Chris Rushworth with a couple, and Ben Rain as well.
Alan Shaw says surely Potts has to be in consideration for the New Zealand series.
Well,
how many players can Durham afford to lose to England? They'll be obviously Stokes very rarely plays for Durham anyway, but Lees, Potts as well, Cars. Be nobody left. Rain coming round the wicket then to bowl to Billy Root, who pushes that off to mid-wicket, no run there.
And we've had more wickets than any other match now. 17. Leicester Sussex is still on 13. All the second division sides, at least, were in the second innings of the game. The 4 first division matches are all in the first innings of the game.
Rain 1 for 16 so far. Root forward to this one, plays it out to Peterson in the covers. There's a few people on the balcony of the health club over there.
Keaton Jennings 208 not out.
Is he?
Lengths 422 for 3. Looking to bat Yorkshire very firmly out of that Roses match.
Remember a few years ago he was really struggling. Durham were playing at Middlesex and I think he got a pair. As Rain comes in, this is defended, and he just looked so sad at the bar one night. So I tried to cheer him up with stories of how I once got 3 ducks in a row. One of them I got run out without facing a ball, but didn't seem to do the trick. I think he said something along the lines of, I don't think it's quite the same.
Mine's a pound.
Yeah. Rain right arm over to the left-handed Root. Bowls, it's a bouncer. Lewis on Twitter says Potts looks a different bowler this year, better line and length and added a bit more pace. He's dangerous. He is looking the part, isn't he? So 28 wickets he's got now this season. Anyway, our correspondent from the valleys with his hens, Peter, who did do a game of commentary when Glamorgan played up here a few years ago, was defended by Root up the mid-off. He stayed on the Roca Riviera. I had tweeted the Durham fast bowler Matty Potts is enjoying his best season in first-class cricket. He has 27 dismissals so far. And Peter said, has he been keeping wicket? So I replied, he is dismissing batsmen for fun, and I should really dismiss this comment from you. But while typing, he's taking his 28th wicket, so that's your fault. So he replied, it usually is. So there you go. Next delivery from Rain. Pushed off towards point, no run there.
I'm not entirely sure of whereabouts Peter lives in Swansea, but I wouldn't have thought he's valleys.
No, but he's
a fair distance outside.
He lives the good life, doesn't he? He's got this little small holding in the back garden with all these chickens and hens and everything.
But not all Wales is
probably loads of cats
taken
and dogs
up by
as well.
valleys.
No. Rain in, playing a miss from Root through to the keeper.
Which door lineman tweeting, don't let those England coaches get their hands on Matty Potts, they'll ruin the lad.
Mark Church, the Surrey commentator, has just tweeted, it's a delicious afternoon at Beckenham. And it looks like he's in the marquee we were last year. In fact, if I show you this picture here, can you see this big barn in the corner there?
All right.
That is Crystal Palace's indoor training barn thing.
Yeah, there we are.
Looks like a giant ice skating rink. And it does. It looks like a nice day there. Blue skies.
You're not admitting that the weather is more clement further south, are you? Steady on. Potts is in to bowl, and that one's kept low. And Nisa trying to jab down on it, but couldn't do much about it. And that one has just missed his off stump. It's jagged back a little bit as well. And Nisa is slightly fortunate to survive, because that was a tremendous delivery. Glamorgan have crawled past the follow-on total, but it looks as though Durham will have a significant first innings advantage here, as Nisa's hit on the pads, looking to work on the leg side, and there's no run. So Glamorgan in trouble after lunch after that double strike from Potts, in the same way as he struck twice last night in quick succession to get rid of Salter and Gorvin. After lunch he's got rid of the established pair of Carlson and Cook, as Nisa clips that one to mid-wicket, but won't yet get off the mark. Straight to the fielder.
Bernard's been back on. He mentioned that Ukraine story on Cricinfo earlier. He said Alison Mitchell's recently had an edition of the BBC podcast Stumped, which Bernard heard on Radio 4, where she interviewed someone who had settled in Ukraine and was keen on cricket and was getting the locals to play the game there.
Potts is in to bowl. That one seemed to keep lowish as well, as Nisa jabbed it away on the onside, dealing reasonably well with it, but pitch seems to be playing slightly more tricks today.
Yeah, that one stayed low, didn't it? Yeah, so the BBC Stumped podcast, you can listen to that on BBC Sounds. May I also throw in your direction something that I was very late to and only discovered a few months ago. Mark Steele's in town, which is often comedy of the week on Radio 4. Fantastic fun.
Potts is in to bowl to Nisa, who defends to mid-on, fielded by Cass, and there's no run.
The first one I heard, he was in Blyth in Northumberland, and it was absolutely hilarious. There's a live audience as well, and Whitby was very funny. He's travelling all around the country. He was in Durham last week at the theatre, as were Half Man Half Biscuit, actually. Missed them both, unfortunately, but I presume there's an edition of Durham coming on Mark Steele's in town soon.
Potts bowls, and that's edged, falls short of slip, and Nisa will get off the mark. Just about getting on top of that one. In fact, it might have been sort of on the half volley between the slips, but don't think it'll go down as a chance. 166 for 7, but a really threatening over from Matty Potts, which Michael Nisa only just managed to deal with. He's won. Root is 4, 166 for 7.
Bernard mentioned this morning, he just baffled us with loads of numbers and how you to try and quantify the use of speech per minute or something, and totally not absolutely baffled us, as did the tweeter who followed up with that to say Bernard was correct, but we didn't know what he was correct about. He's trying to explain things in a new email entitled War and Peace Part 732, as Rain prepares the bowl at the start of a new over when the batsman is ready. It's Nisa who's on strike. He has one. Rain in, right arm over, bowls. Oh, nips in sharply, and Nisa turns it late to square leg, no, and then. I think what he was trying to say was, in many industries where production can be measured, but it's not possible for journalists or cricket commentators unless it's done in the bar, he says, a bonus can be paid if someone can work faster in their role. As an example, the numbers quoted by someone else may be suited to where his employment was located, but many industries aim to get 80 minutes of production out of a worker for each 60 minutes of working time. This is a cut down towards the vacant third man area where lots of runs have gone in this game, and that's 4 runs to Nisa. 170 for 7 now. Glamorgan 30 away from a batting point. Durham have 2 bowling points, another couple of wickets, and they will have snaffled the 3. So he said that would result in 80 minutes of pay rather than 60 per hour. And he says, I've always had an approach to life never to take it too seriously. And then the email takes a strange swerve, which I'll come to in a second, as Rain comes in and bowls. Defended by Nisa on the length. Ball rolls back up to the bowler's end. He said, I've always had an approach to life never to take it too seriously. My GP wants me to take my daily pills at different times of the day, as prescribed, but I've been used to taking them all at once, which worried him on Wednesday. It's a change I will have to make, he says.
Right.
He said, I would be more concerned if you weren't laughing at some of my contributions.
Keep on taking the pills. Whenever you feel like it.
And he adds, the current edition of Private Eye features a cartoon of several people bidding in an auction for the shirt of Diego Maradona, all with their left hands in the air. Very apt. Yeah, I'm only part of the way through Private Eye, latest edition. As Rain bowls to Nisa, tucked away off the legs and off towards the square leg boundary for 1 run. Potts comes in front of the pavilion to field it. Quite a few emails stacking up now, so I'll try and get through them. Neil Carey's emailed with an email entitled Billy Root. He says, watching Billy Root walking out to bat on the live stream, I noticed he has the same gait as his brother.
Get away.
No mistaking they are related, says Neil in Blythe. Which I presume's the Mark Steele's in town, Blythe, rather than Blythe in Yorkshire. Rain in. Driven by Root, past point and away off towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. Potts is there and cuts it off, nearly standing on the rope, but just stops himself. 2 runs.
That was a good pick-up on the run, wasn't it? 2 hands.
He had very little room in which to work there because he was about to run off the pitch.
2 hands and on the run. Got down and up pretty quickly. Great flexibility for a fast bowler.
Paul Bennett's wondering if there'll be a possible recall for Keaton Jennings to the Test team, and he says, what additional forms of compensation, if any, could counties receive for Test players? As Rain comes in and bowls, that's through to the keeper. He said, under central contract or when they are called up. Well, this was one of the issues that got Durham a few years ago under the salary cap. It was when Graham Onions was in and out of the England team, and there was a period where they had accounted for him not playing for Durham but playing for England, then suddenly England sent him back to Durham. They took them over the salary cap. So they do, it's tiered compensation, but if a player is centrally contracted, then the ECB have first dibs on them, and they agree compensation with the county, so that player who's going to be missing for much of the year can be replaced by someone else. It gets a bit tricky when it's sudden call-ups.
It's easier said than done, isn't it? As Potts is in, and on the back foot is Nisa, defending on the leg side. And if you've got your quota of overseas players in the squad, and it's very difficult to sign anyone who's British qualified mid-season, so you just have to promote from within your own ranks. 173 for 7, Glamorgan, in reply to 311 all out here on BBC Sport Online as Potts bowls, and that's flashed away down towards third man by Nisa, cutting hard at it, and he'll get through for a single because the third man position for once is not vacant. 174 for 7. Root 6, Nisa 7, and these two called to action after the rapid dismissal after lunch of Kieran Carlson, bowled by the first ball delivered by Potts, who's in now, and Root working it on the leg side, and then Chris Cook caught down the leg side by Ned Eckersley for 16. Carlson made 53, North East 51, the main contributor of the morning, but a couple of half centuries does not a decent innings make. So Glamorgan looking to scratch a few from Root in the lower order. As Root cuts hard down into the ground, bounces up to Dixon at point. No run. Only 2 men left. Van der Hoogten, who we presume will bat with a runner, having suffered a reoccurrence of a hamstring injury. And Michael Hogan, who's averaging 12 this season with a highest score of 19 not out. Potts into bowl to Root, who drives nicely through the offside, will get runs. Will it go all the way down to the scoreboard away to our right? It is just going to beat the charging fielders, and it's a boundary for Billy Root, who moves up to 10, and Glamorgan onto 178 for 7. 22 runs for the first batting bonus point, which would be a meagre reward, I suppose, or meagre consolation, because the way they batted at times this morning, they would have had hopes of getting up to some sort of parity to Durham's 311. That looks a very long way away at the moment. And Durham may well get a 3-figure advantage on first innings, especially if Potts has anything to do with it. Last ball of his 13th over, and it's defended by Root. Up to Kars at mid-on. There is no run. 178 for 7. Nisa is 7. Root is 10. And Durham striking twice early on after the lunch interval.
Oh, hang on, I think we've just gone past the 2 o'clock without the bully, didn't we? Turn the volume down because I can hear music otherwise all the time. Rain to start anew over here from the Lumley end, bowling to Nisa. Inside edge under the pad, no run there. We've had an email from Keith Montague in Clawhead near Drogheda in County Louth. Drogheda is on the banks of the Boyne from memory. We drove through there once, going from Dublin up to Slane Castle to see R.E.M. in concert in 1995. What a night that was, 70,000 there. Some young up and coming band called Oasis with a support act. I don't know if they ever made it, I don't know what happened there. 178 for 7 rain balls. It's left by Nisa outside the off stump. He says, hi Martin and Nick, have listened to Glamorgan matches since 1992 on medium wave with the great Don Shepherd and Ed Bevan with Andrew Hignell.
Yep.
Listening to the Sunday League, Championship and Royal London successes and downward turns, and since the online I've started listening to Durham and Middlesex matches as well. He says, just wondering, with the women's TT county season finished, do Wales women and North East women play any 50 over championships like the London and East of England do? Rain in, balls. Ooh, playing a miss there from Nisa, goes through to the keeper. And what are the main competitions in both regions for women's cricket? The women's county T20 season hasn't begun. It starts either this week or next week. There were some mini tournaments last weekend on a regional basis, but they were done as a sort of warm up for the season ahead. There's not really much in the way of women's cricket here because the Northern Diamonds, they only play here once a year or twice a year, something like that. As rain comes in and bowls, and this has gone off towards mid wicket. They do play at the height of the summer. They do have a 50 over competition because I think are they at South Northumberland this year? But Durham have a sort of under 18s girls team, but the women's team fragmented and sort of drifted off down to Yorkshire a few years ago for whatever reason. So I don't know if there's anything in the Playfair about the varying different competitions. Might be. It's got the 100 in there. Rain in bowls, driven by Nisa up to mid off.
Yeah, Wales women played one of those regional T20 at Taunton last Sunday, lost to Somerset.
There's loads of women's fixtures all starting on the 14th of May, so that's tomorrow.
Yeah, the Western Storm play their only match in Cardiff tomorrow. That's a T20.
So that's the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is a T20 competition, so that's for the next few weeks.
And there's the Hey-Ho Flint, which is a 50 over one.
Rain to Nisa, played short to Peterson, who goes down on the ground to defend the ball, to pick the ball up, and it flicks off his hand and hits him in the head. Made an over from Rain. So they play T20s from tomorrow all the way through until the middle of June, so the 11th of June, and then there's a test match, England against South Africa in Taunton. They don't play many test matches though, do they?
No.
And then you've got the Rachel Hey-Ho Flint 50 over competition starting in July, and that goes on through until the end of July, something like that, I think. And then they have the 100 competition in August. And then Rachel Hey-Ho Flint comes back in September.
Here's Cars taking over from Potts and bowling to Root, who plays it back down the pitch. So in terms of the Wales side, they play 20 and 50 overs, I believe. As do Western Storm, which is the regional side covering the west of England and Wales. And then there's the Welsh Fire women's side, which operates in the 100. Cars is in to bowl, short delivery that Root ducks, but ducks past rather than under because it wasn't that much lift in it. I apologise to the Carlson family. I had him down in my notebook as having bagged a pair against Middlesex. He got 3 in the second innings. My error has been pointed out by sources close to the Carlson family.
How could you have forgotten about those 3 runs?
Well, I'd written it down as naught.
Sticky scoreboard.
As Cars is in to bowl, and that's off a thick edge from Root. It went past third slip and it's run away for 4. Fine of third man. So yes, thank you for pointing out my mistake, and I've duly changed my notebook. But it wasn't just me talking off the top of my head. I'd written it down wrongly. 182 for 7. As Robert Logan says, here's to Billy Root getting some runs. Glamorgan never do things the easy way. Cast bowls to Root, who chops it down hard into the ground, bounces up to point, and there is no run. David Battersby asks you, Martin, which ex-Glamorgan cricketer was mentioned in a half-man, half-biscuit song?
Oh. Who is the spinner? Croft? I'm going to go for Croft.
Well, you'll have to enlighten us, because shamefully I don't know the answer to that one. As Root defends from Cars out on the offside, so David, do let us know the cricketer and the song, and then Martin can sing it for us.
On the new album there's a song about midnight mass at Christmas and all these people who turn up drunk, and the chorus is "Where were you in mid-July?"
I know that Matthew Maynard was mentioned in a Manic Street Preachers
Well, he
song.
was going to be my other guess.
Yeah. As Nicky Wire's a bit of a cricket nut. As Root on the back foot, forced into a hurried defensive. Cars 0 for 24, but he's probably engendered more pace than anyone else in this Durham attack. 182 for 7 in reply to Durham's 311 all out. The deficit still a whacking 129 runs. So a question of damage limitation for Michael Nisa and Billy Root at the moment.
Rain comes in and bowls Nisa turns it past square leg and we'll get some runs here. It's been chased after by Potts, who slides in and cuts it off. Oh, just the one run. Good DJing. Good fielding there.
So Durham look very much on course for maximum bowling points. Glamorgan still 17 short of the first batting point.
Rain bowls, Root defends, ball runs away back past the bowler and is picked up. I'm just trying to remember if there's a... The band you've just mentioned. There's rain bowls again here. This is played off towards mid-wicket. Last year...
Half man, half biscuit, or the Mannix?
The Mannix.
Yeah.
Where's the song?
There's a B-side that references Matthew Maynard from the 1990s.
They brought out an album last year, and one morning on Six Music, Stuart McConey was describing the album, and he said he remembered a few years ago, and he wrote for NME magazine wanting to do a feature on the Mannix, and he was told they were so old hat they weren't worth writing about. And as rain comes around the wicket and balls an edge along the floor wide of the slip cordon and down at 4. Oh no, kept in. Brilliant footwork from Bryden Collos there. There's a goal line clearance. Came running round, didn't think he was going to get anywhere near it, and stopped the ball with his right instep.
Ah, the power of that boot. That's good old fast bowlers fielding.
Anyway, he pointed out the said magazine no longer existed, and there was the Manic Street Preachers bringing out a new album, and he played a song, and I was lying in bed on this particular morning, and this song was just absolutely fantastic, called Diapause, from the new album, which came out last year. Cracking tune. In comes rain again. This is pushed off towards point, so I suggest looking that one up if you can. Paul Bennett's been back on. He was on about payments from the ECB for England call-ups, and he said it was precisely the Onions fiasco I had in mind. But he said if England really do need Alex Lees, Ben Stokes, Woody, Matt Potts and Bryden Coss, we shouldn't have to struggle in the league by having to play the seconds. Well, they would get money for them. Sometimes they don't know how much they're going to get and when, but this is turned off towards mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball. It's the gambling of will they go, won't they go. You get the money retrospectively, plus it's finding people who are out there and who are available and who can come in, and that's the issue.
Well, there's not much you can do if you've got your overseas quota, is there?
No,
you have to promote from within.
Yeah.
David Battersby's got back to you anyway on the half man, half biscuit. This track called False Grit, which apparently is on the Urge for Offal album, and it states Rodney Ontong and Lindsay DePaul on the ale on the Antonine Wall. So there we are. Probably the only sentence that's ever combined the former Glamorgan captain and all-rounder Rodney Ontong with chanteuse Lindsay DePaul. And the Mannix track was called Mr. Carbohydrate. That is about Matthew Maynard.
I wonder why whatever they could have drawn a link there.
So there we are. Thank you very much indeed for that, David. 185 for 7, as Welsh supporters may well wish to while away thoughts of music rather than the situation in the middle. Durham are requiring a helmet to be brought out. Now, does this mean a short leg?
Spooksy's saying because Van der Hooten's injury was a reoccurrence of that hamstring problem, does that mean he couldn't have a runner? Technically, he came into this match uninjured, didn't he?
Well, yeah, they wouldn't have played him if they didn't think he was
fit.
Have
a runner.
Yes, when is it the same injury and when is it a fresh version? Here comes Cass. Bowls outside off stump, thrashed away by Nisa. Using the pace of the ball, goes hard off the bat, and that's run away for 4 to cover point. And Glamorgan scrambling towards this first batting point. Nisa's into double figures on 12, 189 for 7. So Cass is bowling with hostility, but not with reward at the moment. He's got Peterson in there at short leg, and that's a no ball, and it's flicked away by Nisa down to fine leg. It's gone away for 4. So that's an extra 6 runs on the total, 195 for 7. Well, Cass is caused the batsman to hop around a bit on occasion, hasn't he? But his figures, like Ben Stokes's, are not looking too healthy at the moment.
First match back in a long time, isn't it? He's played for the seconds, but where is he? 34 from 6.1.
195 for 7. Oops. As he charges towards the playing arena, realising that the batsman Nisa had pulled away because the field was still changing, I think, was what Nisa was indicating. So hang on, I want to know where those fielders are before I face up, which is quite right. Cass is in to bowl to Nisa, and bowls full length that Nisa manages to block out on the offside. 195 for 7. The wickets since lunch. Those of Carlson bowled Potts for 53, the first ball after lunch, and then 7 runs later Chris Cook caught down the leg side by Eckersley, also off the bowling of Potts. So he's got 4. Cass looking for his first as Nisa manages to get a bat on that down the leg side as well, and something of a stray over this from Bryden Cass. That's twice he's strayed down the leg side. Twice he's been put away. The first of those was a no ball. So as Glamorgan move on to 199 for 7. There is an imminent danger of a batting point, but Cass has effectively bowled 3 legitimate balls, if I can get my teeth in after lunch, and 14 runs conceded, as he retaliates with a short ball that Nisa ducks underneath. Nisa's on 20. Root is on 16. So, yeah, just signs of rustiness. But I'm sure Durham, looking forward to the rest of the season, will be thankful to have another quality addition back in their ranks. As Cass is into bowl to Nisa up in the block hole, clipped away on the leg side towards Miss Wicket. This will be a couple of runs as it's picked up by Dixon in the deep, and the faint applause, fairly generous applause, is for Glamorgan's 200, and in the campaign for Bryden Cricket it's taken them just 47.5 overs, and therefore at over 4 runs and over. Things tend to happen quite quickly with Glamorgan batting these days. Went through a period a couple of years ago when Matthew Maynard was...
When they came here in 2017, it was absolutely shocking.
Not satisfied with the run rate. As Cass is into bowl, and that is another no ball. Oh dear, he's struggling in this over.
I remember that game where they batted first here in 2017, and I think from about half 11, quarter to 12, they were batting for lunch. It was so dull. This match just absolutely peppered with dot balls. Backfired on them because they lost.
As Cass is in to bowl, and Nice off the back foot forces towards mid-off, but it's stopped by a scrambling Stokes. Well, there we are, Glamorgan making up for it now, Martin. 5 years later, they've provided...
Was it 2017 or was it 2018? I'm trying to think. Did they play each other twice in 2017?
Can't remember. 2019, it hammered down and was washed out on the final morning. I remember that one.
Yeah, well, they lost the last 2 days of that one, didn't they?
We were just
I think it was 2017. Glamorgan beat Durham it was the last over at Swansea in the drizzle and the gloom.
Yep. The Collingwood declaration.
I think it was
Bless him.
Yeah, I think it was the 7th match that year when Durham actually won a game, and I think it was against Glamorgan here. That was that one. Here's Ben Rain coming round the wicket ball to the left-handed Root. Root pushes this one off behind point for 1. So look at this. An email from John Hutchison entitled Half Man, Half Biscuit. He says, I'm off to Prague next week on business. Do you want anything bringing back from the local football club? Which team was it? All I want for Christmas is a
Dukla Prague, was it?
Dukla Prague away kit, wasn't it? That was it. In comes the bowler, and away that goes down towards long leg for 1. Do they still exist as a team?
Dukla Prague?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Sparta Prague's ground's quite small. It's more or less right in the centre of town in Prague, and I think there's another stadium up on the top above the castle, like an old Olympic stadium with rain balls played out through mid-wicket to Lees by Root, no run.
I've only ever been on a day trip to Prague, which was, as you'll understand, a fleeting affair from Cardiff Airport.
We had a week there when my wife turned 30, and we had a few days in Prague, and then we got the bus down to Karlovy Vary, which is also known as Carlsbad, and it's a spa town, and we stayed in this huge spa hotel on the hill, which I think had once been a sanatorium or something, and in comes the bowler, defended. It's a huge place, but I noticed all of the rooms to the hotel rooms all opened outwards rather than inwards. So I wondered if it had been done in a deliberate fashion like that to stop people barricading themselves in their rooms. And this place's previous history as a hospital or whatever. It's a massive hotel on the top of the hill, and that was where they filmed some of the scenes in the remake of Casino Royale. Nice town. Rain balls, cut, or an attempted cut by Root. Plays and misses at that one, and then plays the shot 3 or 4 more times.
Oof, it was a bit too wide, really, and he wasn't entirely balanced when he was playing the shot, so steps away and gives himself a bit of a talking to. Ian Evans says he saw the Mannix with his better half, Mrs. Evans, late last year at Wembley Arena. Support from the band we were talking about, Public Service Broadcasting. I think I've seen Public Service Broadcasting with the Mannix on a previous tour in Bristol, possibly.
Rain in. That's left alone outside the off stump. What they use is because the kids like Public Service Broadcasting, and we were at a Deershed Festival a few years back when they did one of these flash mob malarkeys, and it was the tune about the space race. And a few years ago they went to the British Film Archive, and they got lots of old material, and they mixed songs around bits of archive. So they used recordings from one of the Apollo space launches for the space race, and there's another one they did a few years ago called Spitfire, which is a cracking tune.
205 for 7, Glamorgan, still 106 runs in arrears with not much batting left as Bryden Cars is in to bowl to Michael Neser, who turns that one wide of Peterson in a short mid-wicket position, and they'll amble through for a comfortable single. 206 for 7, Neser to 24 not out. Maybe just starting to feel at home at the crease after having to dig out a couple that kept fairly low early in his innings. It's Root who faces Cars now and clips that one neatly away on the leg side for a single down to deep square leg, who's on the boundary in front of the scoreboard away to our left. 207 for 7. So Glamorgan trying to take a bit of the drama out of things after Carlson and Cook fell quickly just after lunch and build some sort of respectability into this innings. Cars looks round. It's been expensive, not 44, he's in his 8th. As Nisa defends comfortably enough out on the offside. Stokes fields, still only in the 50th over of this innings, so not even that likely that Glamorgan will get to the second new ball. The rate they're scoring, if they were to get that, it'd probably be around about even Stevens, but that is a long way off as cast bowls to Nisa, down leg side, no contact made, through to Eckersley.
2 wickets to fall since lunch. Carlson, I've got Carlson there.
Yeah, Carlson.
It is Carlson, yeah.
Bowled by the ball after lunch.
Yeah. First ball, wasn't it? 53 you made, and then Cook for 16 caught down the leg side. And that was in the 40th over, so these two are now in the 50th over. The little partnership has developed nicely for them because they have so far added 44 in 63. Another partnership into the 40s.
Cars in to bowl, driven back down the ground. Oh, it's timed that one nicely, actually. Nisa, better than I originally thought. It will just about make the ropes. There's no straight fielder, and it went back past the bowler and drilled away. 211 for 7, Nisa to 28.
So they have now taken this partnership to 48, which is the highest in this Glamorgan innings by 1 run. So 3 of the last 4 partnerships, 47, 46 and 48. There's a 1 in there, a 7 in there as well.
As Cowes is in, and that is fizzing past Nisa's nose as he flinches away from it. Not flinches, but sways gently away from it to get himself out of harm's way and indeed out of the way of danger in a cricketing sense as well as physical. 211 for 7 then at the end of the over. Nisa 28, Root has 18. Nisa didn't actually bat much last season. Oh no. Another consultation between the umpires. Is it the state of the ball again? Surely not. I've already had a couple of changes. Now, what's the hold up now?
Are they asking for the ball box?
Borthwick was in consultation with the umpires.
Potts is going to come into the attack from the Lumley end. The sun is shining here in Chesley Street. Still a breezy day. Potts then to bowl to Billy Rooters on 18. Right arm over to the left-hander. Left alone. Skids through low to the keeper.
That over rate at the bottom of the scoreboard is very small.
-2, is it?
Is it -2 or -3? Getting the bins on it.
-2. The William, the scorer, was talking about over rates yesterday on seeing that Liam Travascus wasn't playing. Always good for getting the over rate back to where it should be. It's an issue when you've got 5 seam bowlers and they'll come off decent run-ups.
Well, you need to make a conscious effort right from the start, don't you, to whiz between overs.
Played away off to shorten that offside, no run.
If you know you're going to be bowling 95% seam, then surely it's incumbent on the captain, who is the only likely spin option, to make sure that everyone runs between overs. Make it up that way if you're going to bowl 5 seamers.
Do you know what Billy Root's nickname is? It's Potts bowls. Root leaves this alone. Does he have a nickname? Probably Rooty, is it?
Probably Rooty.
Yeah. Bernard says Elliot Anderson went on loan to Bristol Rovers and scored the 7th goal against Scunthorpe, which sealed promotion for them. Manager Joey Barton called him Billy Elliot. But is Billy Root known as Beetroot, he asks. Beetroot. He said he may not be, but team players have a habit of giving as many nicknames to continue the tradition as they can. Potts comes in and bowls, turned by Root off the legs, out through deep mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot. They call Matty Potts, they call him Potter these days.
Now that should be turned into Harry, shouldn't it, really?
Harry Potter.
Yeah, just get a bit more imagination.
50 partnership with that 4.
Billy Root, according to the Cricketers Who's Who, which is not entirely reliable on this front, is nicknamed Ferret, but I can't say I've ever heard any other players refer to him as that.
.68 balls for this 50 partnership for these two. The first 50 partnership of the innings for Glamorgan. Potts in, driven out to Peterson at point, no run by your man Root.
Cricketers' nicknames definitely need more imagination. I mean, it was claimed that the former Glamorgan captain Mark Wallace was known as Gromit, but I never heard that. Always Wally in my earshot anyway. Gromit would have been more fun.
Defended this time, played back into the ground and back to the bowler. .215 for 7 and trailing Durham now by the margin of 96, I think that says.
Yep. You need a bit of thoughts going into it, like the Gloucester and England rugby player, nicknamed Billy 12 Trees, nicknamed by one of his Irish colleagues as 36. And
I'm trying to do the maths there.
Need to say 12 trees. It's from the Irish accent, you see.
Now I get it. Clever.
So, another change of bowling. And Rushworth will join Rain in a follically challenged attack. And Rushworth is in to bowl, and Nisa plays him comfortably enough off the back foot, back to the bowler. There's no run. There's also the Welsh rugby player Barry Davis, who unfortunately had a motorbike accident in which he slightly damaged part of his ear, lost an earlobe. I mean, thankfully nothing too calamitous, as Rushworth runs away from us and bowls to Nisa, who forces that one, but not very firmly, on the offside. Stokes fields at wide mid-off. So he was known as 18 months because he only had a year and a half.
Dreadful.
Yeah. But at least a little bit of imagination rather than just adding Y to the end of a name. 2:15 for 7. Rushworth to Nisa, who gets one that he doesn't play hugely convincingly. I was looking out on the offside, and the ball off a thick inside edge, and maybe a bit of pad bounced out on the leg side, and there's no run.
Durham have just tweeted a picture of Ian Botham, who's here today, the chairman, signing autographs a bit earlier. I haven't seen him for a while. I'm wondering how he is now, because he was in quite a bad way with his legs a while back. He was on crutches.
Oh dear. Rushworth bowls. Nisa plays this one to point, forcing, but straight to the fielder. No run.
I think he was waiting to try and have an operation. Might have been something to do with his back.
Hugh Knight tweets a picture to confirm that it was indeed Dukla Prague away kit.
Yeah, has he got one?
No, he hasn't, but there's a newspaper article that, or an online article that illustrated this very point.
Wasn't it about a game of Subbuteo, that song?
I believe so, yeah. As that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Nisa. All I want for Christmas is a Dukla Prague away kit. Ian Evans also points out that Public Service Broadcasting did an album at the South Wales coalfields during the miners' strike called Every Valley, which he says is very emotive. The gig I saw them, they were mostly on about space, as Martin mentioned earlier. 2:15 for 7. As Rushworth bowls and Nisa chops down on this one. He's having to defend a few balls that are keeping a bit lowish, Michael Nisa, but he's played out a maiden over then from Chris Rushworth back into the attack now with figures 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 54.
Chris has emailed and he said for obvious reasons you can't read out the name of the song, but he's suggesting a song by Half Man Half Biscuit, which I know very well, and he's got some lyrics in. Yeah, it's fantastic lyrics. There's a man with a mullet going mad with a mallet in millets is one of them. I think it mentions Streaky Bob and the rubber-faced impressionist Phil. What was his name? In comes Potts Bowles. That's gone through to the keeper. Who was that guy who was big in the 90s, an impressionist, and did all... Phil somebody or other.
No, sorry.
Have to look up the...
Not ringing any bells there. 2:15 for 7. Glamorgan 96 in arrears. Van der Hoogten and Hogan to bat.
Phil Cool. Was there a guy called Phil Cool? Pot in. Oh, that stays low. Root does well to keep that out. He went back into the crease there, then jumped down to try and fend it away. Right off the toe of the bat.
That's interesting because most of the balls that have kept low have been for the batsman at the far end. This is now kept low from the batter at the near end, i.e. the bowling from the Lumley Castle end.
Potts bowls, Root plays it back to him. I remember some of the lyrics. I finally managed to reach the station only to find the bus replacement service had broken down. You've got to imagine this in their sort of Merseyside accents, after wondering to myself whether or not it should actually be called the train replacement service. Is it Phil Cool? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think so.
This is through to the keeper, wide of off stump.
Yeah, it's replacing the train, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should be a train replacement service. Unless it's a train replacing a bus. But I'm not sure that would happen terribly often.
He mentions a character called Stringy Bob who's in prison. He'd been locked up for public nuisance offences. As Potts turns. Bowls. Root leaves that one as well. He said one of it which saw him beachcombing the Dee estuary. He found a dead wading bird, took it home, parcelled it up and sent it off to the rubber-faced irritant Phil Cool with a note inside which said, "Is this your sandling?" Some very bizarre lyrics there, but it's a very good song. And Liz Kershaw first played that on the radio. I remember hearing it. In comes the bowler, And again it goes through to the keeper. The last three deliveries exactly the same there, just beyond the off stump through to the keeper. Derek says it was Phil Cool. Chris says it was Phil Cool. Lewis says follically challenged attack. That was class. So he's giving you praise there.
Thank you. Well, I remember down in Cardiff we had a couple of sessions where those two bowled between them for an entire session. David Battersby suggests Caractacus as a nickname for Matt Potts. 215 for 7. We are going through a little bit of a lull in a frenetic day's cricket, as you may gather, as Rushworth bowls to Nisa, who ends that lull by crashing him through the offside for 4 runs. 219 for 7. And Nisa goes on to 32, which is now his highest score for Glamorgan, which is not a very large sample. Last season, only 3 innings, twice out for 58 runs. This season, well, he's in his 5th match, and he didn't bat in the second innings of 2 of them, to reach the 20s 3 times this season and once last. Now into the 30s as he defends Rushworth's next delivery up to mid-off, and there's no run. 219 for 7. Still 92 runs behind. Still significant, and particularly with slightly more frequent balls keeping lowish. Not as much getting up, despite the efforts of Bryden Cars to bang it in a few times. Rushworth bowls, and Nisa, I think, inside edge onto pad as he tried to work on the leg side. That no appeal anyway. Nisa 32, Billy Root rather more cautious 22, looking to build an innings the hard way. He's got a double century for Glamorgan, so he's got it in him as Nisa pushes forward, playing up to Peterson at cover, whose attempts at keepy-uppy fail at the first attempt this time. Neat bit of ball skills earlier on from the South African batsman. That time he tried to flick it up and missed. So Rushworth, ball back in hand, next to the advertising area on the ground, runs away from us and bowls to Nisa, who's pushing forward watchfully. Ball trickles up to Rain at mid-on, and there's no run. So Nisa definitely biding his time off the bowling of Rushworth. It was a maiden last over, a boundary and 4 dot balls in this over, which is about to conclude. Potts at the other end, 4 for 45 against his name on this cloudy afternoon, with just hints of blue sky here and there. Rushworth in to bowl to Nisa, who's beaten outside off stump. A good over that from Rushworth after the boundary first ball. Stringing the dots together, 219 for 7 Glamorgan, Nisa 32, Root has 22. Partnership 56 off 89 balls.
Potts from the Lumley end to Root, clipped behind point. Rushworth comes round from third man to cut it off. 2 runs.
Good piece of fielding by Rushworth on the run round that 45-degree boundary that's Probably the shortest, apart from the straight boundary here, of what is generally a pretty large and wide, in particular, playing arena for this game.
And he comes again, and that's a similar shot, but this time it goes more direct towards Chris Rushworth. 1 run.
Double Nelson on the board. So Glamorgan's Mark Walton and Georgina Ewers going for a little circuit.
Potts to Nisa and nips back in. He was going to appeal and then didn't. Presuming there must have been a little bit of bat on it, maybe. Or was it? No, going down the leg side, I think.
The physio with her bag to the ready, just in case she's called upon while away from the dressing room. So Glamorgan after lunch losing Carlson for 53 and Cook for 16, 163 for 7. They've managed some sort of response since then.
It's gone down the leg side and a dive across to the left hand side from Ned Eckersley. Managed to get his fingertips on it, but they run a leg by.
They'll all do. 223 for 7.
Keith in Cloyerhead in Ireland says thanks for all the information re women's cricket in your regions. He says yes, it is the River Boyne which flows from Slane, as you mentioned. Re the concert venue, and it goes on to the Irish Sea. Potts in, playing a miss from route. Keeper takes it low. He says there aren't any Slane concerts again this year after 3 barren years because of COVID. With Labuschagne leaving for Sri Lanka, I would assume Nisa would be one on the reserve list. Call up as well, leaving room for Root to open and Salter at 6 and Ingram at 3. And if both did not come back, what about Andrew Balbirnie on another short-term contract for the late August and September fixtures, as happened in 2021? Potts comes in and bowls. Defended, stays low that one. End of the over, 223 for 7. He goes on to say Durham will lose Peterson for South African duty, and of course Stokes and Wood if fit. So will Durham sign another overseas player? Both counties could be at a loss for the rest of the season. Yeah, he was here for 7 county championship matches, so he'll play. He didn't play in the first game, so this is match number 6 for Durham, isn't it? Where are we? Yeah, so yes. He's got 2 more to go. So we'll be Middlesex next week. Stokes will be able to play at that one, and then the T20 starts, and then partway through the T20 Durham host Worcestershire here, so playing that one, and then South Africa here, so he'll be off with South Africa. Ashton Turner is the signing for the T20 from West Australia and the Perth Scorchers. He's coming over to captain Durham in that competition. I gather he's on his way, so he's about to arrive in the next day or so. It's a canny long way, mind, even on a plane.
Always a relief when overseas players turn up. 223 for 7. Rushworth bowls. Nisa turns it through mid-wicket. It's half fielded, but spins away from the fielder Dixon, and they've gone back for a couple of runs. Glamorgan are not expecting to lose Nisa to that Australian tour of Sri Lanka, judging on the comments of the Australian selectors that Nisa is most likely to be looked at again next year with the Ashes series. He's signed up for next year for Glamorgan, so they're hoping to get most of this year out of him as well. 225 for 7. Rushworth bowls and Nisa defends up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Have you seen this tweet from Chris White? He says, I know a guy called Wayne Bruce, so he was amusingly nicknamed Man Bat.
That's a good one. I like that. I like that. Yeah, Glamorgan expecting to operate with Nisa and Colin Ingram once Labuschagne disappears. as Rushworth is in to bowl and Nisa defends, coming up to the top of the hour, but we should be able to finish this Rushworth over before Martin takes over for his radio update. Glamorgan have got Nisa signed up for next season. You would have thought that Labuschagne would be keen to get part of a British season in before an Ashes series over here next summer. Rushworth bowls to Nisa, who chops down late on that, defends it to Dixon on the leg side. And there's not much bounce in this pitch at the moment, even for Rushworth. Carr's banged a few in, one went flying over the keeper's head. But apart from apart from Carr's, who was getting ball up round the chest fairly regularly, it's been more keeping low than bouncing excessively. Rushworth bowls. Nisa doesn't time that as he hits it out into the offside, and there's no run. 225 for 7. 86 runs behind, and the scoring rate has slowed since Carr was withdrawn from the attack after a fast but slightly wayward at times spell. Rushworth, very rarely wayward, bowls, and Nisa works it off his legs down to fine leg. Single taken, 3 off the over. Glamorgan 226 for 7. Nisa nicks the strike, he's on 35. Billy Root is on 25, and Glamorgan trail by 85.
The news is on BBC Radio Newcastle. Apparently there was a fire alarm during the last news bulletin. So. Meanwhile, the wind's got right up this afternoon. Look at the trees at the far end being buffeted about. Helmet's being brought out for Ned Eckersley and a drink. And Scott Borthwick is going to bowl.
Whee, spin time.
.56 overs gone, so the ball is a little bit soft now. New ball will be due on after 80 overs. Glamorgan would no doubt wish they are still very much out there after 80 overs. 24 overs to go to that point, though. Can Borthwick do something about this partnership and disrupt it? This is pushed out towards wide mid-off for one. From Nisa. 22747. Root on 25. In our news, the Great North Air Ambulance is 20 years old today. Thousands of people have been rescued and saved by it. Varying landmarks around the region will be lit in green in celebration tonight, including the Weir Bridge. Borthwick bowls this one to Root. It's turned to square leg for one. Quite often see it flying over here. Never lands here, unlike the Great West Air Ambulance, which landed on the field during the first over at Bristol last year at the end of the season. That was rather a surprise. Borthwick bowling to the right-handed Nisa. And a leg break. Nudged out towards mid-wicket to Potts. No run there. Update now for Eddie Newcastle. That's an interesting question. Glamorgan are 228 for 7, and out in the middle, the first pair to actually put a partnership together of more than 50 runs. So far, 67 has been added by the Australian Michael Nisa, who is on 38, and at the other end, Billy Root, the brother of Joe, he is on 26. So they're 230 for 7. They trail Durham by 81. A couple of wickets just after lunch, first ball after lunch, in fact. Kieran Carlton on 53 was bowled by Matty Potts, and then Potts got Chris Cook caught down the leg side for 16. Potts now has 28 wickets for the season, and that's his best haul in first class cricket, and almost bowling Nisa there was Scott Borthwick. Nisa's just played and missed one. It's missed his off stump and gone into the keeper's gloves. Anyway, Glamorgan 230 for 7. Borthwick in again, played out towards the covers this time by Nisa. He went bagging in the crease for the last shot, tried to cut and missed it entirely. This time he's got 2 runs.
Yeah, had to hurry on the way back there as realised it possibly wasn't as comfortable as he thought it would be. 232 for 7. Strange old game in terms of partnerships, as we keep getting these partnerships of 40, 50, 60 runs, but nothing huge on either side. 232 for 7. 79 runs behind Glamorgan. Billy Root on 26 not out, batting the unfamiliar depths of number 8 as Rushworth is in to bowl to him, and he'll turn that one past square leg. There'll be runs towards the mid-wicket boundary. Don't think it's quite got the legs, actually. It'll be stopping inside the ropes, and they've managed to jog through for a very comfortable 3, which takes Root on to 29, and the total on to 235 for 7, and Glamorgan 15 short of their second batting bonus point. The next little target, they tend to find professional cricketers talking about cutting the game off into little sections, little targets, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes or whatever, as that's a short ball that's hooked by Nisa, and it's gone through mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4 runs as he took on the challenge, beat a diving mid-wicket fielder, and it is in the end retrieved by the Glamorgan physio.
If you can see it.
If you can see it underneath the...
there's only 6 covers to choose from.
String of covers there lined up on the boundary. Nisa moves to 44. Glamorgan to 239 for 7.
Those covers are longer than a metro train.
So Rushworth, couple of wickets, but he's going at 4 runs and over now as he bowls to Nisa, outside off stump, hits it down hard into the ground, and the ball just trickles to Keegan Peterson, who was an overseas player, was actually in the under the lid at short leg. You wouldn't normally find your overseas man forced into short leg duties, but perhaps he enjoys it. Some people have strange tastes. 239 for 7. Rushworth running away from us and bowling to Nisa with 2 slips, and he's allowed that one to go through outside off stump. So this is probably the logical time for Rushworth to be bowling, because he can get a rest in then if they do need to take the new ball, which is still a very big if, which comes after 80 overs. Had several ball changes, but that's not the same thing at all. Rushworth to Nisa. 5 saving the single. Nisa drives straight to Stokes at mid-off, and he does indeed save that single. So just the conventional ring of fielders, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Outfielders a wide-ish third man on a 45-degree angle, and fairly wide, fine leg. Rushworth to Nisa, forward defending, no ball called. 241 for 7.
Chris says taking Potts off from the end where he was causing carnage was a ridiculous decision. It's settled them right down again now. I'm looking at that deficit of only 70, and this has drifted a little bit from Durham since those 2 wickets just after lunch.
Rushworth trying to change that. Balls to Nisa, who again is chopping down on that one to defend it. Last ball of the over, 241 for 7. As you say, the deficit is 70. Well, Durham did claim those couple of wickets quickly after lunch, so it's been reasonably balanced on the spell as a whole. When are we? An hour and a half into the afternoon session. Anywhere near tea yet? He says hopefully no.
15 overs.
15 overs. If I can, I don't know, I've still got my lunchtime caffeine. It might be a bit cold, but it'll do.
Be well cold by now.
That's right, is it?
10 past 3.
Don't mind drinking cold coffee.
I can't drink coffee anyway, but disagrees with me. Borthwick to Root. Root's got a slightly open stance here. Keeper standing up. Tight slip. 2 men out on the deep on the leg side. Forward and defends this one. It rolls out on the offside. No run.
Yeah, both about 15 metres in from the ropes. It shows you how long that side of the ground is in particular.
And with a stiff wind in support of the ball as well. Pushes at this one Root. Plays it to the offside defensively. This ball has gone out towards that deep mid-wicket area for 1. Andrew Sampson's just tweeted the cricket statistician conceding 500 plus in the first innings of the most consecutive first-class matches. So it's not going well for First Division Kent, who've now done it 6 times this year.
What?
Zimbabwe did it 5 times in 2014, 2016. That's gone off way past the bowler, back up to long off for 1. For 4, sorry.
Nice drive that from Nisa, straight of mid on, and running away into the far distance. He's on 48.
This is just doing a little bit of damage to Durham, this partnership. With Root on 13, Nisa on 48. He plays this to point, and it's collected by Peterson. No run there. So 14-15 must have been Zimbabwe with 5 games in a row. Kent 6 in a row. It's bad crack, isn't it? Borthwick in again, nurdled around the corner to Rushworth, who's quite close in at fine leg. Dot ball. 5 from the over. 65 the deficit. This partnership now is worth 83 from 119 balls and is the highest partnership of the match by 21 runs.
That's strange, isn't it? And it is an 8th wicket partnership, but Morgan playing the extra batter in this match and with the use of the night watchman, so it's not as lowly as that billing would suggest. Thought for a moment we can see a bit of Ben Stokes into the action, but Rushworth has still got the ball in hand, although Stokes is moving his marker as if he's preparing. Yes, he is preparing to bowl. Rushworth lobs it to him, and Ben Stokes will bowl his second spell of the match, hoping that it's more productive than his first, when he was given all sorts of tap by Kieran Carlson just before lunch. Stokes then to bowl to Billy Root, and his first delivery played comfortably on the leg side. No run. Rushworth fields at mid-wicket. Root now 30 off 60. Nisa has had a bit more of the strike despite coming in one after him. It's 48 off 69. Ben Stokes, hoping to disrupt Glamorgan's belated progress, is into bowl, and Root cuts and will get runs through the covers. He will get 4 runs, and that is Glamorgan's second batting bonus point. 250 for 7. 250 coming up, and 59.2 overs. So the last 50 has taken 11.5. Glamorgan's scoring rate has been good even when they've been losing wickets. Despite Marnus Labuschagne strangely looking out of sorts this morning, faced 27 deliveries to add a single before falling leg before to Ben Rain. Rushworth took 2 wickets in that morning session, those of Lloyd for 9 and North East for 51. Stokes bowls and Root back on his stumps, defending back to the bowler. Potts with the 2 after lunch.
Sunderland have been told they can have another 6,500 tickets for the playoff final after selling out their original 39,000, I think it was, something like that, 38,000 in an hour and a half.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, within half an hour of the second phase going on sale this morning, so they'll now receive 43,960 in all.
Stokes in to bowl, bowls a short delivery that Root ducks underneath. Roundabout head high, but Root managed to comfortably get out of the way of it. Well, the first innings, if you know what I mean, has ended in the first division, and that's only because of a declaration in the Cider Derby. Somerset declaring on 5-9-1 for 7 at Bristol. As Stokes bowls and Root defends, no run. Pretty much everyone got runs there. Abel was the top scorer with 142. At Beckenham, as Martin said, Kent's bowlers continuing to struggle. Surrey 559 for 7. Mind you, they have got Colin de Grandhomme and Will Jacks at 8 and 9, so it's an unusual batting order. Stokes bowls to Root, who pulls a short ball out towards mid-wicket, and they'll, by mutual consent, come back for 2 runs by the time Lees has fielded in front of the pavilion.
Alan's got a theory. Conspiracy theorists looking at the county cricket scores might consider the ECB has set up the county championship to be as boring as possible to promote the T20 and the 100. Hashtag flat track.
Well, Glamorgan got a thrilling draw at Derby a couple of weeks ago on a reasonably flat track, with Derbyshire sending them 330 off 55, I think it was, and they only finished 20 short with 8 down, so either side could have won that in the closing stages.
Borthwick from the Lumley end to Nisa, that's gone round the corner to Chris Rush, with who's a backward square leg. No run.
Northants have declared on 597 for 6 at Warwickshire. T there, 3 centuries, Vasconcelos, Young and Proctor 100 not out. That went well, that insertion.
Yeah. That's up in the air and away, that's his 50. That's gone up the far end of the ground for 4 off Borthwick. So he reaches his 50 and 71 deliveries, and it includes 9 fours.
His first 4 Glamorgan. Congratulations from Root and from the dressing room, as well as respectfully from the crowd. It's long on retreats.
He's got 100 to his name. As this is pushed away into the covers, no run there. I haven't got how many half centuries he's made, but his highest score's 121, Queensland against Tasmania. Oh, and that's cut down past backward point and away towards the 3rd man boundary for 4 more. This is just gone off the boil from a Durham point of view, and at this rate Glamorgan could quite easily get parity and perhaps even a lead.
Steady on.
Well, it's not unlikely. You've seen this so many times in recent seasons where, you know, partnerships for the 8th and 9th wicket end up yielding runs. Borthwick again, Nisa blocks. How many half centuries has he got? He's got the 1 century. Where is he? 1 century, now 12 times he's got past 50, or 13 if you include the century. End of the over, another defensive shot.
First time in the British county game though for Michael Neser, so well played to him. In the Roses match, Keaton Jennings is finally run out for 238. Lancashire 493 for 6 off 150 overs, so not a lightning run rate. 2 wickets apiece to Dominic Bess and Jordan Thompson. Those came many hours ago. Thompson's right at the start of the game. So lots of runs in Division 1. Ben Stokes, the bowl then, the second over of his second spell. First over in this spell went for 6. And Stokes bowls to Root, who plays gently to Peterson at cover. There's no run. The other matches in Division 2. Derbyshire 146 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 368 all out. Sussex 246 for 4, already in the lead against Leicestershire, who were bowled out for 210 with Tom Clark in the 90s. Stokes bowls and Root slaps it away backward of square on the offside. There's a tumbling stop by Alex Lees, prevented 4. It wasn't hugely elegant, but it was certainly effective. Prevented a couple of runs. They come back for a second. 262 for 7.
It's got really gloomy out there all of a sudden. There's a car coming towards the ground and there's a Mini just leaving the car park at the far end. The lights were so bright. I think Lees did well to pick that out, actually. Another stat from Andrew Sampson. This is a good one.
Stokes is in to bowl to Root. Still the 2 slips there, but Root finding a big gap on the leg side as he turns that one down to fine leg, and they'll go through for a single that brings up the first century partnership of this game. It's come off 135 balls. Root has 35, Neser has 56, and a few sundries thrown in there as well.
Highest first class totals without a century: 609, Namibia against Uganda in Windhoek in 2010, and in the county championship 603, Surrey against Gloucestershire and Bristol in 2005. So somebody else done that today, perhaps.
Stokes bowls and Neser defends on the offside. No one's quite reached 600 because Somerset and Northants have declared just short of them.
Right, well, he was obviously looking up that
Surrey?
in the belief that Surrey were going to...
5, 6, 7 for 8.
No, and there's been 3 in the 90s?
3 90s, yeah. Pope, Folkes and Jamie Overton. Here, the England captain Ben Stokes is looking for his first wicket of the match. Bowling to Neser, who'll work it on the leg side for a single. They may think of 2. Oh, that's a cheeky 2. As well run as Ben Rain slid to field at mid-wicket. Only went about 35 metres from the bat, but nowhere near any fielder. As Rain and Lees converged on it, 265 for 7. Root scampering back to the bowler's end, but he was safely home. So Stokes is into bowl. Neser allows that one to go through outside off stump. 6 again off the Stokes over. And well, his batting mate might be in tip-top condition. His bowling rhythm is there, but there's not quite the fire at the moment, is there? It's not coming in snorting.
No. He hasn't been given a set number of overs to bowl by the ECB, but they've told him to manage himself wisely.
So Rain makes it a pair of bends. Ben Rain from the Lumley end.
Rain then replaces Borthwick. Right arm round, played by Root to short mid wicket, no run there, collected by David Beddingham.
Yeah, Durham needs a little bit of an injection of life from somewhere, you feel, at the moment.
It's just gone flat on them, hasn't it? Seen this a lot this season. Run out of ideas with the ball softens. 63rd over now. Rainier bowls, Root plays the ball down to third man for one, so all of those people who were suggesting Root should have been up the order, he's on 4 now, so I think they can all argue that they were perhaps correct about that.
On the other hand, Glamorgan could argue that he's done well down the order.
Yeah.
You bird spotting, Martin?
People spotting.
Bit of ornithology.
Yeah, just seeing who I recognise in the stands. Nobody in t-shirts today. It's all coat weather again today and hoods up. Looks a bit chilly out there now. It's meant to be 20 tomorrow. It could get to 20 tomorrow.
The breeze has dropped a little bit.
Yeah, I think early afternoon was the windiest part of the day, and then it was going to ease off again. What's going on here?
Not much is the answer there.
Rain's wanting to change his field. He's pulling Peterson round from backward point to point. He's moved the third man around slightly. He's brought in a short mid wicket. In comes the bowler, defended by Nisa. 2 short mid wicket to Beddingham.
Yeah, what's worrying me, I mean, I know we're a long way from the action here and maybe we're picking up members of the crowd more than the middle, but there doesn't seem to be that much chirp in the Durham side.
Rain in again and bowls. This is away towards long leg for 1.
I think this is something that Glamorgan have worked on, even when they're going through these fallow periods in the field, as all teams will really, that they try and keep the noise levels up.
Well, this is what happened last week at Worcester. Durham got them 7 down, and then the last 3 partnerships batted them up to 100 overs, and then Durham didn't force the follow on, and it just drifted away from them there. And a similar thing could well be happening here as Rain bowls again, or is happening here. This is played out into the covers.
And deficit still, what,
well,
44?
It's only 44 now, though. I mean, when was it? The last wicket fell at 163, so they're now 267. So a massive partnership was needed, and that's what's happened. So how did Durham respond? They had a second innings lead last week of 271, but didn't bother enforcing the follower. As this is played by Root out to the covers, no run there. So Worcestershire were all out for 309 in the 100th over. But the last 3 wickets, so the 7th wicket fell in the 58th over. So they batted another 42 overs for the last 3 wickets. Just took the game away from Durham. And it ended in a draw. And having seen Durham unable to bowl anybody out twice this season, this has got a familiar feel about it at the moment. They need to somehow break this partnership.
So Ben Stokes will again try to do that, but he's laboured in vain so far, as he's held up by umpire Middlebrook, while Michael Nisa prepares to receive on 59. Stokes in, bowls, short delivery that Nisa manages to duck comfortably underneath. So the bowlers are managing to get the ball to fly a little bit when they do dig it in short.
Don't get wickets for those deliveries, though, do you? This outlook here is very gloomy here now. I think the lights might be coming on in a minute. We've got this really heavy grey clouds just come across us now, and the sun's gone.
As Stokes bowls another short ball that Nisa again has nothing to do with.
Somebody pointed out in a message last week all the short balls that Durham were bowling at Worcester, which were just left by the batsman, just the needless expenditure of energy in delivering such balls.
To a certain extent, it depends what the plan is, really. If you've got a barnstorming Yorker to come next, then fair enough. That's another ball just back of a length from Stokes that Nisa angles down to third man for a single. 268 for 7. I mean, the short ball is obviously capable of taking a wicket if it comes off a top edge or a glove or whatever. But it's more often the combination, isn't it, of something either pitched up the next ball or in the corridor of uncertainty. Stokes bowls, and that's a better delivery. Root plays it down into the ground, rolls up to mid-off. But this is not vintage Stokes with the ball as yet, as he strives for his first wicket of the season. This is the third over of his second spell today, as Stokes into bowl and Root defends. So this is tidiest over so far, as indeed the floodlights flicker into life here at Chesterler Street. May well be needed for the rest of the day, you suspect. Potts is warming up for another spell, fielding at mid-on, or at least keeping everything loose in case. As Stokes into bowl to Root, down leg side, no contact made, through to Eckersley, just a single off the Stokes over. Root 40, Nisa 60, Glamorgan 268 for 7, trailed by 43.
And the floodlights are coming on.
Yep, remarked on that.
Shan Masood is the first man to reach 800 runs in this year's county championship in 7 innings. The first man to do it last year was Durham's David Beddingham. He was also the first man to 900, but pipped by Tom Haines to 1,000.
Glamorgan dismissed Masood for 60 and 42, which was considered a relative triumph since he'd just got a couple of double hundreds before they faced Glamorgan.
I'm just wondering if the lights coming on might change the nature of things a little bit here. Somebody else has just arrived in the car park with car headlights on. They're being asked to turn their lights off because they're right in the line of sight of Nisa. Although they shouldn't be. They're 2 or 3 cars across from the side screen, but Nisa's unhappy. What type of car's that? Was it Range Rover? Range Rover Evoque. 2 punters have gone up to tell the driver to turn the lights off, but in some vehicles they're automatic, aren't they? Might not be able to override it. They're driving away instead. There you go. Right. They've gone. Plaking, oh, there's a builder's van coming in. That's never ending. Rain in, bowls. Quite a bit of dust coming up there as Nisa defends this one. Ball rolls off to mid-wicket. 2 men who went to tell the Range Rover driver about the lights are now returning to their seats. So the floodlights are blazing away here. They are very modern, very bright lights. Rain in to Nisa. Nisa plays the ball out to long leg for 1. The issue about the light and whether or not it's considered suitable even with the floodlights on, it used to be if the smaller, older floodlights if they were overcompensating for natural light. But now what they take into consideration is the view beyond the ground, so tracking the ball as it goes through dark backgrounds, such as all the green trees outside the ground, that kind of thing. .269 for 7. Rain around the wicket. Bowls played by Root to point. Deficit's 42. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Wales. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, at NickWebb2017 on Twitter, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Lewis says, do you think with Durham unable to bowl the team out twice, it's a fitness issue, a mental issue, or just flat surfaces? I think it's flat surfaces. Played up to Stokes this time. There's been a lot of really high scoring draws this year. Remember, Durham have only lost the 1, they've drawn 4, but it was interesting when Nick said this morning the average run per dismissal this year is 36 runs. And that's what Rain was averaging per wicket, and Rushworth was averaging 37. But their lack of wickets and their lack of impact this year has made them look like they're off key, but actually, as Rain bowls, this is defended by Root, they're very much on the money. They're right where it's at with regards to runs per wicket. The surfaces are flat, it's been a dry spring, so there's not much moisture around. Scientists were saying the other day, the trees and the plants are now budding 3 to 4 weeks earlier than they were just a few years ago. This is the third really dry spring in a row as well. Rain in, bowls. This has gone off through the covers for a Root for 4 up to the pavilion. 2 years ago we had the sunniest and driest spring on record in Tyne and Weir, breaking records going back 169 years. It was the driest place in the UK. Last year we had the sunniest but one of the coolest Aprils, I think it was. This year's been really dry.
Yeah, I think the only time that Glamorgan have lost to rain has been those 2 hailstorms in Cardiff in the first match between these two sides. We've lost a bit.
It didn't actually rain, did it? It was hailstorms. I mean, there was piles of snow on the pitch at one point, wasn't it?
We've lost a bit to bad light here and there, but I don't know about Durham, but Glamorgan have had 4 games uninterrupted by more than a couple of minutes rain, certainly. 273 for 7. Stokes is going to bowl the 4th over of this spell. His first spell lasted 4 overs, 0 for 33. 3 overs, 0 for 12 in this spell. 273 for 7. Floodlights are now very bright, possibly even taking over, but looks as though there's a bit of lighter cloud around as Stokes is in to bowl to Nisa. Short ball down leg side and through to Ned Eckersley. Well, Ben Stokes fancies his chances with these short balls, but that one was not well directed. It was wide and swung away wider. The only person that it really inconvenienced was Eckersley with the gloves on. 38 runs behind Glamorgan. Stokes bowls. Nisa. I thought that for a moment there was going to be a misunderstanding because Root was through for a single, but Nisa eventually reacted and got down to the non-striker's end, albeit having given Root a couple of seconds start, but it proved safe enough. 274 for 7. Root prods away. The pace of play not helped by the swapping between right and left-handers. I suppose Durham can't complain too much because Root is the only left-hander in this Glamorgan 11. In the absence of James Wheel, former Durham player, as Stokes is coming round the wicket, and he is moving his backward square leg, further backward towards fine leg, and he's moving fine leg finer as well. Either that or he's bringing some aircraft into land. Furious waving the arms. Now Stokes comes round the wicket to Root. Bowls a short ball that Root has nothing to do with. Umpire Middlebrook signals that is indeed considered a short delivery.
Quiz question for you. Sunderland did it in 1979 and Villa did it in 1981. Who did it in 1980?
Asking the wrong man on football, I'm afraid.
See if anybody out there knows then. Get in touch if you know the answer.
Ben Stokes, right arm around the wicket, under the lights to Billy Root, who plays that one to Peterson at cover. Say it again.
Sunderland did it in 1979.
Yeah.
Villa did it in 1981. Who did it in 1980?
There we are. Contact us via Twitter, Marty Cricket, Nick Webb 2017, or wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you fancy sending your thoughts by electronic mail. Stokes is in to bowl. Nisa plays that one to point. Oh, there's a misfield, but they don't run. Probably wisely in the end.
How many did Somerset make again? About 1,000?
Just short. Didn't they declared on 590 something?
No, Gloucestershire lost the wicket first ball of the innings.
Oh.
Siddle gets Scott for a diamond duck.
Oh dear. Experienced bowler Peter Siddle, Australian. Stokes is in to bowl. Root flicks this one off his hips and will take a single down to backward square. Managing to control that one. 275 for 7. Root has 45.
7 overs to T. George Wright says Surrey now have the 4th highest total in a first class match without a century. So Rollo's already sent in an answer on the quiz.
Is it correct one?
Well, that would be letting the cat out of the bag. It's there for everybody to see on Twitter.
Oh, I see.
Davey Fenix emailed in with the answer. Delay going on here while Stokes and Rain discuss tactics and fielding positions. Rain wants third man moved around a bit. There's a long leg out there as well. 2 slips, a gully, point, mid wicket, cover, mid off, mid on. Durham needs some inspiration from somewhere because they have lost their mojo with this ball. Glamorgan are only 36 behind at 275 for 7, and this partnership is now worth 112. And probably a record-breaking partnership as well, I would imagine, as it's now worth 113 as Root plays that off to the cover area.
No doubt I can catch up with Dr. Hignell.
Well, hang on, see if I can beat you to it.
Right, there have been several answers on Twitter to me. If you'd like to have a look at them.
What's this partnership? 8th wicket. It is the best. It beats Alex Wharf, the umpire in this game, and Thomas. Which one was the Thomas?
Darren Thomas.
SD Thomas,
yeah,
2004. Thomas. They put on 108. So this is now 113. So it's a record 8th wicket stand. In comes the bowler, and that's off the pads. That's an appeal, and that is out. Nisa's gone LBW for 62. Rain gets his man, so it ends the partnership at whatever figure I've just told you, which I've already forgotten. Where's it gone?
113, the partnership.
113, yes. So Nisa out for 62 from 88 balls. And they trail by 35, is it?
Yep.
35.
Yeah, that looked pretty out. No surprise then when Alex Wharf raised the finger, but good applause from this Durham crowd, who've been here in decent numbers again today, and they have been generous to feats by Glamorgan as well as their own team. Nice loud applause for Michael Nisa's highest score for Glamorgan, as enter Tim van der Hoogten and friend. As Tim van der Hoogten will be batting with a runner, as he did a couple of weeks ago. Is it Labuschagne? Good heavens. There we are. You can't keep him out of it.
Who was the Thomas, did you say?
Darren.
Darren Thomas. I can't remember Darren Thomas.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot of wickets for Glamorgan, and took a century off Shane Bourne in a championship match as well.
So their partnership was 2004 in Cardiff.
So when was the last time you saw an overseas player acting as a runner in a championship match in the UK? As Marnus Labuschagne takes over that duty of being Van der Hoogten's legs. Van der Hoogten having suffered a hamstring reoccurrence.
There was a record stand last week by Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes for Worcestershire. They put on in that game 195 for the third wicket, as rain balls to Van der Hoogten defended, and that was the highest partnership for any wicket for Worcestershire against Durham. So 2 weeks in a row Durham have conceded partnership records.
Labuschagne's practicing his batting at square leg now. You can't play in the middle, Marnus. You're only there to run.
Rain in. Van der Hoogten plays us down into the ground, and it goes off behind him and down towards backward square leg for one.
You scamper through for the single. Labuschagne was standing somewhere near the square leg umpire would normally be, only he's at point. Van der Hoogten now wanders off saying, shall I stand at square leg? No, the umpire, he was at point because Root's a left-hander. So Van der Hoogten is now trudging over towards square leg umpire Middlebrook. This is going to be chaos. 277 for 8.
Have you ever played with a runner? Because even as a batsman with a runner, it's absolute chaos. Got no idea where you're meant to go. Rain in, bowls, stays low on Root, skids through, and he plays it away just safely at the last moment there.
No, I mean, I played a few matches with a hamstring injury, but then I'm so slow anyway, it didn't make much difference.
I hurt my back once batting and had to have a runner, and your instinct is to set off when you hit the ball, and you're running into people who they don't understand what you're leaving your crease for.
And either can be run out, either batter or runner.
In comes Rain, played back to the bowler's end. He just misses steering that onto the stumps. Stokes is chasing all over the ground. It might go for 4. It's gone for 4. Stokes gives up the chase right at the last there. Nicely timed shot that from Root. That takes him to 50, does it? And,
it does.
86 balls, another 50 in this game.
4 half centuries in the innings now. The top score is Nisa's 62. 7 fours, 86 balls.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in the match.
So it can be done. 281, deficit 30. Durham having broken the partnership. Can they now finish off this innings? Bryden Cars is going to have a blast. Lively but expensive so far. 0 for 48 in his first championship match since last July. Taking over from Ben Stokes. With the breakthrough coming at the other end for Ben Rain. So Cars to try and blast them out. I've had 5 answers to Martin's conundrum.
I'll have to answer it in a minute.
As the first delivery from Cars is defended away on the offside, and Van der Hoogten gets a single. I was going to say dot ball, but of course there's a runner in the form of Labuschagne, who's standing at square leg. They're all the same answer, so I presume they're right. So thank you to those who have tweeted me. 282 for 8. Van der Hoogten 2, route 50. Cars into bowl. Bowls a short delivery and it's a no ball. 284 for 8 as umpire Middlebrook turns round and points or indicates to the scorers, who are a few boxes to our left on the same level. 284 for 8 under the Chester Street floodlights, which are fairly likely to stay on for the rest of the day, I suspect. Still 5 overs to go to tea after this one. As Cars bowls and Root slashes it away on the offside. He'll pick up the single down to Peterson at point, fairly deep point. In front of the vacant Castle stand. The reason that it is vacant is that it doesn't have any seats in it, because the seats are all stacked up underneath, ready for use during T20 blast side. The crowd are fairly few in the County Durham side, and they're concentrated in front of the pavilion. Reasonable numbers. Cars is in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who's prodding forward. Not looking too hampered at the moment in these initial stages by his hamstring injury. Not sure you'd expect a huge amount of footwork from Van der Hoogten anyway. As he's waving at someone, Van der Hoogten, possibly telling Labuschagne to go a bit wider with his running, because he might be on the line of mid-wicket. Cars bowls. Van der Hoogten turns it straight to mid-wicket, where Peterson fields. There's no run. Irrepressible Labuschagne doing runner's duty. Just didn't think he'd spent long enough out in the middle. He's still shadow batting at square leg. Umpire Wharf is at point. 285 for 8, 26 runs behind. Cars bowls. Van der Hoogten turns it gently on the leg side. Peterson 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and into his hand. Keepy uppy star of the Durham 11, Keegan Peterson at mid-wicket. Cars 0 for 52, and this is the last ball of his 9th over, so he and Stokes have been somewhat expensive. As Cars bowls and Van der Hoogten defends back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. 285 for 8. Dr. Hignell, yep, confirms that record for the 8th wicket. Darren Thomas and Alex Waugh, Cardiff 2004. So one minor record broken. Route 51, Van der Hoogten is 2, 26 runs in arrears, 5 overs to go until the tea interval, unless a wicket falls, in which case we can play on.
There's loads of emails coming. I don't know what that could be about. It was rain bowls. Off towards point it goes. Root gets a single. Deficit down to 25. I told you that Glamorgan could well get level here, and I think I may have been scoffed at.
Yeah,
by
quite
the
possibly.
honourable gentleman
I did a bit of scoffing,
right hand side.
And I don't just mean at lunchtime.
Quick question, says Rhys Jenkins. Can you get the live stream on BBC Sounds app or just the BBC website and browser? It's on the Sports app, not Sounds, unless, of course, it is on 5 Live Sports Extra. But
they've been featuring the Roses match, haven't they?
Yeah, they did come to us yesterday.
They came to us yesterday for a bit of Stokes batting.
Stokes. Rain in and bowls to Tim van der Hoogten, who I haven't got in my scorecard yet, so I better put him in there.
Number 64.
Yeah. Remember the double M.
It's particularly vital in audio commentary.
Yeah. Bernard says women's cricket on TV. There's a tournament going on in Dubai at the minute. T20 tournament.
Is it a T10 tournament?
Is it a T10? Is it?
I think.
I don't know. He says it's on channel 442 on his telly. Or 422.
Which is
this is Saturday.
Not much use if you're not Bernard.
No.
Or you don't know what sort of
telly
providers he's got.
Yeah. Davey Fenwick says has put in a suggestion for the answer to the quiz question. Yep. Sunderland did it in 79, Villa did it in 81, who did it in 80. Philip Ray has answered the question. And a few on Twitter as well. In comes Rain, bowls to Van der Hoogten. That's gone down towards third man. Borthwick's chasing it from second slip. Trundles towards the rope. He should catch it. He does. Slides in, and he's left a big divot in the ground there. 2 runs.
3 possibly?
3?
3.
Where's the other?
I know, it's very difficult to tell.
Van der Hoogten's still at this end.
Van der Hoogten's still here, but Labuschagne was scampering up and down.
Yeah, Root's back on strike. That's 3.
Okay, I'm going to have to desert you and make sure that they talk to me on the wireless.
Right.
Seats
Nicholas
away.
Brill, Tony Waters, Chris W, Rollo.
Everyone's given me the scorer rather than the team. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah. This is played by Root out towards Peterson. No run there. Who have they all said for you?
Trevor Brooking.
Yeah.
Thank you to Jerry Williams as well as Nicholas Brill, Andrew Chapman, Alan Stevens and Ian Evans. Trevor Brooking.
So Sunderland did it in 79. Alan Sunderland scored the winning goal in the FA Cup final. Villa did it in 81. It was Ricky Villa against Man City. And it was Trevor Brooking in 1980. As Rain bowls, that's chopped off towards the point boundary for 1 by Root. And then Trevor Brooking, I saw him in action about 3 days later at Roker Park, because having won the FA Cup, 2nd Division, West Ham came to Sunderland. Sunderland beat them 2-0 and got promoted to the top flight. That was in May 1980. There were 45,000 at Roker Park that day.
Okay, should be back with you in a couple of overs unless wickets fall and they're all out.
Where are we? 4 overs to go to tea. 290 for 8. Another batting point's on the way. The deficit's only 21. Durham see their opponents wriggling off the hook again. It's becoming a familiar story. Root on 53 from 91 balls. Highest scores in the game, though, are still from the Durham innings of 82 for Stokes and 78 for Peterson. As Bryden Cast comes in here to bowl to Root from the Finkel end. Root looks to cut and a play and a miss. There was an appeal from first slip from Scott Borthwick and from the bowler, but they both looked like they didn't really have their hearts in it. Nothing from the keeper, and the umpire, James Middlebrook, says no. Former spin bowler James Middlebrook, he was playing for, or he just joined North Hants in the spring of 2010 when he played for the MCC against Durham in the first pink ball match in Abu Dhabi. Had recently arrived at Northants from Essex. As Cars comes in and bowls, this is pushed off towards mid-wicket. And I interviewed most of the players who played in that game. In fact, I think I interviewed everybody. And I asked James Middlebrook why the move from Essex to Northants. He said, because Essex didn't want me anymore. Which is probably one of the most honest answers I think I've had in an interview. He's originally from Yorkshire, James Middlebrook. Bryden Cars bowls to Root, flicked off towards mid-wicket. Cars once more bowls in the air, but it lands just short of mid-wicket from Root, bedding him out there, no run. Bernard sent us another quiz question. This is a good one, and didn't know the answer to this one. Which player went to Wembley Stadium in 3 successive years and picked up 3 different trophies? If I'd said who went to Wembley in 3 successive years and picked up 3 different trophies, you could have thought it was a greyhound trainer. As Cars bowls a short one, which goes through to the keeper. So which player went to Wembley in 3 successive years and picked up 3 different trophies? Floodlights are blazing away here. Deficit's 21. Said yesterday Durham didn't bat as well as they should have done and left about 50 runs out in the middle, and Keegan Peterson agreed with that in the close of play assessment last night. Durham did have Glamorgan at 163 for 7 and 148 behind, and when Nisa came out, another little lob out towards the leg side from Root. He's called through by the runner Labuschagne. 1 run. He'll keep strike as well. End of the over, 290. Is that added on? 291 for 8. So 9 away from a 3rd batting point. So it looks like they could well match. They should match Durham on batting points as well here. 3 each. Update now. We've got the floodlights on here. It's really overcast and quite gloomy, and this one's just drifted away from Durham this afternoon. After lunch they took 2 quick wickets. Carlson bowled first ball of the afternoon session for 53 by Matty Potts, and then Chris Cook was caught down the leg side off Potts for 16. At that point Glamorgan were 163 for 7 and still 148 behind. Then a partnership of 113 for the 8th wicket from the Australian Michael Nisa, who made 62, and at the other end Billy Root is on 55. That's their highest 8th wicket stand against Durham. Breaks the previous 108, which was actually set by one of the people officiating here, Alex Wharf, along with Darren Thomas in Cardiff back in 2004. Glamorgan currently 292 for 8, trailed by just 19. Single there from the first ball from Rain, and now an inside edge from Van der Houten off the pad. Comes to roll out on the offside, no run there. 2.4 overs left to go.
Yeah, I can tell they're running late when I do my 4 o'clock bulletin hit, and they're still going in the afternoon session. Labuschagne batting still.
Rain ends ball to Van der Houten. Up it goes to mid-off, no run there. All the cars coming into the stadium now have got the headlights on. more of a breeze now rather than really stiff winds. If there's another wicket, of course, we then could end up having a delayed tee. Rain in. Ooh, tries to York Van der Houten. That's going to hurt the hamstring. Nearly fell over the ball there as he kept that one out.
Did well to defend it. It was an excellent Yorker, really arrowing in on middle and leg, and Van der Houten just getting the bottom of his bat down and maybe whacking himself as he did so. But well bowled and well defended. Well, Michael Hogan's the last man, so maybe T won't have to last Tula.
Has he had an LBW yet?
No.
Rain bowls, leading edge down towards third man for Van der Houten for 1. There was a quiz question sent in by Bernard while you were on your update.
Yeah.
Which player went to Wembley 3 consecutive years and picked up 3 different trophies?
Oof. You have to pass that one on to some of my football colleagues.
Yeah, right. I didn't know the answer to that one. There's a couple of people who've sent in answers. Philip Ray and Paul Bennett. We'll see where they are on the money or not. Round the wicket comes Rain to Root. Root flicks that out through mid-wicket and it's away for 4. Lees dives, but really he was playing for saves there, was he?
Well, that was unusual from Root because he's batted pretty calmly, but he did actually take a step down and launch into that.
Well,
timed it well when he got there.
There's a reason perhaps that there's only 2 overs to go to tea. They're 8 down and they're just now, as a result of that, 4-3 away from a 3rd batting point, which will equal what Durham did.
Yep. Adrian Snellgrove messages after we had Trevor Brooking as the earlier quiz answer. He presented me with one of my England caps when I played blind football for England. An absolute gent of a man, and I was made up as I am a West Ham supporter. So thank you, Adrian.
Yeah, he couldn't do it on a Tuesday night at Roker Park in May 1980 though.
So a little bit of a Durham Brains Trust meeting.
14 behind now, Glamorgan.
Rushworth and Stokes having a chat. 2 Cars to suggest something. And Cars is running away from us and bowling to Van der Houten, who plays that one wide of gully and will pick up 1 run. There's correct decision as the throw came in pretty rapidly to Eckersley. 298 for 8. Glamorgan will want to get this 300 in the bag without worrying about the fun and games of Michael Hogan, who can hold the bat and can strike a long ball. You just can't always rely on when he's going to do it. Root on strike on 59 not out now. As Cars is into bowl and Root takes a single shortish ball turned down to fine leg, and although Cook was caught down leg side, that wasn't particularly off a shortish ball. I might hazard the opinion that Cars is overdoing the short stuff somewhat. Stokes was digging it in as well in his second spell from this end. 299 for 8. Cars into Van der Houten, who drives through the leg side. We'll get a couple of runs here. In fact, it's going to run away to the scoreboard for 4. Nicely timed from Van der Houten as Glamorgan do indeed post the 300 in 71.3 overs. Untold riches, really, from the depths of 163 for 7. Looked hugely unlikely that they'd get up to some sort of parity. As it is, they're now just 8 runs behind as Van der Houten moves on to 11. 8 overs, 8.5 overs potentially until a new ball. As that's another short ball from Cars, which Van der Houten really hardly had to duck at all, and it flew over his shoulder. 303 for 8. Van der Hoogten 11. Root has 60. Had the largest partnership of the match this afternoon. 113 between Nisa and Root, with Nisa slightly the dominant partner with 62. Cars in to Van der Hoogten, who angles it down to third man. They'll be content with the single as Labuschagne runs it on Van der Hoogten's behalf. 304 for 8. Root on to strike. It'll be pleasing for Billy Root that he has succeeded in his first team game of the season, with North East's arrival adding a bit of competition to batting places despite the unavailability of Eddie Byram. As another shortish ball again turned off his hip by Root, again down to fine leg, again single taken. Root manages to retain the strike there. 8 came off that over. A 4 and 4 singles. 305 for 8. Cars 0 for 61. Your thoughts on Bryden Cars' reliance on the short ball, Martin?
There's been too much reliance on it the last 2 or 3 weeks from Durham. Andy Zaltzman says, breaking news, Benedict Cumberbatch, rumoured to be set to play the part of Jordan Clark in the Hollywood film based on today's events. Tom Cruise is in line to play umpire Neil Bainton. Sorry.
Mr. Bainton is generously proportioned.
Yes. As rain comes around the wicket and balls here to Root, that's left alone. Surrey are now 621 for 9. Clark has 29 of those from 53. So is that now the highest score by anybody who hasn't had a century?
Yeah, I think so, isn't it?
Yeah.
Virtually everyone's got run. The lowest score has been Hashim Amla, who's prone to piling up runs. He made 12.
Well done. Batted.
3 90s, a 70 yard, a 60 yard.
Through to the keeper this one.
And we are in the last over before the tea interval.
Andy Zaltzman, who is now a scorer on Test Match Special. He's the presenter of the news quiz on Radio 4, which is really funny, and a stand-up comic, and is pals with our breakfast show presenter Alfie Joey. And I can't remember which one was which, but one of them was best man for the other a few years ago. So, one on the comedy scene started off around Manchester, I think. Really gloomy conditions here now as rain bowls to Root, that's left alone. Even with the floodlights on, I'd be questioning the light at the moment. Could do an unscientific test with my light meter out the window. We're on the cusp of where they normally go off, surely.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, around about where they would normally go off. As rain comes in and bowls. Just going to open the window a minute to just check this out fully. Get up on the table. Oh, don't fall out. Right, where are we?
This is time for TV lot. Yes, they've done it. They've cut up commentator cam.
I knew they would. It was the invitation for them.
Martin out the window.
It's just over 300 looks on this, and they normally go off around about 300, and that's even with the floodlights on. Played by the batsman Root to mid-on, no run there.
So, is this the last ball before tea? Well, yes, unless it takes a wicket.
It's just 6 behind here. Durham had Glamorgan right where they wanted them and let them wriggle off the hook. That is tea. Credit to Nisa and Root for their partnership as well. A record-breaking 8th wicket stand for Glamorgan against Durham of 113. Root will return after tea on 61. Van der Hoogten with his runner is on 12, Glamorgan 305 for 8 are just 6 behind. They could well be in the lead a few minutes after tea. And I think it also shines a light on Durham's batting yesterday and how they fell short, making just a 311. We'll see you again in 20 minutes' time.
We've also been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job. We've also been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. Better figure out capacity to make 150,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do. It's a very important part of most households. So reliability is a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it. And that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected. We've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
That's the restructure. That's the restructure. They used it to entertain in the summer. Very fast. Yes, my home I don't think there's any pretty pictures there, is there?
Well, good evening and welcome back to the third session on the second day of this county championship match in Division 2 between Durham and Glamorgan, where we look likely to have two teams pretty even on first innings. Glamorgan resume on 305 for 8, that is 6 runs in arrears, with Billy Root on 61 and Tim van der Hoogten on 12. And we're going to get the England captain Ben Stokes into the action to bowl to van der Hoogten, and he plays that one down leg side, and it'll run away for 4 to the boundary at the Lumley end. Glamorgan 309 for 8, and van der Hoogten is on 16 not out. That wasn't the start that Stokes was hoping for. That's his half century up. But a half century against him with the ball now, 0 for 51. Is in batting form certainly, but has yet to take a wicket so far. 2 chances to do that, as van der Hoogten deflects the next ball down to gully, and there's no run. 309 for 8, 2 behind. Stokes and the returning Brighton Cars have both laboured in vain today. Carl's playing his first championship match since July last year. Stokes bowled last week at Worcester for Durham, similarly wicketless. Can he break that now as he bowls to van der Hoogten? Shortish ball. Van der Hoogten does just enough to get out of the way of it, and it goes through to Eckersley. Van der Hoogten, if you are just joining us, is batting with a runner in the form of Marnus Labuschagne, Glamorgan's Australian Test batsman. He may be the number 1 Test batter in the world, but he still wants to get out into the middle in a county match. Fair play to him. 309 for 8. Stokes to van der Hoogten, who is forward defending up to Potts at mid-off, and there's no run. And there is feeling that Durham have left this game drift away from them. They posed quite a few questions to Nisa and Root early on, but once that stand had taken root, as it were, they looked a bit bereft of ideas as Van der Hoogten pushes forward slightly awkwardly to Stokes, but still gets it out on the offside. No run. Still playing under the floodlights, which are pretty essential. Came on midway through the afternoon session and light levels not great, so there is the possibility that we might lose time tonight if the umpires rule the artificial light is taking over. Stokes to finish his over, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who gets up on his toes as best he can, defends it down into the deck. End of another Stokes over, 9 overs, 0 for 51. Glamorgan 309 for 8, trail Durham by 2 runs.
It's not so much a case of if the artificial light's overtaking these days, it's about the visibility in the background, the trees and things like that. That's what they have to take into account as well.
And as at Sapphire Gardens, well, we can't use the lights in Sapphire Gardens, but you've got a similar background of trees around a fair chunk of the ground, haven't you?
And a river. Well, the river's down the side of the ground here rather than at the end.
It'd be in trouble if you could see the river.
Yeah.
Might be a bit of flooding.
High tide. Yeah. Right, that quiz question before tea was Bernard was asking who went to Wembley in 3 different years and picked up 3 different trophies. And Rushworth coming in here to bowl to Root, and that's the scores level as that goes down towards third man. And the answer was, if I can find the original, there's been that many emails in the last half hour or so.
Well done to Ian Evans and to Richie Muck, who've got it right. Paddock to Andy Greenwood, who didn't get it.
The answer was Bobby Moore. It was 64, 65 and 66, so the World Cup in 66.
Down Beerling offers the thought, who played for both teams in the Cup final, the band of the Welsh Guards, boom.
Rushworth in, and that is the lead for Glamorgan. No, it's not. Yes, it is. They're going to go 1 ahead here now. And Durham really need to have a look at themselves, the way they've played this afternoon and how they've let Glamorgan wriggle off the hook here. They had them 156 for 6, 163 for 7, and now Glamorgan are in front by 1 at 312 for 8.
Yeah, the bowling attack hasn't been as concerted as one would expect from a Durham seam attack.
In comes Rushworth again. This is dabbed towards short mid-wicket.
I mean, it's rare to see Rushworth going at 4 runs and over. Potts, 16 overs, 4 for 48 has been exemplary. Rain going at 3 and over, 2 for 54. Cars, Stokes and Borthwick with 3 overs of spin have been expensive.
This is played off the legs by Van der Hoogten out towards deep square leg. 2 more runs here.
And it is somewhat alarming for Durham that an injured number 10 is batting with some degree of not comfort but reasonable ease so far.
Rushworth comes in and bowls, and this is defended on off stump. So Rushworth in the attack here after tea, still 6 overs away from the new ball, which for a long time Durham probably never thought they'd need, but they've just lost the ability to go for the jugular and to kill teams off. Somebody on Twitter the other day, I think it was Tom the Bookie, after the draw at Worcester, said they're better at drawing than Tony Hart was. Rushworth comes in and bowls, and that's gone down the leg side, and that's 4 byes by the looks of things. Yep. Oh, it's come off the bat, has it? Must have got a little nibble there.
There was a deflection, just got a sliver of bat on it. Can't blame Eckersley for that one. 318 for 8. Van der Hoogten on .24, route 62. Stokes into his 10th over. 2 spells of 4 overs apiece. Not being overworked before his labours of June. First test against New Zealand at Lord's, June the 2nd. 318 for 8. Glamorgan, an improbable lead of 7 runs. Stokes then to try and finish off this nonsense eventually, once he's got fine leg where he wants him. Fine legs back, deep square towards the ropes. Stokes is in to bowl to Root, who uppercuts down towards third man, and there's a sprawling attempt at a stop.
Rushworth?
It has gone away from him. Did that actually carry?
I think so, yeah. It's bounced out of his hands and away over the ropes for 4.
Didn't realise that was hit that firmly. So we're going to put that one down as a drop chance.
I don't know.
If we
it's too far away in this light to see it.
Managed to get a replay. Rushworth.
It's cut off.
It's pulled out before we onto it. I'm not sure if it. Perhaps again at the end of the over. As Stokes bowls and Root hooks at that one and misses it through to Eckersley. So Root willing to take on the short ball. Root has moved up to 66 with that last boundary. Glamorgan 322 for 8. Stokes having to work for it. And he comes to bowl to Billy Root, who defends that one back down the pitch. And there's no run. So we've had 4 half centuries in this innings. Northeast 51, Carlson 53, Nisa 62, and Root is now the top scorer of the innings on 66. Stokes in to bowl to Root, who works that one away. I think it's off the pad. It's gone down to fine leg. Umpire Middlebrook looks as though he's about to signal, and then does so. Tap of the knee. 323 for 8, but Root remains on 66. Not out, his former shirt number. His brother Joe has kept the Route 66 going rather longer than he has. Billy said he'd had enough of it. Van der Hoogten, 3 boundaries so far in his 24 not out. Stokes is into him, and that's gone through him, outside off stump, and through to Eckersley. No, he I think played deliberately inside the line, looking at it again on our monitor. So Stokes is not looking best pleased as he marches back, tossing the ball to himself, turns into that run. Bowls, Van der Hoogten up on his toes, deflecting it down towards square leg. No run, so the boundary to Root off the first ball, which may have been a drop chance. Very difficult one. Down to Rushworth at third man. 323 for 8.
Emma's tweeted it was a great start to the bowling, just lacking a bit of killer instinct to finish off, and too many short balls. Yeah, seen a lot of that today, saw a lot of that last week at Worcester as well. Rushworth to bowl from the Lumley end to Root, who's on 66. Root plays that out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Rain collects it. Struggling to really see the players' faces now as well, which is often a sign they're about to go off. More cars coming into the ground with their lights on. I know quite a few cars are set to auto with the lights these days, but others have a system where once the light dims to a certain level, they come on. Rushworth bowling to Van der Houten, defended. North East Premier League's just tweeted the League Management Committee can confirm all scheduled games due to take place next weekend, so not this weekend, but next weekend, will go ahead. There was a meeting last night to see if the matches should be postponed because of Sunderland in the playoff final.
All right.
And I think only something like 5 of the clubs thought they should, and the rest said no. So it'll be interesting to see how many of them managed to get 11 players on the field. It's just defended by Van der Houten, no run there.
You thought the clubs could come to an arrangement to swap it to the other day of the weekend?
I think there was one of the proposals was to try and play later in the year.
Well, we've got a long weekend, start of June for the Jubilee.
The Queen has made a public appearance today for the first time in something like 6 months. That was in our news. Rushworth in, Van der Houten had a waft at that. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. The only person to jump up and appeal and wave his arms in the air was Scott Borthwick at first slip. Nobody else made any remote movement whatsoever there.
Oh dear. So, Queen's gone to see the horses.
Well, she's where at?
Royal Windsor Horse Show.
The Royal Windsor Horse Show.
Didn't get out of her car though.
Did she not?
They managed to park it so she could watch.
Rushworth bowls to Van der Houten, who defends, plays in the offside. Leads 13 now for Glamorgan. If you tuned out earlier on when they were losing wickets late in the morning or early afternoon, you've missed a fight back, because they fought back stupendously and they now lead by 13, and they still have 2 wickets left as well. I said yesterday this was a 350 wicket, and Glamorgan are at 324 for 8. Rushworth bowls, Van der Houten defends. The ball runs up to Stokes at mid-on.
So the Queen watched her nags in action and was actually spotted walking into the arena later on a stick.
Alright. So is that like an eventing thing? I've never heard of the Royal Windsor Horse Show. Must be sort of show jumping type thing, is it?
Not indeed my...
How do you not know about the Royal Windsor Horse Show?
Not my area of expertise.
It's on the M4 corridor. It's not far away from Cardiff. I'm going to have to look it up now. You've got me intrigued.
324 for 8. Ben Stokes still in search of a first-class wicket in this season. Bowls short on the legs of Root, who clips it down to fine leg, and the fine leg fielder's fallen over, so Root will come back for a second run. As Sean Dixon there, well, he's enthusiastic, threw everything at it, but he went flying, and that is the 50 partnership up for the 9th wicket now. Root has scored 23, Van der Houten 24 of those runs. The extras continue to tick up as well. 326 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 15. Stokes bowls. Root anticipating a shorter delivery, got right behind it and turned it defensively on the leg side, as he's actually expecting that one to go down leg side again, but Stokes managed to follow him a little bit. Root defended it comfortably enough. 326 for 8 from 163 for 7, so they've doubled the score since then. Stokes bowls and Root plays a strange shot down to Fine leg. Just take the one run because Stokes has slipped on the turn. Didn't look entirely committed to that hook shot at the time, Billy Root, but managed to deflect it away safely enough, and he moves up to 70. 327 for 8. Glamorgan probably wouldn't want to go off because of bad light at the moment. Even
Durham certainly wouldn't want to start an innings in this leg.
No. Van der Hoogten on 24. Ben Stokes bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays that on the offside, and Labuschagne has scampered home at the non-striker's end. There's a throw at the wickets. I think I better adjust my position because Labuschagne was hidden from me there.
The Royal Windsor Horse Show began in 1943.
Good heavens.
And it is show jumping and eventing, and it's claimed to be the UK's largest outdoor horse show, with international competitions in 3 different disciplines.
Stokes is in to bowl to Root, who slashes it away on the offside down towards backward point. Single taken. 329 for 8.
And it's a 5-day affair, and it's in Windsor Home Park.
Oh well, not far for the Queen to go then.
It's not far from Legoland either if you get bored and want to go and do something
Shouldn't
different.
think she'll be seen there in the near future.
No, well, Legoland.
Unless she's got any visiting great-great-grandchildren that she wants to entertain.
Yeah. We took the kids there a few years ago. It's full of parrots.
Legoland is full of parrots?
Yeah, they're everywhere in the trees. Loads and loads of parrots. Parakeets.
Stokes into bowl to Van der Hoogten, and he just sways gently out of the way of yet another short ball. Stokes takes his sweater from umpire Middlebrook in a rather disgruntled fashion. 329 for 8. I really can't understand why Stokes and Kaza, well, you know, Stokes in particular is obviously a world-class cricketer, but he does seem to be sticking at the moment to tactics that aren't working.
Yep. Katie says, I'll be listening to you live from the Royal Windsor Horse Show tomorrow then. Rushworth coming in to bowl to Root. Played off towards point. And he sends Labuschagne back, and the ball back towards the bowler's end. Hits the... I think it hit the umpire there, didn't it? Alex Wolf, who's trying to jump out the road. From Travaskis.
Emir Evans is just joining us after a couple of days hard work, hoping bad light doesn't curtail his viewing. Saw the lunchtime score and didn't expect us to still be batting. How keen, he said, is Borthwick at slip? Yes, he does jump around at the merest hint of excitement.
Root facing Rushworth. Defends this one. It goes out into the covers to Travaskis, the 12th man. Gordon Markey says, this is awful, but the way the season's gone to date, and there's no sign of getting better in 4-day games either.
Steve West says, all going nicely to plan.
It's not just a Durham thing though, is it? I mean, look around the country.
This is actually one of the places where more wickets have fallen than most.
Yeah. Rushworth comes in again, and this is played to Travaskis once more in the covers. Rushworth has taken 2 for 80 from 19.5 overs. Stokes none for 60 from 11. Stokes didn't get a wicket last week at Worcester either. He's done his bit in both matches with the bat, but wicketless.
Clay at Pompey says, seems daft we only had one recognised opener fit for the start of the season. Where's Billy Root been in the last 4 weeks? Well, playing for the twos.
Rushworth in. Root plays this out to Travaskis once again. No run there. Daniel Norcross says that Surrey have finished. Where's it gone?
They bowled out.
Surrey have declared having not just set a new record, but they've done it by 60 runs. 672 is now the new target for high scores without a century wannabes. Good luck with that one. And Mark Steele, the comedian who we mentioned earlier, Mark Steele's in town as Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's cut by route out towards the point boundary, and it's really difficult to follow the track of the ball in this line, even with the floodlights on. I'm wondering how much more action we'll see here. Mark Steele is from the Croydon area, and he's responded on Twitter to Dan Norcross saying, "Oh, mock poor Kent with this statistical torture, why don't you?" And Dan says, "Hey, Kent have got 4 centurions to Surrey's none in this match, and Stevens is poised on 99. In comes the bowler, and it is defended, and Mark Steele responds, "Mocking Kent in this way is a hate crime under the International Court of Human Rights."
Runs for fun around the country. Yeah, Glamorgan in terms of openers, well, Joe Cook until this week had not scored runs for the second 11. Billy Root did open the batting, got 175, but would Billy Root particularly want to be opening? Most suited as probably number 5 in the order.
Philip Thompson says, "Do you not have a Lego Pirates of the Caribbean set?"
Pirates of the Caribbean.
There was an email came in from Graham Brill from Merthyr Tydfil.
Ben Stokes to continue. 4th over of his 3rd spell. Coming around the wickets to Root, now down to 1 slip, and Root again works one off his hip down to fine leg for a single. This is the 80th over, new ball alert. But yeah, Stokes as England captain won't necessarily be too thrilled to be bowling the 80th over, the last one before the new ball, unless he's going to bowl with the new ball as well. 3:31 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 20. Van der Hoogten is on 25 not out. Field in saving the single. Van der Hoogten drives it back to Stokes, who
lobs it, volleys it in the air, and hopes it's going to roll back to his foot. Right, Graham Brill from Merthyr Tydfil, with the surname of Brill. When playing club cricket, I was given nicknames of Soapy and Pads.
Yeah.
Playing colleagues also given nicknames such as Gunner, because he was ex-army.
Yeah.
But the best was given to a player whose surname was Truex, but was nicknamed Fortnite.
Very good. Glad to see there's some inventiveness alive. Ben Stokes is in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who pulls through mid-wicket. Labuschagne watches the ball sizzle past him and is off running. It is, in fact, not going to need Labuschagne's running efforts because it has run away for 4. And that, I suppose, tells you something about how batting can be at times during this odd match, because injured number 10 has just pulled Stokes for 4 fairly comfortably. 3:35 for 8.
Graham says, on a personal note, my wife's cousin married a dentist from Sunderland. He worked in practice in Chesley Street until retirement, and he's a happy Sunderland fan at the moment. Well, he is this week.
Stokes to Van der Hoogten. Another short ball. Another
where that's gone.
Pull shot.
Where is that?
No idea. Square leg-ish. No one's particularly running after it. Rushworth goes to retrieve. Second consecutive boundary.
There's a 4th batting point on the way here.
Wow. Untold riches. As Van der Hoogten dismissed that contemptuously.
This is really ordinary from Durham.
So this stand, well, it came together at 276, so they've added 63 for this 9th wicket. Van der Hoogten now has 33 of them. He's just hit the England captain for consecutive 4s. Can Stokes get his revenge? As he's in to bowl, Van der Hoogten drives gently to cover, and there's no run. But from a commentary point of view, it is really difficult to pick up the ball.
We're just where the ball's going when it disappears out in the outfield.
Looking to see which fielder's pursuing it most vigorously. 3:39 for 8. Last ball of the 80. 25 potentially remaining today if the light holds. Stokes into bowl. Van der Hoogten drives to mid-off. No run. So Durham have the option of the new ball, and you would have thought they'd bite the umpire's hands off.
Graham Brill says, myself and my son Nicholas, who's better known as Murphy Wiki.
Yeah, he's been tweeting earlier.
A regular contributors to BBC Wales coverage with Nick Webb. Nicholas is an umpire in the local leagues and will be officiating tomorrow. Listening from windy but sunny Merthyr in South Wales. Keep up the good work.
Keith Davis from us says, refreshing to see Billy Root playing so well in only his first appearance of the season. Player Pompey saying, and so Billy will take Root. Rather odd that he hasn't played till now. Well, is it? You have to fight to get your way into the side to some extent. Philip Richards has a word for the crowd here, says they're very knowledgeable and appreciative of Welsh efforts, presumably he means, as well as their own side. So he says that's great to see, and I thoroughly concur. Glamorgan landmarks have been well applauded by the home crowd.
339 for 8 and the lead is 28. There's an update for Radio Newcastle in a sec. Van der Houten 73, Van der Houten 33, Root 73, Partnership 63. Rushworth round the wicket now to Root, comes in and bowls. This is defended. New ball, has the new ball been taken? Yeah. Yes, new ball taken. Start of the 81st over. Rushworth altering his field. He's got 2 slips in place. Comes in and bowls. Root drives the ball out wide of Rain at mid-on and will get 2 runs. Rain chasing it towards the Castle stand. .341 for 8, the lead is 30. Rushworth comes in and bowls, playing a miss from Root outside the off stump. Trying to concentrate on this while listening to Eurovision song entries is not easy.
Well, that's a bit of a rarity, even a play and miss, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Haven't seen that many of them in the last 20 overs or so since Nisa went for 62. Score on 276.
Rushworth turns. Comes in and bowls. Playing a miss, goes through to the keeper. You don't know how difficult it is to commentate while listening to Eurovision Song Contest entries in one ear. Anyway, it's been a really difficult afternoon for Durham as well. They've let this one slip right away. They had Glamorgan 163 for 7. Glamorgan are now 341 for 8. They lead by 30. Billy Root, who's just been recalled to their teams on 75. Van der Houten at the other end, who's batting with a runner because he's got a bad leg, is on 33. Their partnership is worth 65, and it was Root and Michael Nisa, the Australian, who put on 113 for the 8th wicket, a record 8th wicket stand for Glamorgan against Durham. The new ball's been taken, Durham look flat, and Glamorgan lead by 30.
Well, Durham could do with a bit of boom banger bang at the moment.
Clever. But I think they've met their Waterloo, though.
Congratulations.
Yes. Round the wicket comes Rushworth. Played away. Down towards... where's that gone? Down towards third man for 1. I think Durham have got to decide which direction they want to go in here, technically. And it's they've got to be making their minds up.
Well, a couple of encouraging deliveries, at least beating the off, beating Billy Root outside off stump. Rushworth in a couple.
Did you miss that one? Making them.
Oh yeah, God yeah. Oh dear.
I don't know.
That
It's been a long day.
Went sailing over my head. That one, like a Bryden Cars bouncer. So, Matty Potts, Durham's best bowler, and a number of criteria: economy and taking wickets. He's only bowled 16 out of the first 80. Might have bowled a little bit more, I suppose. Potts is in with the new ball to Root, who defends past the bowler to mid-on. There's no run. Looks as though some slightly lighter grey cloud might be arriving, but it's still pretty murky out there, and you wouldn't be surprised if at any time the umpires do have a look. As Potts is in to bowl and Root defends out on the offside.
You remember Michael Jackson used to wear one white glove, didn't he?
He did?
Yeah. Did it have like diamond studs in it or something like that? John Hutchison's been on. He said we had a young wicketkeeper at the Fell. He said I can't remember his name, but his nicknames were Pasty because that's what his gloves looked like. And Michael Jackson because he wore gloves for no apparent reason.
As that's turned away on the offside by Root. They're running the first one hard. There may well be two in it. They run two pretty comfortably as it's fielded by Lees, who's having a lot of dashing around the outfield to do today in the deep cover region. Root to 78, 344 for 8.
Kevin Ramsey says it's a shame Durham have let Glamorgan back in the game after great bowling this morning. I'm watching on the live feed while enjoying the sun at Gloucester against Somerset in Bristol, says Kev Ramsey from Aycliffe.
Potts bowls and Root fiddles to that one. He's beaten, so both bowlers have produced plays and misses. Rushworth and Potts with the new ball. As Hugh Knight offers teaching nicknames, including Vader, a woman geography teacher who smoked as well as being asthmatic and hence breathed rather heavily. Darth Vader. Root clips one off his legs down towards fine leg. Single taken. Root's got a peculiar turn. He's down in one knee as if like a sprinter on the blocks ready to start a second run, but he just comes down for a spot of gardening instead. 345 for 8, so Glamorgan are 5 runs away from a 4th batting bonus point, having looked at one stage in severe danger of not getting any at all at 163 for 7, but this game has been turned round as Potts is into Van der Hoogten, who pushes forward and plays gently to Peterson at cover. No run. 345 for 8 at the end of the first over, and the new spell with the new ball by Matty Potts. 3 runs off it.
Who was the man who was Darth Vader? You remember?
No.
He was the Green Cross Code man as well, wasn't he?
Prowse, was it?
Dave Prowse, that was it. Yeah, he was massive, really tall. I think he had something like size 13 or size 14 feet, and at the height of his fame after Star Wars came out, I think he must have been in pantomime at the Sun and Empire. My auntie went to interview him and had lunch with him. She was a features writer for the Sun and Echo. As Rushworth comes around the wicket here to bowl to Root. It stays low on Root. He manages to keep it away. Plays it off towards the leg side to Lees. No run there.
Yeah, it's the first ball in a while that stayed lowish. Yeah. We had a spate of them in mid-afternoon, particularly I think in the early stages of the Nisa Root stand. Although it may have been just that Nisa is a tall man and has got a long way to jab down on anything pitched up.
In comes the bowler, it's defended. Paul's asking what was the answer to the latter quiz about which player went to Wembley in 3 successive years and picked up 3 different trophies. So this was Bernard's question. The answer was Bobby Moore. In 1964, the FA Cup. In 1965, the Cup Winners' Cup. And in 1966, the World Cup.
Beat that.
Bernard follows that with a really good question. Can you name the first Yorkshire captain to go to Australia? As Rushworth comes around the wicket and bowls, and Root plays and misses.
He's looked vulnerable, hasn't he, to Rushworth coming around the wicket in the last couple of overs. It's the 3rd time that he's pushed forward, not really got there. And needs to just reset a little bit, Billy Root, if he's got visions of 3 figures for himself, or indeed just the 5 runs that they need for this extra point.
34 the lead, 345 for 8 the score, and Root plays and misses. That's gone right through him to the keeper. He knew very little about that. It's just missed the off stump. It's gone right through him.
Well, Rushworth is bowling a really good line in length at the moment, isn't he?
In gloomy conditions with the floodlights on. There's a bit of blue sky to the west though, so the cloud might break up soon. Hopefully. Any ideas the first Yorkshire captain to go to Australia?
Is it a joke one?
Yeah. It's Captain James Cook. Rushworth in, bowls. That's gone off to mid-wicket, no run. Who has a monument? It's on the hilltop above Great Ayton. Just south of the Cleveland Hills, really, just south of Middlesbrough. There's a Captain Cook monument up on the top. Fantastic views up there.
Yeah, we had the Captain Cook for 3 years with Chris Cook in charge.
Yeah. I've done a bit of mountain biking round there, up round the forests near Rosebery Topping. There's Rushworth comes in again and bowls, and this is defended.
Yeah, Root taking half a step down the wicket there to get in a better position to play Chris Rushworth.
It's a maiden.
It's a good over. Rosebery Topping, that sounds like a cooking ingredient.
Yeah, it's not far from, where were we the other day? Gisborough, watching the cycling. And can I just say as well, what a lovely thing last night. My 7-year-old daughter was with us on Tuesday watching the cycling in Sunderland, and Thomas Mine, who's a professional rider from Gateshead, won the Tour Series race in Gisborough last week, and then he crashed right in front of us on Tuesday, came down heavily, looked really bad, and my daughter Astrid was quite upset about it. She's only 7, and he looked to be in a bad way.
Potts starting a new over, bowling to Van der Hoogten, who plays no shot as the ball goes through outside off stump to keeper Eckersley.
And she's really not mentioned anything else other than that since Tuesday night. I've tried to find out online how he was, and my wife, who covered the race for TV the other night, she contacted the PR team, and this last night they sent Astrid a photograph of Thomas, and he's saying he's doing well. He's got a bandaged arm. He didn't race last night in Stranraer, but he's okay, and he'll be back on his bike soon.
Great. Potts in, bowls. Van der Hoogten plays that one off the glove, somewhere down towards fine leg. Labuschagne has run a single for him, and Glamorgan moved to 346 for 8, and that patch of blue sky drifting towards us from the left over the pavilion.
John, Andrew and Philip Ray all guessed Captain Cook. Well done.
Potts then to Root on 79 not out, and running one down to third man. Off an angled bat, single taken. Rushworth with the fielding. 347 for 8. Root in no way bothering to take the strike off number 10, Tim van der Hoogten.
Andrew's emailed. He says, can somebody tell Ben Stokes that he has several chances of a wicket if he bowls at the stumps, i.e. 1 bowled, 2 LBW, 3 hit wicket, 4 caught.
Potts is in, bowls, and that's a nice drive from van der Hoogten. It hasn't been quite timed. Stokes is off in pursuit, They run 2 and they'll settle for that. As Root looks in case there's an overthrow. Wasn't the cleanest of returns from Stokes to Eckersley. 349 for 8-1 for the 4th point.
Andrew says, bowling short, you're limiting your chances to 1 a catch or 2 chopped on. Some advice for the England captain there from Andrew.
I'm sure he'll get plenty of advice in the next few years. As Potts is in to bowl to Van der Houten, who drives gently to Stokes. No run. It's a saying in Wales, a nation of 3 million people, and with overseas rugby coaches coming in as they have fairly frequently over the last couple of decades, and common remark is, I didn't realise we had 3 million selectors in Wales. As everyone's got an opinion, usually on the fly half position, as Van der Houten defends the next ball from Potts back down the wicket to the bowler, who backheels it away in a somewhat desultory fashion, Matty Potts, and perhaps he might suggest that he shouldn't be booting the new ball around.
Is there only 3 million people in Wales, is there? I thought it'd be more than that.
It's not much more than that.
There's about 5 million in Scotland, isn't there?
6 maybe.
Wales population 2021 3.17 million.
Yeah.
Wind suddenly got up again. In comes Rushworth round the wicket to Root, and there's your 350. I said yesterday this was a 350 track, and there's Glamorgan on 351 for 8, and they have a 4th batting point.
Well, that's highly unexpected and highly welcome from the Welsh half of the listenership. Scotland 5.45 million, so nearly 5.5.
That's coming the 85th over. Rushworth comes in and bowls, and this is played up to Potts at mid-off. 1 quick single from Root there. Good running.
Well, he's half a step down already because he's trying to cut down Rushworth's angles, isn't he? Taking half a step down almost as the bowler bowls. Since Rushworth had Root almost slightly cooked on toast. Several deliveries outside off stump. Labuschagne marching off to square leg to do the running.
Rushworth right arm over to Van der Houten from the Lumley end. No run there. That blue sky isn't really getting any nearer at any great rate of knots.
I'm inconsiderate of it.
Do you think it's brightened up much or not?
A little bit. Where's that blue sky over then?
The White Cliffs of Dover, otherwise known as Chesley Street Town Centre. Maybe a bit of Birtley. 4th ball of the over, defended by Van der Houten, and up to the bowler's end it goes. I'm now wondering whether Durham will be able to take 20 wickets in this match as well.
Goody who's saying Durham will need to bat well in the second innings in the gloom. They could do with their old Aussie overseas, Martin Love Shine a Light.
Dreadful.
Getting back to our Eurovision preoccupation.
She was on Radio Newcastle today. Was it Martha Reeves? Not Martha Reeves. Defended, who was it? The Canadian woman who won Eurovision for Great Britain.
Oh, Katrina
Leskanich
or something like that.
Yeah. Why was I thinking of Martha?
Martha and the Muffins, Canadians?
Martha and the Muffins, wasn't it? Instead of Katrina and the Waves.
I should more accurately have been Martha's and the Muffins, because there were 2 Marthas in Martha and the Muffins.
Were there?
Yeah. Oh. Singer Martha Johnson and the keyboard player Martha Laidley.
Rushworth in. Van der Houten plays the ball to the covers to Lee's no run. I've seen Martha and the Vandellas. I saw them at Sunderland Empire in 1987. Marv Johnson was the support act along with the Velvelettes and Needle in a Haystack fame.
Martha lately went on to join the Associates, one of whose
great band
records has just been re-released, Sulk, I believe, and also did a bit of backing vocals for Brian Ferry on tour.
Oh, from Washington's Brian Ferry.
That's the chap.
His dad looked after the pit ponies at Washington Pit.
3:52 for 8. Our Glamorgan. Colin Locke says, read Glamorgan's openers. I'll read it after this. From Potts into Root, down leg side, clipped away, down towards backward square, single taken. That'll be all. Cook has struggled early, presumably referring to Joe Cook. Byram was always going to be missing early. Salter does offer something different with his bowling, and I think the feeling was that if they chucked someone young and inexperienced in opening the batting, then it could be rather harmful. There's a couple of academy prospects like Friend and Nichols who are maybe not quite ready for a year or two to be thrown in. Potts is into Van der Hoogten, down leg side. Van der Hoogten gets out of the way of it. I don't know what Durham are doing in terms of their lengths. As Van der Hoogten slapped a couple away and just swayed out the way of everything else. He's on 36. As Potts is into bowl, and Van der Hoogten deflects that one into a gap on the leg side, and Labuschagne runs the single on his behalf. Van der Hoogten hit 62 in the first innings at Trent Bridge earlier in the season, which was a decisive stand really with James Wheel, which took the game in Glamorgan's favour. Lovely little spell that was at Trent Bridge, both weather-wise and result-wise from a Welsh point of view. 3:54 for 8. Potts into Root. Turns that one off his legs on the onside. Will there be a second? Oh, they're going back hard. They'll have to hurry. Labuschagne's at full stretch and gets there. Well, the throw was wide of the wickets at the non-striker's end anyway, but that was rather risky. Second run. Throw from Dixon threatened the stumps. Labuschagne ended up sprawling on his stomach as umpire Middlebrook was in position, square on. 3:56 for 8. Root turns another one on the leg side. Will they look for two here? Yes, they will. It's a much more comfortable two, because Dixon had some distance to go. 358 for 8. Root onto 88. Not out. In this, his first appearance of the season, in the unlikely batting position of 8, was due to be 7, but they used a night watchman last night. Potts bowls a short ball that Root ducks underneath.
Time is it?
3:58 for 8. It is 17:26 BST.
That over 8's -3 as well. Good luck in getting that back, Durham. 19 overs to go today.
But everyone's been banging it in short from this end, and it hasn't worked.
I don't know what's going through the minds of the players and what the tactics are here, but
little three-way conference between the batsmen.
50-run lead now. 47-run lead.
Extraordinary stuff. This stand is worth 82 for the 9th wicket.
That's probably going to be a record as well, isn't it? Should I have a look?
Why not? Durham having a brains trust meeting.
I didn't think I'd need to look at partnerships again today.
They've had a record 8th wicket already. 113 between Neester and Root. As Eckersley was offering his thoughts.
What is it in the minute?
82.
93 is the record. Michael Kasparovich and Darren Thomas here in 2003. It's probably out of that one. Kasparovich had the best bowling figures by anybody against
nine for in Cardiff.
Yeah, 9 for 36, I think it was.
Is it that few? It was in
9 for 40. Hang on.
In Cardiff, I seem to remember. I think I wasn't working, but I managed to catch the tail end of.
Yeah, he took
that.
9 for 36. The record is now held by James Harris, who took 9 for 34 for Middlesex, but is now back at Glamorgan. Rain in to bowl to Van der Houten. The way this is going, Glamorgan could be looking at a 100-run lead here. Nearly 50 on the board now. They could actually still get maximum batting points as well. 3, 5, 8 for 8. 87th over, so there's 13 overs left.
23.
It's 20, yeah.
110, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I only counted up to 100 there, didn't I? Rain balls. Played out through mid-wicket. There's another run. The lead goes to 48. So yeah, there's plenty of time for another batting point. Durham need one more wicket for the final bowling point.
Surely they'll get that in 23 overs.
Reese has been on. He says if Six Music need any standing presenters over the winter, I reckon Emerson and Webb could do a job on prime time, of course. And if you get to choose the music on there, I bet you get to choose quite a bit of it. Ben Rain comes in from the Lumley end to the left-handed Root and bowls. Root drives and he's caught in the slips by Scott Borthwick. Low, he's gone for 88 from 147 deliveries, but he's done an awful lot of damage to Durham today with the bat, and he's missed out on 100. He's looked a little bit troubled since the new ball came. Borthwick taking the catch.
That was smartly taken by the Durham skipper around about ankle high. 148 deliveries faced by Root. Tim Fry says, not sure whether Billy's match-saving knock, that remains to be seen, has proved that you were right or I was right. There's a case for either. Is Root making the runs because he's batting lower down, or does it prove that he should be batting further up?
So fall 10 short of equalling that partnership record for the 9th wicket as well.
359 49.
I've got to do an update for tees. Have you got one for?
Not till the top of the hour. Right. So carry on as Michael Hogan, Glamorgan's main man, with the ball, strides towards the middle. Working hard, Michael Hogan, as ever, and this is final season in first-class cricket, as he comes up to his 41st birthday later this month. 359 for 9. Tim van der Houten and Marnus Labuschagne wander over to give him counsel on what is occurring in the middle. I'm not sure whether Hogan's approach will be hugely dependent on what anyone else is doing, as he does a couple of token stretches. Probably rather be bowling in these conditions, and he may well be shortly. Van der Houten on 38 not out at the non-striker's end, as Durham have got 6, possibly 7, no, 6 saving the single, 5 saving the single. Marnus Labuschagne mistook for a fielder. He's Van der Houten rather is at square leg. First ball to Hogan, a play and a miss. Outside off stump, a rather tentative prod from Hogan. Rain has 3 for 55. Potts 4 for 61. Now, will Hogan try to stay around or just swing the bat. Faces up to Rain again, runs towards us from the Lumley end. Bowls to Hogan, who will get off the mark if there was bat in that. I think there was, rather than pad, and will amble back for a second run. The ball ending up somewhere in the backward square area. Very difficult to follow the path of it. It was off a thick inside edge there. And the lights, 361 for 9. So the lead is now exactly 50 runs, which would be tidy from a commentary point of view. Hogan off the mark with a couple of runs. Now square leg, fine leg and point have been pushed back. Mid-on is going back a bit as well. And Hogan drives outside off stump in the vague direction of the ball. Doesn't make contact. Through to Eckersley, 361 for 9. End of Rain's wicket taking over. He has 3 for 57. And Glamorgan have a completely improbable lead of 50 runs. Improbable, not maybe at the start of the day, but certainly when they were 163 for 7 just after lunch when Chris Cook was out. Half centuries in the morning session from Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson, but neither could go on. Then we saw 62 from Michael Neser in that stand of 113 with Billy Root, who's 9th out for 88 in his first team innings of the season. Here's Potts into Van der Hoogten, who swings the bat and gets it off the toe of the bat up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Van der Hoogten might be taking the view that it's time to get on with it, with Hogan's tenure at the other end slightly uncertain, as Van der Hoogten played a slightly agricultural shot there, across the line. Just got the toe end of the bat on it. Matty Potts looking for a 5 for. In he comes, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who defends that one cautiously up to Kars at mid-on. No run. No run. Marnus Labuschagne is the runner at square leg. Steve West saying, I thought he was out. Yep, he was back in the action as Van der Hoogten defends, ball rolling past the bowler, gently to mid-off. They don't think of a single as Ben Stokes picks it up. 361 for 9. The end may well be nigh for this innings. Square leg is back, fine leg back, point back as Van der Hoogten drives, fielded by Potts in his follow through, and there's no run. 4 dot balls in this over. One big swing from Van der Hoogten at the start of it was mistimed. Now point comes in to save the single, as does square leg. They want a chance to bowl at the number 11 Hogan. Van der Hoogten tapping is turning this one gently to Kars at mid-on. 5 balls gone in the over. So will they be able to steal a single and keep Van der Hoogten on strike? There aren't any singles on offer anywhere around the infield, so they'll have to pierce the fielders. If he wants to retain strike, if he's that worried, Potts bowls. Van der Hoogten hits it out into the covers, and Peterson pulls off a good diving stop. I thought for a moment it was a catch, but just the applause for the stop. It was off the end of Van der Hoogten's bat again. He meets again with Hogan and Labuschagne. Hogan will be on strike at the start of a new over, and Ben Rain may fancy his chances of clearing this up. Maiden over from Potts, 361 for 9. BBC Sport Online, Glamorgan lead by exactly 50. Two slips. Most of the rest saving the single third man and fine leg back.
Rain bowling to Hogan, who's on 2. Defended, played out towards the offside.
The rarely seen Hogan defensive shot. Mid on and mid off at about halfway back. That might prove tempting for Hogan. Might try and hit over the top. Marnus Labuschagne is still shadow batting as runner at the far end.
Bowled and played back to Rain. Was that a chance or did that bump ball?
I think
it's gone through Rain's hands and he's got his hand on his chin now as if he's...
From his reaction?
Yeah, he's just put down an absolute dolly which was played straight back to him. Hogan should have been out for 2 and Glamorgan should have been all out for 361.
That wasn't actually going that fast, and it was round about thigh high as well. So Ben Rain will be hoping that's not one to regret if Hogan does manage to swing the bat a couple of times.
And he comes again. Hogan plays the ball towards backward point. Oh, Labuschagne wants a run. He's set off and is now told to get back and just gets back into his creases. Peterson has a go at the stumps at the far end.
Labuschagne then turned to as if to say, oh, it might be an overthrow here. As well backed up. Can't keep him out of the middle, Marnus Labuschagne. Kieran Carlson's usually the Glamorgan runner. Stand aside, young man.
Hogan hammers that one wide off, mid on and away for 4. Chased by Chris Rushworth up to the Health Club boundary. He's not going to get there though. So there's 4 runs they shouldn't have had.
Yeah, that's the Hogan agricultural cart. Can be a bit straighter than that. That was slightly more towards cow corner. Lead 54.
Just doing an update for the BBC Cricket website as Rain bowls. Natnor nips back in, hits the bat handle and the box. Looks like that might be just a little bit uncomfortable there for Hogan, who goes for a little wander. Anyway, how about this for a headline? I've gone for root the cause of Durham's problems.
Might even nick that one from my overnight report if that's alright.
You can have it if you want, mate. Just be our secret, no one will know. Rain coming in past the umpire, Alex Wharf, and bowls to... Oh, he's got him. 2 stumps out the ground, so the drop catch ends up costing 4 runs. Glamorgan all out for 365, a lead of 54. Well, what a really poor afternoon from a Durham point of view, but from a Glamorgan point of view, Billy Root has been the man with his tenacious knock of 148 deliveries, 88 runs, vital partnerships of 113 for the 8th wicket with Nisa, and then 83 for the 9th wicket before he departed for 88. Nisa making 62, 53 for Carlson and 51 for Sam Northeast either side of lunch. But just after lunch, when Carlson went first ball bowled by Matty Potts, and then Cook was caught down the leg side for 16. In the 40th over, Glamorgan were 163 for 7. They were 148 behind. They are eventually out after 89 overs, I think that is. I'll have to look to remember. Yep. 89 overs, so another 49 overs on.
And the over rate is -3, which is something Durham are going to have to address in the second innings somewhere over the weekend. Van der Hoogten left 38 not out. 4 for Rain, 4 for Potts. Both exactly the same. 4 for 61 in... Is that board right? They're exactly the same figures. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 61.
Yeah. Do you think, or has it mirrored somehow, mirrored what they've both done? Let's have a look.
The batting contributors, Root 88, Nisa 62, Carlson 53, Northeast 51, and Van der Hoogten 38 not out, 4 apiece for Rain and Potts. And we will be back on BBC Sport Online in just over 5 minutes' time.
Never know what to expect. Just not all, but whenever I can. Not that much cricket these days, is there? Yes. Yes. Oh, we're heading up to Edinburgh next week. Having got this far, we thought we might as well take the holiday a bit next week. Yes, for some time. Good.
Right, there's about 14 overs left today. Durham are 54 behind. Michael Nisa is going to open the bowling. Alex Lees is on strike. Sean Dixon is at the non-striker's end. It's brightened up fractionally, but the floodlights remain on. It's still breezy. These could be difficult conditions for the bowlers, for the batsmen, as Lees lets the first one go through to the keeper from the Finkel end.
Well, Glamorgan with a chance to put Durham under a little bit of pressure in the same way as Durham did to Glamorgan last night. Glamorgan having 9 overs to bat, lost 2 wickets. Durham have got 14 to bat and a deficit of 54, which may or may not be cleared off before close of play.
Comes bowler again, and Lees leaves that one. That's swung an awful long way across the slip cordon. It's gone between second slip and third slip there. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Potts and Rain did finish with the same figures. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 61. And then looking at the next bowler below them, there's another 61. Carse, none for 61 from 11 overs, 1 maiden. Stokes none for 69 and 12. Nisa to bowl the third ball of the innings to Lees. That's off the bat, played to short, mid-wicket, no run.
There's too many contributors in today's play to right into a tidy first few pars. We've got 4 half centuries or more and 2 lots of 4 wickets, and that's before you start talking about the England captain being on the field.
Nisa to Lees. It's gone down the leg side for 4. I'm not sure if it's leg buys or any bat. It's buys.
Oh, bit of movement for Nisa, unfortunately not under control at the moment. Durham will be grateful for all offerings as they try and wipe off this deficit before close of play, or at least go in with Lees and Dixon still together.
2 balls to go. Nisa in. That's down towards fine leg off the bat. Man down there, 1 run. Potts then now has 28 wickets this season, the leading wicket taker in the country. Rain took 4 today as well, so Ben Rain now has 14 wickets this season. Chris Rushworth took 2 for 87, so he's got 13. Last ball of the over, Dixon on strike. That has a bit of bounce in it. Dixon leaves it, it goes through to the keeper, end of the over.
Wasn't peak Rushworth though today, was it?
Hasn't been this season. It just doesn't look like him, but then again, what we said was it is difficult for the bowlers this year on these tracks, and when you look at his and Ben Rain's averages per wicket, they're right up there with the national average. So it would appear a lot of bowlers around the country are finding the going tough at the moment.
So one presumes correctly that it will be Michael Hogan to propel the new ball from the Lumley end, but we have to remember in this match that Glamorgan are a bowler down, as Hogan is in to bowl to Lees, who edges that one wide of Labuschagne at 3rd slip. It's fielded by Nisa at 3rd man. Single taken. So false shot. Don't think it was at catching height. If I can reboot my stream. 6 without loss, Durham. 48 runs behind. As Hogan bowls, and that's a nice shot from Dixon. That's absolutely creamed away through the covers for 4 runs. That deficit won't last long with shots like that. Really beautiful way to get off the mark for Sean Dixon. 10 without loss. As Hogan just straying off line and length and offering a juicy half volley that Dixon tucked into, smashed away to the empty Castle stand. Hogan is in again to bowl to Dixon, who drives again through the same region for the same result. 4 more. Durham finding batting easy in the first couple of overs of their second innings underneath the Chester Street floodlights. Dixon has smashed a couple of consecutive boundaries. Durham 14 for naught. That deficit will be gone in no time at this rate. Hogan 4 for 67 in the first innings, will be thoroughly disgruntled with those last couple of deliveries as the ball is eventually returned to him. Turns, comes in again to the right-handed Dixon, and he leaves that one go outside off stump. Better delivery from Hogan. Dixon, of course, coming into this match on the back of those 3 consecutive centuries, but was dismissed, caught at slip off Nisa for 5 in the first innings. So can Hogan cause him any problems in these opening few overs? Morgan desperate to get 1 tonight at least before Durham knock off this deficit. Dixon turns that one off his pads down towards square leg and will settle for the single this time. 15 without loss. 10 off the over. Nisa just conceded 1 off the bat, but there were 4 byes with rather a wild swinging ball down leg side. Chris Cook didn't have much of a chance with. Hogan to finish his over, bowls to Lees, who defends on the leg side. There is no run. Durham are 15 without loss, 39 runs in arrears after Glamorgan had bowled out for 365. We have 12 overs to go, as I shall shuffle off and tell BBC Radio Wales listeners about the last couple of hours.
Nothing really to tell them, is there? It's going to disappoint them, I think. I don't know when my next update will be, because we'll be into Total Sport in a few minutes, so it'll probably be about 20 past the hour. I'll know when I hear a noise in my ears. 39 of the deficit here on the BBC. Nisa in, pushed away by Dixon, 2-point no run there. A little bit of blue sky that was on show above Chester Street Town Centre and up towards the Berkeley Way has filled in again now, and we've got low grey cloud once more. Wind's got up again as well. Nisa in, bowled to Dixon, who, not sure if he plays at that or deliberately plays inside the line there, but it just goes past the outside edge of the bat and through to the keeper. Nisa in again, driven by Dixon. An attempted diving stop in the covers by Kieran Carlson. Got a hand to it, I think. It's driven down into the ground. It's gone out through towards the pavilion, and Dixon runs 2. He was the leading run scorer in the country going into this round of matches, Sean Dixon. But Masood of Derbyshire has become the first batsman to get 800 runs on the board this year. Dixon started this round of games with 729 and was out for 5 in the first innings. That's an edge off the shoulder of the bat really, and down to third man for 1. Defended. Just gone 6 o'clock. 11 overs to go after this delivery. Nisa in, played by Lees down towards third man for 1. Coming up towards the end of day 2 here, and you're just wondering on a track which has seen both sides get 300 runs. So what have we had? 364 plus 311. 675 runs. Durham need to get it 50 on the board, 54 on the board to wipe the deficit off as Hogan starts anew over here. Bowls to Lees. That goes through quickly to the keeper. Lees with a play and a miss. How much time is it going to take for Durham to build a significant lead here? Of, say, 300, and is there then enough time in the game for them to try and bowl out Glamorgan in a season in which they have yet to bowl anybody out twice. It's a draw even at this halfway stage of the game, looking like the obvious conclusion again. Hogan bowls 2 Lees. That one's gone down to third man. Deficit's 34 now. So they've already scored 20 in just 3.2 overs, so that's really quick going. Hogan to Dixon, down the leg side. There was a shout of catch it, only the keeper's appealing. Nobody else joined in. So we've had 16 runs off the bat, and the 4 byes as well. 20 for none. 3.3 overs. Dixon leaves one outside the off stump and it swings back quite a long way after it's past the target. The keeper takes it way down the leg side in the end there. Quite a bit of movement that time. Mervyn Hardy emails, "Good evening, Martin. We, like many others, left early because of an afternoon of rubbish," says Mervyn. "Don't anybody bother to tell me Durham have a good attack after what has been on display today." As Hogan bowls again, this is defended. He said, Seldom do I get despondent, but I am today." So Mervyn's fed up and he's gone home. Paul says, "Unacceptable, no killer instinct, they can't finish teams off. This could conceivably have been Durham's 3rd win of the season, but now it looks set for a mid-table mediocrity unless we can overcome leaders Middlesex next week." Hogan in, bowls. Oh, bit of bounce in that one, and it's gone through to the keeper, playing a miss from Dixon. And if you're watching the live feed at the moment, you're going to get seasick because the wind is catching the long pole at the far end the camera system's on, and it's bouncing around quite substantially at that far end of the ground. Well, Middlesex are struggling against Nottinghamshire. They're 169 for 6, 10 overs remaining in the day. Nottinghamshire made 415 earlier, so Notts may well be returning to the top of the table if they can polish that one off. Maybe force the follow on. Now, as Nisa comes in and bowls, that's a leave from Lees through to the keeper. I've just retweeted. If any of you are listening, I know some of you, journalism students and whatnot, listen to our commentaries, but the BBC is offering some opportunities in the BBC Sports department. So I've just retweeted a tweet from BBC Sport Jobs, which says, "Are you trying to break into journalism? Do you want to receive training in BBC Sport Journalism Essentials? Do you want to meet our top journalists and creatives? If you do, then click here." So if you know anybody who's interested in a career in sports journalism and broadcasting, there's Nisa bowls again. Now that's left by Lees. That's stayed really low. It's gone through to the keeper. Have a look at that retweet and point them in the right direction. Do you want to meet our top journalists? I've met a few of them. Interesting question.
Who are the top journalists who are going to have hundreds of eager Beaver students beating down their doors?
Nisa again coming in now and bowls. Lees plays it off past square leg towards the boundary. It's being chased across the field. And how many have they run? 2.
Could argue that some of BBC's top journalists are some miles away across the other side of Europe and probably under fire at the moment. So.
Or in a bunker somewhere. I remember when I first started working at 5 Live, presenting the weekend sports bulletins on a Saturday and a Sunday evening, and it was all beautiful and new at Media City. Nisa bowls, Lees leaves that one. They all look really tight to the stumps, these leaves. What was that? It was angling across the left-hander. Yeah, just the facilities were fantastic. The studios were all brand new. Everything smelt fresh. It's great. Hosting an evening sports show one weekend in between rounds of the Masters, and throwing to the golf correspondent or Augusta, and then the rugby correspondent at the Six Nations match, and
all the glamour.
Reporters at FA Cup ties and stuff like that. In comes Nisa. He looks to me, with every delivery, he's getting closer to the stumps, but with every delivery, Lees looks quite comfortable in leaving him alone. Pied Wagtails are down on the outfield. One of them's pecking away at the rope, the boundary rope. The score is 22 without loss. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Wales, and Durham are 32 behind.
9 overs to go. Bit of blue sky around. Isn't as dark.
Sky.
Isn't as dark as it was earlier. It isn't as dark as it was last night.
Flying through the air.
Paper bag, plastic bag.
It's a balloon.
All right.
No doubt heading off into the North Sea.
Small bawling child somewhere in Chester
Yes,
Street.
Probably.
I want my balloon back.
Just been ruined.
Hogan is in. Bowls, and Dixon drives through the vacant mid-off position. Runs aplenty at the start of this Durham innings. Gorvin chases up towards the ropes but won't win it. And Durham race on to 26 without loss. They should be in the lead this evening, you would have thought. They've almost halved the deficit of 54 already. As in comes the next delivery from Hogan, that's driven back to him by Dixon, fielded in the follow through. 26 for naught. Durham second time round, 28 runs behind. So reasonably well advanced in getting a positive result out of this game, you would have thought. 20 wickets down just before the end of the second day, as Dixon plays no shot at that, outside off stump. Through to Cook, and the ball is coming back in quite a bit, but after it's past the wickets, so no use to bowler nor keeper, man nor beast. 26 for naught. Glamorgan 365, 4 wickets apiece for Rain and Potts, 2 for Rushworth. Roots 88 was the top score, Nisa 62. As is Bill for LBW, and it's given. Dixon has to go. Hogan makes the breakthrough, wrapped on the pad, not getting far enough forward. Dixon leg before to Hogan for 16, as the bowler gets revenge, being struck for a series of sweet boundaries by Sean Dixon. It didn't last. 26 for 1, 28 in arrears. So Dixon has not had much of a match to follow up his fortnight of glory, but those are the ups and downs of opening the batting. Gone for 16. Hogan 1 for 15. And this will bring in Keegan Peterson in decent touch in the first innings with the second highest score of 78. And as we found out last night, a very South African accent which I shall not attempt.
Gone and messed up my scorebook. I've written Dixon, LBW, Keegan Peterson. I was almost about to write South African accent next.
That's the trouble, isn't it? You write down what's going into your ears sometimes.
What a mess.
Sometimes in broadcasting you have to be careful to not say what's going into your ears.
Tell you what, the whitener's taking a hammering in this game. How many overs have gone? 5.4. And they're still 28 behind.
So Glamorgan will be pretty happy with their day's work, I would have thought, having started at 31 for 2 and then been 163 for 7. They've got the momentum in the second half of the day as Hogan is in to bowl and Peterson plays that one to cover, and there is no run. So I think the request is going in for Billy Root for a closer play interview, as he succeeds on his return to the first team. Good news story. And in comes Hogan to bowl. Small figure of Peterson, who's correctly on the back foot, pushing back to the bowler. End of Hogan's successful over. 1 for 15 off 3. He has 26 for 1 after 6 overs are Durham. 8 remain today, and the deficit is 28 runs. And will you be talking, do you think, Marty, to a bowler whose figures are 20 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 61 by any chance?
I think there's maybe a 50% chance of that.
Which doesn't tie you down, as it could be Potts or rain. Identical figures.
Nisa around the wicket from the Finkel end, bowling to Lees. This is played up to mid on, no run there. Just wondering when Radio Newcastle are going to throw to me. 6:15, it'll be soon, I would imagine. Is there anything to talk about?
What?
Who have Newcastle got this weekend? In comes Nisa around the wicket, bowls. This is turned off the legs by Lees and out through deep mid wicket. That should go for 4. It's a nice shot that. That's right out the middle of the bat and up to the pavilion it goes.
Well, it's a good job there's some short names in here, because we got 6 names in what we call the score box, which gives you the sort of stats summary at the top of the BBC report.
Well, they don't play till Monday. They've got Arsenal.
Alright.
And then the following Sunday, Burnley. Just be pop tunes on the radio tomorrow then. It's Nisa bowls to Lees. Lees on 10, plays the ball back to the bowler.
Yes, we had a strange Saturday afternoon a few weeks back where there was no Welsh professional team sport on. Was it Easter Saturday possibly?
What was that?
No Welsh professional sport on Saturday afternoon.
These are balls. Just gone up to mid on.
Because a lot of the football clubs played Friday, Monday over Easter to get 2 matches over the holiday period.
What happened here? Easter Saturday. I think that was Durham lost on the Saturday night to Notts. So I drove from here to the Lakes. Had Easter Sunday and Easter Monday in the Lakes, and the might have. Yeah, I think they lost in 3 days. Nisa bowls. Just played up towards mid wicket. 1 run. What day did the matches start that Easter week? Were they all Thursday starts?
Yeah, it's all been Thursday to Sunday, this block of fixtures.
For some reason that doesn't sound right in my head now.
Easter holiday weekend, Glamorgan were winning at Nottingham.
Thursday.
Have you got 7 on the bounce then with Durham?
Yeah, they got it. They got into day 4 there, so I went over on the Sunday. And he's over the wicket to Keegan Peterson, who plays the ball slightly up in the air. It was off the ground momentarily, and then it went back past the bowler for 2. Yeah, 7 on the bounce, and then the joys of the T20.
Yeah.
Got a Midlands swing for a little 4-day tour they play. They start the T20 on a Thursday at Leicester, then a Friday night at Northampton, then they have a day off, and then the Sunday they're in Birmingham.
Now it strikes me that there has actually been more effort putting into the planning of this T20 fixture list than in some previous seasons, because Glamorgan have got a similar little jaunt with 3 matches in 4 days around the southeast of England. And I said to a Glamorgan director of cricket, who shall remain nameless, Mark Wallace, and he said, "No, it must be by accident." What a cynic, eh?
The thing is, the last 2 years, because of COVID, we've all shared the T20 commentaries, but this year a number of the clubs are going back to, a number of the stations are going back to doing their own thing. Some are treating them like football matches and giving it the full works with pitch side reporters and all that kind of thing. But my commentaries will be online only. Hogan starts a new over.
And his first delivery is glanced down to fine leg by Lees, fielded by Harris, who merrily said to last night, been doing plenty of fielding in this match. He didn't look hugely pleased at the prospect of being out for a whole innings, subbing for Van der Hoogten without the possibility of bowling.
Oh, look at this. See, this is not good from a Durham point of view.
What's that, man?
The Guardian has just filed a story.
As Hogan is in to bowl, and that's defended by Peterson to mid-on, no run.
Cricket Alley has written, Matty Potts in the frame for a first England Test call-up. Ollie Robinson and Chris Wokes are out with injury. Surrey quick Jamie Overton also to be considered by Rob Key.
I think that sounds as if it's based on inside information, or is it just extrapolating from the fact that
the England skipper's his teammate, isn't he? So
right. That's driven hard back by Peterson, but Hogan gets a hand to it in the follow-through.
It says Durham's Matthew Potts is pushing for a first Test call-up next week as England's newly formed triumvirate of Rob Key, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes start out with a worrying shortage of seam bowlers. Of the 11 frontline seamers to be capped in the past 2 years, only 4 are playing in the current round of county championship matches.
Hogan into bowl to Peterson, who will get 4 runs here, I think, through square leg. There's a chase for Nisa round the boundary, and in fact he does well to cut it off just inside the ropes, bent down, picked it up left-handed, and got the throw in. 2 to Peterson then. Durham 36 for 1.
So he says Ollie Robinson's only bowled 1 over for Sussex against Leicestershire and has been struggling with stomach problems and has had fitness injuries in the winter. Chris Wokes is struggling with shoulder and knee issues. Could open the door for Potts, it says.
As that is defended by Peterson. Update for BBC Radio Newcastle. I think will be on its way fairly shortly.
Yeah, they're playing a trail at the minute, so you continue until you hear them throwing to me.
Hogan turns at Lumley End. Comes racing in, familiar sight for Glamorgan supporters. Peterson drives to mid-on, no run. End of the Hogan over, 36 for 1.
Suddenly it looks a lot brighter, doesn't it? The big murky bit of clouds now drifting away. We seem to be on the tail end of it, and brighter skies to the west, so the sun might come out in a minute. which may aid batting. Right, they're about to come to us, I think. They are. 6 overs to go. They had 9 overs to bat through last night. It was quite gloomy. It was quite gloomy here when Durham came out to bat with 14 overs to go. It's really a day in which Durham's bowling problems have come back to haunt them once again, because earlier this afternoon Matty Potts took 2 wickets just after lunch. One of them, Kieran Carlson, first ball after lunch, bowled for 53, and then Chris Cook caught down the leg side for 16. So Potts 28 wickets this season, the leading wicket taker in the country, now being tipped for an England call-up. Had at that point got Glamorgan struggling on 163 for 7. They were 148 behind, but by the time the next wicket fell, they were only 35 behind, because Michael Nisa made 62 in a partnership for the 8th wicket of 113 with Billy Root, and that's a record 8th wicket stand for Glamorgan against Durham. Beats a stand from 2004 in Cardiff, set by Alex Wharf and Darren Thompson, and Wharf is actually one of the umpires in this game. Root, though, then went on to make 88 and put on an 83 for the 9th wicket, and by the time he was out, Glamorgan were 48 ahead. The pressure totally gone, the bowling just became unbelievably ordinary, and then eventually the last wicket to fall, Hogan bowled by Ben Rain for 6. So they were all out for 365 and a lead of 54. And how about this for spooky events? Potts and Rain, 4 wickets for 61 runs each from 20 overs. Both of them took 2 maidens, so identical figures. Cars went for 61 runs as well, but he took none for 11 in his first game since July last year. Stokes none for 69 as well. Both of them expensive, too much short stuff. So a lead of 54 for Glamorgan. Durham coming out with 14 overs to bat tonight, and Sean Dixon has already gone. He was LBW to Michael Hogan for 16. 26 for 1 then. They are 36 for 1 now. Lees has 12. Keegan Peterson has 4, and Durham trail by 18, and we have 5 overs to go this evening. Yeah, Colin started with a question there that I didn't really know the answer to. He said they were in a similar position tonight as Glamorgan were last night. Well, I'm thinking, well, Glamorgan are now in a comfortable position in this game, and sort of forgot about what last night was. Nisa bowls, defended by Lees, out into the offside. This is looking like a maiden over. 5 dots so far.
Yeah, Glamorgan were really batting in rather murky conditions last night. Durham, fortunately for them,
it's brightened right up now.
They got the sun out and the lights on.
Turn the lights off, save about 700 quid in electricity. Somebody's going to have to run to the shed in the car park and just flick the switch off. Last ball of this over, then 5 to go. Nisa 2 Lees. Lees defends. Ball runs up to mid-on.
Oh, you can't run around the car park. You'll get in the way of the behind the sight screen at the far end.
Yeah, well, it's this.
Enough of that.
The shed's behind the pavilion,
right,
so you can go up this side of the car park. When's your next update?
7:10.
7:10.
Yes.
Interesting.
Into the evening sports show, which for Welsh rugby lovers will feature Dragons against Cardiff in the URC, which I think is also on BBC Scrum 5 as well, but forgive me if that's incorrect.
Talking about careers at the BBC and sport earlier on, Paul says 50 years too late, sadly.
Here comes Hogan in the evening sunshine then, into Peterson, who defends to cover. No run.
Mervyn's asking if Ed's come up. He hasn't. But
no Ed.
When we were down in Cardiff a few weeks ago, Mervyn emailed, and Ed was chatting about him on air. Remembers having conversations with him here. But no, Ed hasn't travelled on this one.
Ian Evans, amazing fight back from the boys. A couple of wickets before the close, and we'll be in the box seats. Well, 1 has been obtained so far. 4.5 overs left. Hogan bowls, Peterson defends. 18 is now the deficit, so it's touch and go whether Durham will be in profit by close of play.
Bernard's pointing out re-England bowlers. He says Toby Rowland Jones is playing again. He was very unlucky with injuries once he was selected a couple of years back. And he says, what's happened to the bowlers taken to the West Indies earlier this year? Some of them are playing, some of them aren't. There's a few injuries.
As Peterson shoulders arms and allows that one from Hogan to go past outside off stump.
Barry Waller has described Glamorgan's fight back in their 54-run lead as such a disappointment. From a Durham point of view.
Yeah, for 163 for 7 to muster 202 runs for the last 3 wickets, even if there was a specialist batsman and all-rounder there. Hogan bowls and Peterson turns one down to fine leg for a single. Nisa does the fielding, 37 for 1.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, is it opening time already? 37 for 1, 17 runs behind our Durham. As Hogan, wind blowing his shirt around. Then the left-hander Lees, who defends to mid-on, and there's no run. So Dixon went off with a volley of boundaries, but he's gone. Lees 12 off 30 deliveries. Just survival. The prime aim for Durham in these final few overs. As Hogan is into bowl. Clipped away on the leg side by Lees, but well stopped at mid-wicket, where it's Andrew Salter, who for once is not in the gully, largely because there's a right and a left-hander, I think. So it's easier not to have to swap. Billy Root, Marnus Labuschagne, Kieran Carlson, plenty of keen and accomplished fielders to take the key spots in this Glamorgan side. As Michael Nisa will have at least one more. This is 6th, and you wouldn't bet against an over of leg spin from Labuschagne just to finish things off. 2 more overs to come from this end as Nisa runs away from us and bowls to Keegan Peterson, who's pushing forward, sending it to point, and there is no run. 37 for 1. Probably a night watchman waiting in case. What a great 2 days, says Steve West on Twitter. 700 runs, 21 wickets, the game in the balance. As Nisa bowls and Peterson is forward defending to mid-on. Edward Cooper says, while the BBC look for budding reporters, have they thought of using your right sleeve in the commentary box for promotional material? Yes, we are being flicked up occasionally on screen, though thankfully not as frequently as we were a couple of weeks ago at Derby, when I was threatening to get advertising on my forehead, because it was on a rather strange angle as well. Nisa bowls and Peterson defends back to mid-off, and there's no run. And some of the shots remind listeners and viewers why we're mainly working in audio rather than on screen. Nisa then in the evening sunshine, and the breeze is into Keegan Peterson, who plays another one to point, and again there's no run. So the dots being joined in this over. 37 for 1, 17 behind.
Have you had a text?
Yes, I have now. A very good evening and welcome to listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra 37 for 1, Durham 17 behind as Nisa bowls to Peterson, and there's a diving stop at mid-on by subfielder James Harris. So welcome along if you're joining us around the UK and indeed around the world on 5 Sports Extra, where Glamorgan got an unlikely first innings lead of 54 runs. They recovered from 163 for 7 to 365 all out. 88 from Billy Root in his first game of the season, as Nisa loses his footing there and doesn't deliver. 62 from Nisa, 38 not out from the injured Tim van der Hoogten, batting with Marnus Labuschagne as his runner. Ben Rain and Matty Potts finished with 4 for 61 apiece, equally with 20 overs and 2 maidens. Rushworth got the other 2, nothing for Ben Stokes, as Keegan Peterson shoulders arms at the end of Nisa's over. And Stokes' figures were not ones that he'll want to remember. 12 overs, no maidens, 0 for 69, so he remains wicketless this season despite his heroics with the bat. Glamorgan therefore with a 7-6 lead on bonus points. 54 was the advantage on first innings, and Durham have lost Sean Dixon, who hit a couple of glorious cover drives off Michael Hogan before falling leg before to the same bowler for 16. Alex Lees is 12 not out. Keegan Peterson is on 5 not out after some rather murky weather. We're now back in bright sunshine despite the floodlights being on, and the medium pacer Andy Gorvin in his second game is being given a couple of overs at the end to try and add a second Durham wicket. Martin.
Yes, Paul Chubbs messaged me. He had been listening to the commentary this morning and watching the wickets falling on the YouTube channel, and then went off to play golf. So he says, blimey, I've just got home from Beedale Golf Club. I can't believe Durham let Glamorgan off the hook this afternoon. And he's rather puzzled by what's happened, but it was Billy Root who did the damage with 88, but important partnerships, as Gorvin's going to come into the attack here. First ball bowled to Lees is defended. So just to recap, Billy Root was joined by Michael Nisa in the 40th over. That was with a score of 163 for 7. So that was after Carlson went first ball of the afternoon, bowled by Matty Potts for 53, and then he got Cook caught down the leg side for 16 a couple of overs later. This is defended by Lees. So they were still at that point 148 behind, and then Nisa and Root put on 113 for the 8th wicket, which is a record 8th wicket partnership for Glamorgan against Durham. Not only that, it was witnessed by umpire Alex Wharf, who held the original one because he put on 108 with Darren Thomas in 2004, so he's officiating today. Gorvin bowls again, and then when Nisa was out for 62 and Durham just lost their way tactically with their line and length, and just the pressure just disappeared, Root then added 83 for the 9th wicket with Tim van der Hoogten, who was batting with a runner because of an injured leg. Root out for 88, and van der Hoogten finished not out 38. And then, as Nick was just saying, Dixon LBW. So Dixon having got 3 consecutive centuries, 186 at Sussex 2 weeks ago and 104 and 105 last week against Worcestershire, the first Durham player to get 3 consecutive centuries. He's then got out in this game for 5 and 16. So at the moment it's Lees and Peterson who are looking to steer Durham towards the end of the day's play, which is now 2.1 overs away. So far in this Gorvin over, it's been 5 dot balls. As Nick was saying, we've had lots of heavy clouds sitting over us most of the day, and the floodlights came on before tea, and I was looking at the light meter and thinking we're really on the margins of whether they'll play on or not here, and they did. As Gorvin finishes his over, and it's a wideish delivery, and it is a play up to point to Billy Root, and that is a maiden for Gorvin to start with. So 2 overs to go tonight. The heavy murky cloud that sat over us most of the day is now blowing out towards the North Sea. We've got Bits of blue sky on show now. The sun's coming out again, so this is probably the best part of the day. We've had a really heavy, I would say strong wind. There was quite gusty, 35-40 mile an hour earlier. But there you go. So that's the situation. Durham, with 2 overs to go, are 17 behind this evening and need to get back in intact.
Yep, if they do that, it'll be reasonably even Stevens after 2 days as Nisa bowls, and there's a peel for catch behind down the leg side. Flicked something on the way through for the look of it. Peel was slightly forced, maybe. I don't think Glamorgan were absolutely convinced, and they weren't convincing because umpire Wharf kept his hands by his sides. So the game pretty well balanced at the moment. If one more falls tonight, then Glamorgan with noses in front. As it has fallen, as Peterson has his middle stump ripped out by Michael Nisa. You couldn't get more decisive than that. And Durham are 37 for 2. As Nisa produced a perler of a delivery there. Peterson's gone for 5 off 20 balls. And I think he was just yorked driving over the top of it. 37 for 2, still 17 in arrears. And Glamorgan do have the advantage as we move towards the end of the second day. Here on BBC Sport Online, 5 Sports Extra, and also via the 2 county websites as well. And Peterson, one of the first innings heroes for Durham, walks back somewhat disconsolate now. Is it night watchman time? You don't like night watchman.
Pointless.
As we found out last night.
Looks like a night watchman. Is it Matty Potts?
Gorvin couldn't do the job successfully last night. He was dismissed second ball by Potts.
Well, Durham have got themselves into a mess here, haven't they? 2 down, they're not even level. Still 17 adrift. Awful afternoon for them. Just totally let this game get out of their grips.
Potts.
The Futility of the Night Watchman, part 973.
Van der Hoogten's actually quite a decent one in the role. But
the
he was
mentality
injured.
of this, why is it that a player who normally comes in, number 9, should suddenly be considered good enough to come in now and see off the opening bowlers?
10 balls remain of the evening's play. Durham 37 for 2, 17 behind. 3 slips. Nisa in, bowls and beats the edge of Potts' defensive prod as he practices a leave, but I'm pretty sure that he didn't leave that one. So Nisa scratching away at the crease as he so often does. His work with bat was impressive, his highest score for Glamorgan, and his work with ball is always worth talking about as he's in to bowl to Potts, keeping a little bit low but well kept out by the night watchman. It is keeping a little bit low from the bowling from this end, but I don't think that's what was responsible for Peterson's wicket. He looked to play over the top of it. 2 balls left for Nisa to deliver. Morgan hoped to have him for most of the season. Not selected for Australia and Sri Lanka. Nisa bowls and Potts takes his hand off the bat. I think hit on possibly the right glove there. We've seen a lot of short bowling from this end during the course of the afternoon from both Ben Stokes, the England captain, who took 0 for 69 in 12 overs, and from the returning Bryden Cars, banged it in without much effect. And Glamorgan got away, got off the hook. And this game really has turned round since around about 2 o'clock when Chris Cook was out. Glamorgan was 7 down, 150 or so still behind. Neese is in and bowls, and Potts drives nicely down the ground. He may just get 4 runs. Harris is pursuing. Carlson is pursuing slightly more rapidly, and they settle for a single, I think, because it was the last ball of the over. 38 for 2, 16 runs behind. Last ball, last over of the day's entertainment coming up here at Chester-le Street.
Well, we're finishing bang on schedule at 6:45.
Yes, we've had a lot around this mark this season.
Well, Durham's over rate, by the way, was -3. See how they massaged that back in their second spell in the field, but they lost points last year at in a game against Warwickshire, which neither side, it didn't even get the first innings finished in that game in July, which was Bryden Castle's last appearance, because it rained. So they never even got the chance to finish the Warwickshire first innings and still got docked points. Here's Gorvin to bowl the last over of the day to who's that? Potts. Dot ball played up the mid-off. If there is a wicket, that'll be the end of the day's play, because they'll go off and then finish the over tomorrow. Just after lunch, this was Durham's day. As we approach the close, it's very much Glamorgan's day, and they will be over the moon with the position they are in this game. They ended up with a 54-run lead, and they have Durham still trailing at 38 for 2. Potts defends this one as well. We were discussing who to interview at the close of play, whether it's Potts or Rain, because they both took 4 for 61 in 20 overs with 2 maidens. I suppose I might, if Potts sees his way through this over, I might have to ask for Rain, with Potts being a not-out batsman overnight.
Depends how strictly they apply that one.
Well, I think certain batsmen apply it to themselves, don't they, and others don't. Gorvin in, defended on off stump.
Yes, I'm afraid I did personally deny an Aaron Donald a century when I interviewed him on 98's Not Out overnight, but he hasn't given interviews when not out since.
Into the stumps comes the bowler. This is defended once more by Potts. We're nearly there. 2 balls left. Stand up and have a walk around and get some fresh air. Take the headphones off. Well, this is the best part of the day now, so. Gorvin comes running in and bowls. Defended by Potts, so we are down to the last ball. Durham trailing by 16. Reminder to listeners online, we'll be back with you with build-up at 11:15 tomorrow. We'll play in this evening's close of play interviews, and then commentary from 11 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Wales via the BBC Sports website and the Sports app, the YouTube channel as well of the club. Last ball of the day, Potts plays it out through mid-wicket and gets a single, so Durham are 15 behind. So they had 14 overs. They weren't good overs from a Durham point of view, because they're 39. Well, they're 39 for 2.
15 runs in arrears. 2 down. Dixon leg before Hogan 16. Peterson bowled by Neese for 5. Lees is still there on 12 overnight. Night watchman Potts has 2. Durham 39 for 2. Trail by 15. Improbably Glamorgan's day. Very much the second half of the day, as Durham had the better of the first half.
A day of 2 halves, maybe 3 quarters. Right, we'll leave it there then, and we'll see you again tomorrow.